We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. In Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Well, the Browns continue with their search for a new head coach. Today it's going to be in-house, as reports say both offensive coordinator Tommy Rees and defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz getting their interviews. GM Andrew Bayer feels both viable candidates to eventually be the guy.
Jim's an outstanding football coach. We have a lot of respect for him, a lot of appreciation for him, and he has certainly earned the right for consideration. And Tommy, he's a very talented young coordinator. He's held in very high regard, not just in college football, but across the NFL.
Meanwhile, former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski interviewed for the job of the New York Giants on Wednesday. Reports this morning say Stefanski off to Vegas to meet with the Raiders today. Word is that Stefanski still plans to interview with the Tennessee Titans on Saturday. The Medina County Sheriff's Office going to have an update later on this morning on the arrest of 3 people in connection to the break-in at the home of Shedeur Sanders back in November. Authorities say a 4th suspect still at large. When Sanders made his NFL debut against Baltimore November 16th, thieves broke into his Granger Township home and stole about $200,000 worth of goods. College football playoffs continue tonight. The semifinals gets underway at the Fiesta Bowl. Ole Miss will take on Miami. It'll be high-powered offense against a solid defense. The Rebels have scored 80 points in wins against Tulane and Georgia. The Hurricanes defense allowing a combined 17 points in upset wins against Texas A&M and Ohio State. The other semifinal, Indiana against Oregon, that will be tomorrow night. Cavaliers rallied, beat the Pacers on Tuesday night. They outscored Indiana 36-23 in the fourth quarter. In fact, over the last 6 games, the Cavs have outscored their opponents by 61 points during the final 12 minutes. Evan Mobley and why the Cavs so good in the fourth.
I think it's a will to win, and I think it's also always been like a pretty good fourth quarter team, I would say. We always rally before. It's kind of used to it, but I think it's just that will to win. At the end of the game, we just always want to win, and everyone just steps up.
Cavs going to close out their 2-game road trip tonight. Going to be at Minnesota as they take on the Timberwolves. Cavs have won 4 of the last 5 for the T-Pups. They've won 3 in a row, and just like the Cavs, Minnesota's taken 4 of their last 5 games. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The Kevin Stefanski Hire Me Tour continues. From New York to Las Vegas, then on to Tennessee. I would think Atlanta's in there somewhere. Saw things the other day, yesterday, Andy. Ever since the John Harbaugh news, I've seen 2 people who have, they're trying to predict where these guys are going to land.
Yeah.
Kevin Stefanski, new head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. I don't see that one, but I thought, well, that would be fun, wouldn't it?
Do you think that would work?
No.
I don't think so either.
Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin.
Good morning.
Hi.
What an interesting week it's been just to even start here. Because we're getting towards the tail end of it. You wonder when teams are going to start hiring coaches. Obviously, you've got to interview quite a few people. I thought the Harbaugh news, I wasn't here yesterday, but the Harbaugh news was, I was a little bit shocked. And then I was like, okay, I get it. If they could let Harbaugh go. And really, did it come down to a missed field goal for him to lose his job?
No,
I can't believe that.
Not after 18 years.
No, so Harbaugh will land somewhere. I thought it,
if he wants to.
Yeah, I thought immediately. I'm like, oh, this pushes Kevin back to the number 2 candidate in the league.
That is correct.
That was the first thing I thought of. So,
Yep.
And now you see a lot of Harbaugh to the Giants, Harbaugh to the Giants, Harbaugh to the Giants.
And the New York Post writing features about Kevin Stefanski. One thing that was written that I thought, well, this is interesting. It said the big topic of conversation in the interview with Kevin Stefanski, other than can he bring highly regarded defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz with him to New York, will be the developmental plan for Jackson Dart. And that's one reason why, hey, let's interview Jim Schwartz, let's interview Tommy Rees, and let's do it now.
Yeah.
And that's what's going on in Berea today, according to all reports, and we'll see. Jim Schwartz, the defense coordinator, has done a terrific job here. I think everybody would agree. Is it the best defense we've ever seen? No. Is it a good defense? Yep. And is he a
At
guy?
times, it felt like it was the best defense we've ever seen. Early on in the season, there were points.
I'd like to see him give up fewer points, but that's not always just on the defense.
No.
But I think Jim has done a terrific job here as defensive coordinator. And he's going to be interviewed. And when he is interviewed, you can be sure the opinions of some of those guys on the defense will be mentioned, either by Jim or either by Andrew Berry or either by the players themselves, who knows what, because last week, key guys on that defense were asked about Jim Schwartz and the possibility, hey, could Jim be the guy? And even this week, after Kevin was let go, Myles Garrett, who was the Defensive Player of the Year 2 years ago under Jim Schwartz and probably will be again, and now has set a new single-season sack record, glowing in his thoughts about Jim Schwartz.
I felt like Mike out there. He started moving around everywhere, and they were just scheming it up, trying to get the chips and the doubles off me. He said he wasn't going to do anything crazy to deny me the sack, but hell, they schemed it up to the point where it was starting to feel like that. But he went out there, tried to win the game, and we made the plays that we needed to. But credit to Schwartz, he was doing everything he could to get not only myself free, but all of us free. And then Grant came in with the sack a little bit earlier, and then we just kept on getting pressure, and those batted balls came in clutch at the beginning of the game.
And there's Myles talking about how Jim Schwartz schemed him for some sacks because everybody's been all over him.
I think the guys trust Jim Schwartz. Our defense did for sure. I think they had great faith in him. I thought they've played as a team that wanted to do things for their coach, more so maybe Jim Schwartz than we thought for maybe. There was a camaraderie there that stood out. And you remember how he was like, it's hard to get a sack. We got to celebrate. And we all thought they were a little bit over the top sometimes when they would stop teams on third down, especially when he first started. And there's just something about Jim Schwartz. Players like him. They want to play for him. They play hard for him.
Seem to.
It doesn't hurt when you have the best defensive player in the NFL or two of the best defensive players in the NFL on your side. But
and the other one is Denzel Ward.
I'll give you three.
Denzel talking in glowing terms about Jim Schwartz earlier in the week.
I would highly recommend Coach Schwartz for a head coaching job here. Coach Schwartz, he's a great coach. He's helped my game tremendously, puts us in great position, great leader. I can't say enough great things about him.
Defensive players like him.
You're also in a spot though where I was go back to Hogan's Heroes and how they always talk about it.
It's always a great point of reference.
I know, but there was something about Hogan's Heroes that it was a lesson I think I learned for my whole life. That,
by the way, originally in the pilot, it was black and white. It was the only black and white episode. And one of the guys in Colonel Hogan's platoon was Russian, who didn't make it into the actual show. Yeah.
Interesting. The part of it, though, that I like, the lesson that I think I learned from that show was about Schultz. And if you don't remember this, the sergeant who was...
Schultz, not Schwartz?
No.
Okay.
That Schultz was like this hardcore, prison guard.
He was a tough guy in the pilot.
He was super tough.
In the pilot.
And that, like, LeBeau kept bringing him food, and they wore him down. And it was better to, know the guy who's there than having to bring in someone new and then have to try to get to the same place again. Okay. It's the whole, the devil versus something like that. I can't remember. And to me, that was a lesson I learned watching all those shows on Channel 43. Thank you, Jeff. I want to thank you for your early days in the business.
Sure.
For playing favorites.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. But the lesson there about knowing the guy who's there rather than having to bring someone else in and learn everything new.
Well, but do they know the guy? That's the question. Can you imagine Jim Schwartz walking into the interview with Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam? Hi. Did you watch your defense the last 3 years? Was it good? Thank you, everybody. I'll see you later. Try the veal. What's he going to tell them?
Well, what if he wants to go in there and say, okay, you've been super successful here in Cleveland as a defensive coordinator, but things didn't go exactly perfectly in Detroit when you had the opportunity to be a head coach. Why would you be a different head coach now than you were in Detroit? That's what I would want to know.
Well,
what have you learned?
I wanted to get a little more background on Jim. We knew a lot of things, but I thought I'd dig in and try and find some things and things he might be able to pitch, because we know him as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Right. First of all, the guy has been a defensive coordinator or a head coach for 22 years. Long time. 8 years in Tennessee as a defensive coordinator, got hired in Detroit 5 years as the head coach, then defensive coordinator in Buffalo for 1 year, took a year off, then went to Philadelphia as defensive coordinator, won a Super Bowl in Philadelphia. He has had 8 top 10 defenses, yardage-wise. 8 top 10 defenses, yardage-wise. 5 top 5 defenses, yardage-wise. And you look at the point totals, 4 top 10 defenses in points in his 22 years. 4. And 3 top 4 in points. So he's been successful. His start in the NFL came here in Cleveland. He was 27, was hired by Belichick in 93 and was here for 3 years, then went with the franchise to Baltimore, which is his hometown. Spent 3 years in Baltimore, then went to Tennessee for 2 years as an assistant before becoming the defense coordinator. And I would think one thing that they're going to ask him when they interview him is, hey, what about the offense? When he was in Detroit, he got hired by the Lions, and they had the first overall pick in the draft. And they drafted a young guy named Matthew Stafford. And, you see Jim Schwartz as a defensive coordinator. When he had Matthew Stafford, he took over the 0-16 team from Rod Marinelli and progressed nicely. 2-14, 6-10, 10-6. Then kind of fell back, 4-12, 7-9, fired. Matthew Stafford, for the first 5 years of his career, played under Jim Schwartz. In his third year, Jim Schwartz, quarterback, threw 663 passes. 663. 12th most in NFL history.
Who was calling the plays?
Scott Linehan. And then the next year, in his fourth year, Matthew Stafford, playing for Jim Schwartz, threw 727 passes. Second most in NFL history in a season. Tom Brady had one season of more. But in other words, Jim Schwartz let it fly. His OC was Scott Linehan, who was the former Rams head coach. And his defensive coordinator was Gunther Cunningham, longtime Kansas City Chiefs assistant, head coach in KC for a couple of years.
Yeah.
So it was 5 years that trio was together, and they had success, and then it fell apart. But one thing I thought that was interesting about his time in Detroit, he had the big-time quarterback prospect. And, some of the writing at the time when he was let go was, well, they didn't get the most out of Matthew Stafford. So he had a big-time quarterback, and he had a gentleman named Calvin Johnson playing wide receiver. So I could see Jim saying, hi, you're not going to win here unless you get a good quarterback and a really good wide receiver. And we don't have either. So he might be putting them on the spot today in the interview. Hey, I turned things around, but I had a quarterback and I had a stud wide receiver. And you don't have either. So if you're flipping the tables at all, I mean, can you believe he had Matthew Stafford throw 727 passes?
Yeah.
That was stunning. He also had Nate Burleson, now big-time TV guy, former Browns
Mr.
wide
CBS,
receiver, who sat down with us one time at training camp, and he got up and he left, and we both looked at each other and said, this guy's going into broadcasting.
See you later. Peace, have fun.
And he did, and he was. And also on the defensive side.
Did we get a cut?
No, we didn't get anything. I saw him hosting Hollywood Squares yesterday, though.
Oh, how do you do?
He's good.
Who's the center square these days?
I don't even know. I was at the gym. I couldn't tell. There were a lot.
You couldn't tell who was sitting in the center?
Hey, didn't know all the people.
You were too. No, the answer
there was
is
no Paul Lynn. There was no Charlie Weaver.
You should have said.
There was no Ruth Buzzy.
The answer is, wasn't Whoopi Goldberg through for a while?
I don't know.
The
that was
answer
in the
would
other
have been, Andy, I work out so hard that I don't really care what's on the television.
He also had, on the
I am there
defensive
for
side,
fitness, not for television.
In the second year, they had the number 2 pick, and they drafted a gentleman named Ndamukong Suh, who, along with coming to Cleveland Cavalier games and getting into fights with security people at our arena, was really good.
Yeah.
So, in other words, Jim had big-time talent. He has big-time talent on the defense here. He might tell them, you need some big-time talent or I'm not even interested in this job. You never know. But
you're going to tell me he wouldn't like to be considered. If let's just say he didn't get the Browns job, you're going to tell me he wouldn't want to go, and this is a straight-out Jeff Phelps line. You don't think he'd want to go back home to Baltimore? and be the defensive coordinator of the Ravens, or try to be the head coach?
Is Baltimore home now, or is Cleveland home, or is Tennessee home?
I don't know.
He spent most of his career in Tennessee.
I know, but where you're from.
Tennessee's going to need a defensive coordinator. Tennessee might need a head coach.
Where you're educated is normally where you're from, isn't it? Is that what we normally say?
Where you grew up.
Yeah, it's where you grew up. You're educated there for the most part.
Oh, I thought you were talking college.
No.
If you're Jim Schwartz, do you want this job? If you're the Browns, do you want Jim Schwartz? Or are you just giving him the obligatory interview like, hey, nice? Because Jim's been there, done that.
He should absolutely
and boy, when he was in
be
Detroit,
a serious candidate.
He had a big-time quarterback and a big-time wide receiver. The two things this team lacks. 216-474-0092 at the Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
Mark. Earlier today, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Play for Jim has been an honor and a privilege. He's a great coach. He's been a great man of character and a great leader. So I just appreciate the fact that I've been able to be coached by him and help elevate my game and take it to the heights we see now.
Myles Garrett, honor and a privilege to play for Jim Schwartz.
Taking my game to new heights, Jeff.
Yep, that's the idea.
When you're when you're breaking records in the NFL and you got a coach you can credit, I don't know why you would walk away from that coach. So.
You weren't here yesterday. We went over all of the different hirings that the Haslams have made in their coaching searches. Let me, and I won't say Greg Williams because Greg was promoted during season when they fired Hugh, and then they didn't. Though they interviewed him, they didn't hire him. Here are the coaches that the Haslams have hired in Brown's coaching searches: Rob Chudzinski, Mike Pettin, Hugh Jackson, Freddie Kitchens, Kevin Stefanski. What do all five of those guys have in common?
Let me go through this again. Chud,
Pettin,
Hugh,
Freddie, Kevin.
None of them were head coaches before they came here?
Hugh was.
But, I mean, not at the time they hired him.
Only for 1 year. Every one of those guys was the hot coordinator.
Gotcha.
And the only guy with any head coaching experience at the NFL level
was Hugh.
And he didn't have much. And that makes me think that they could do a lot worse than promoting Jim Schwartz. I would think, in my estimation, John Harbaugh is the guy you try to hire. I mean, you don't get guys like that come available very often. He apparently wants to coach. He's looking for the second chapter like Andy Reid had after he went from Philadelphia to Kansas City and made that thing work. He's looking for that. If you can't hire John Harbaugh, what would hold you back from hiring Jim Schwartz?
Today or coming up?
Right now. I mean,
I hate to say this. Do you want to wait till Monday night and see if Mike Tomlin's looking for a job? I'm just throwing curveballs at you.
I get that. I don't know.
Who would be a better fit here, Harbaugh or Tomlin?
Either one.
Yeah, I'd be happy with either one of those.
Either one. But Jim Schwartz just makes an awful lot of sense.
I can't argue. That's the first thing I thought. This makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense.
Especially if you believe, like Jimmy said, that he's got a team that is better than what we actually saw.
Now you have
if he truly believes that,
if he
why?
Does.
And I don't know how you can't look at the answer being defense.
You could, in theory, hey, we're promoting Jim Schwartz. We're keeping Tommy Rees because let's just say Jim likes him.
Okay.
And there's continuity.
Oh, it makes things a lot easier.
Now it makes you wonder, well, then if you're keeping both coordinators and promoting one, what was wrong with Kevin?
Well, maybe you need a different voice in that.
Maybe you do. Yeah, maybe you do. But I think if you pass up Jim Schwartz and hire a coordinator du jour, okay, I get it. And maybe you get lucky and find your guy. I mean, the best hire the Haslams have made was Kevin Stefanski. There's no question about that. He lasted 6 years, and he had 2 11-win seasons, and they made the playoffs a couple of times. That's the best hire they made. But I wonder, can you find the next coordinator du jour? Do you trust these guys to do that? Or is Schwartz an easy way to go? Is it the smart way to go? The question, Andy, is, okay, what happened in Detroit? You built it up to 10 wins, then it went south.
Yeah.
And you had a Hall of Fame wide receiver. You had a Hall of Fame quarterback. And you couldn't hang on to the gig. Will he be a better head coach now than he was in Detroit? Because you'd want that. You'd want him to be better. And he had 1 winning season in Detroit. But that was a tough situation.
When did the Lions went through an ownership change too, though?
Nope, they're still owned by the Ford family.
Well, I mean Ford family, but Sheila took over, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sheila took over
Whatever
in
her
2020.
name is, somebody else owns it.
Yeah,
It wasn't that with Jim Schwartz.
yeah, I know. I mean, but there's little things going on. Like maybe you don't know. Things just kind of went sideways there, right?
Yeah, it's
Well, they went sideways for him, and they stayed sideways until Dan Campbell came in. Jim Caldwell had some competent years there, but
Yeah. I'm okay with it. I think on this one, the fact that he has experience as a head coach, he knows what can go wrong. He knows things before they happen because you can't execute. I think there's a lot of luck when you're trying to execute greatness if you've never been there before, because now you're writing the book on it. Now, if you've been there before and you can see the pitfalls coming,
won a Super Bowl as a DC.
yeah, I think there's an advantage. There's I understand people that don't want to do the whole retread thing. I get that. I just don't kind of feel like he's maybe if it was his third job, I would feel that way. If that's what he was going for, I am 100% healthy and good with a Jim Schwartz hire here, and I was from the second they let Kevin go.
Hasn't been a head coach in 12 years. I wonder if that time has tarnished his star, whatever, when it comes to possibly being a head coach.
Let's be honest. Who's really talking about him? Us, right? Cleveland's talking about him. I don't.
Well, I
you don't hear a whole
haven't
lot of
heard
national stuff.
I haven't heard Jim's name as a head coaching candidate for other teams. That doesn't mean he wouldn't be a great head coach somewhere.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that you've got a top-notch defensive coordinator and he's not being talked about by other teams.
He also wasn't scared to answer any questions while he was as coordinator.
No.
You know?
No, I
I
think
could have listened to his press conferences all day
if they
long.
hired him as head coach, I think the general feeling among the fan base would be, okay, good, let's go.
Especially if you like Shador and he wanted to stay with Shador.
He had Matthew Stafford, Andy.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Frank's in Avon. Frank.
Hello, Frank.
Yeah. What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
So I've been catching bits and pieces about Schwartz. Obviously, he's talented. He carries a good rapport with the players. But there's something that you said earlier that I was unaware of. His hometown. You said it was Baltimore.
Yeah.
You can't, you were born there. What are you going to do?
Who else needs a head coach right now?
Yeah, I said the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a coordinator, even. I mean, if he.
Yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't get the head coach's job here, does he want to be a coordinator somewhere else?
I mean, who's to say someone else doesn't roll out the red carpet for him? Don't you think that would be a huge impact against our team?
Yeah, what was that? Was that morning show saying it, or was that you saying it before? That everyone in New York wants him and Stefanski.
That was me.
Yeah, it was Jeff. Yeah.
Thanks for listening.
Well, I mean, it was earlier, so I figured it was either morning show or our show.
It was earlier, like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Frank, do you see what I have to put up with here every day, man?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if you to deal with
it
things.
just seems like when we do get a good coordinator, they end up going somewhere else.
Well, if they're leaving to go be a head coach, I can respect that and understand that.
Sure.
But I think, I'd love to keep him.
I haven't heard his name with any other head coaching job. I find that surprising, if you want to know the truth. Mike is in Medina. Hello, Michael.
Hey, Mike.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, man?
I was just asking you guys, who is the three hottest names? If you could just pick three hottest names, you got Harbaugh, you got everybody. Who's the three hottest names?
Kingsbury,
Harbaugh, Stefanski, and fill-in coordinator de jour.
No. I would say...
Kubiak?
No, you asked me. I told you. It's not a no. It's that's my opinion.
Well, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
But my hottest name is Harbaugh, Stefanski, Cignetti. That's the three hottest names in the current coaching market.
Well, that could be. So why'd you say no? I had two of them.
Because
you wanted to say Cignetti. You're like, I'm going to jump out there and say Indiana's head coach. That way I can be a trendsetter.
He's making so much money in Indiana, he's not going anywhere. Besides, it's all Indiana. He was in Indiana, Pennsylvania, now Indiana. So there you go. He's not going anywhere. Interesting, though. Matt's in Cleveland. Hello, Matt.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
You got it.
Hey, I just wanted to make it kind of a point. I don't care if you guys move, if we pick up Harbaugh, if we pick up Tomlin, or they could resurrect John Madden to be our head coach. We've only got 1/3 of a football team right now. We've got a very good defense, a very questionable offense, and a abysmal special teams. So you could bring the Lord Almighty down here to coach the Browns. I don't think they're going to do anything until we pick up 2/3 of a team again. That's my only point to the whole thing. I don't care who we get in as a coach. We just need a team.
Can't argue with that, Matt. Can't argue with that. But that's part of it. You heard Andrew Berry the other day say we will significant assets going to the offensive side of the ball. Yeah, okay. You had an offensive-minded coach and you didn't give him significant assets, obviously. So good that you can fix it, maybe.
Point of reference, going back 2 phone calls, Cignetti makes about $11 million a year.
Yeah.
And so, like what you're saying, and so just looking over just some research that the average head coach salary breakdown, top earners like Andy Reid, you're talking about $15 million to $20 million a year. The mid-range, though, is $10 to $13 million a year. So would you rather kind of buy in at $10 to $13 million, although I'm sure they'd have to offer more he's making in Indiana, for maybe 3-year guarantee, right?
If I'm Cignetti, I'm not leaving Indiana for the NFL.
He could stay there forever now.
Dano.
A little bit of news, gentlemen. The Dolphins have fired Mike McDaniel. Per sources, Dolphins have fired head coach Mike McDaniel, according to Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network.
Wonder if John Harbaugh likes sunshine. Remember, there were 7 teams that contacted his agent, Harbaugh's agent. And at the time, there were only 6 openings. And then the word was that 2 of the teams that contacted him had head coaches that were employed. My guess is one of those teams, the Miami Dolphins, because they have just fired Mike McDaniel, who, by the way,
was
a former wide receiver coach here in Cleveland.
Back in 14,
and a name not too long ago, 2 weeks ago, that was floated as a potential Browns candidate should they fire Kevin Stefanski.
Also, if you want to do some real dot connecting, Stephen Ross is a graduate of the University of Michigan and has been a massive donor there for a good period of time.
And who was the head coach at Michigan?
Oh, that'd be Jim Harbaugh. Or Jesse Minter, if you want to throw that one in there, too. He was there at Michigan as well. But Stephen Ross knows the Harbaughs.
8 jobs open now, folks. 8. Just keep getting fun. That means 25% of the head coaches in the National Football League.
And we may not be done.
Out.
We might not be done.
It might not be done. That's what a wacky league this is. But now you have the opportunity. Mike McDaniel could be on the board. You can be sure he'll be here for an interview. But Tommy Rees is also interviewing today. Who the heck is Tommy Rees? Because everybody says he's the boy wonder. Well, we'll tell you who he is. Coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
92.3 The Fan has the most.
washer of the entire organization. Here's who I want as my GM. Here's what I want, on my staff. Harbaugh could go in there and just do it. And, of course, Jim Harbaugh, former head coach at Michigan, Stephen Ross, big money to Michigan. There's all that.
Is this a good year to be looking for a job?
If you're Kevin, if you're John Harbaugh, maybe if you're Mike McCarthy, yeah, it's a real good time to get a job. Mike Florio was with us yesterday, and Florio said, Andy, that he thought this would be a difficult year for guys who don't have head coaching experience.
As you were laying that out, not one of those guys was a coordinator. Those are all guys that are head coaches now. Yeah,
and Florio thought those guys would have an advantage during this stretch. So here's the total right now. 25% of the NFL looking for a head coach. Browns, Ravens, Dolphins, Raiders, Titans, Cardinals, Giants, Falcons. That's serious. Browns are interviewing Jim Schwartz today. Also interviewing the guy that people don't know that much about because he hasn't been around that long, and that's Tommy Rees, offensive coordinator for the Browns, play caller for the Browns after Kevin gave it up for a second year in a row, which was really not a great idea, I don't think. But even regardless, he gave up play calling 2 years in a row. And the word in New York is Kevin is not interested in calling plays moving forward as a head coach. That's what the New York Post reported from their sources. So that I thought was interesting. Who's Tommy Rees? Well, he's a former quarterback at Notre Dame and played quarterback at Notre Dame for most of 4 years. Didn't play, I think, his sophomore year a whole lot. He was injured. And then he quickly went into coaching. He was a graduate assistant at Northwestern and then took a job in the NFL as an offensive assistant, and you're going to love this, in 2016 with the Chargers under head coach Mike McCoy. And on that staff in 2016 in San Diego, the offensive coordinator was Ken Wisenhunt. The wide receiver coach was a gentleman named Nick Sirianni. The quarterback coach was a gentleman named Shane Steichen. And the defensive quality control coach, young guy, cutting his teeth, a guy named Chris Shula.
Really?
So two guys who are head coaches now and one who might be.
They were playing in University Heights or they were playing in San Diego?
They were in San Diego.
Wow.
And the general manager of that team, does this mean anything? Was Tom Telesco, John Carroll grad, who reportedly has been in conversations with the Browns about some type of a role in the front office. He was in San Diego as GM when Tommy Rees was out there.
Gotcha.
Well, after that gig in San Diego, Tommy went to Notre Dame for 3 years, 3 as quarterback coach. This was under Brian Kelly. Kelly left, wanted to take him to LSU. Tommy said, and stuck on with Marcus Freeman for a while. And then went to Alabama as offensive coordinator to work with Nick Saban. Nick's last year. Alabama. Little Bugs Bunny reference there?
Oh, no, I was doing Forrest Gump.
No, I was doing Bugs Bunny.
Go back.
Alabama.
What was the Beaumont or not Beaumont?
And then he was tight end passing game coordinator here last year and then offensive coordinator this year. He is, all we keep hearing about is how highly regarded Tommy Rees is, and he could be your Sean McVay. Really young guy who gets hired, offense. I mean, you see I hate it when I see this word thrown out about anybody. Savant. Offensive savant.
I'd like to hear Shador come out and say what he thinks of him.
He's 33 years old.
Can you press 3, please?
33 years old.
I got on the wrong way. I was trying to go up to 24 and back down to 3.
Habla Espanol?
No.
I don't have any idea what it is you were just saying.
I feel like we're in an elevator right now.
What do you think about Tommy Rees? What would you think if the Browns came out and said, here's our guy. He's the guy who
I don't think he's ready.
Was the offensive coordinator for an offense that just stunk.
There you go. How's that sound? I don't think he's ready. I don't.
Sean McVay wasn't ready.
I don't care. I don't think he's ready.
Mike Tomlin wasn't ready.
Was Mike Tomlin coaching special teams? No, he was coaching
defensive backs. I think he had 1 year he was going to be DC in Minnesota.
I just don't think he's ready. To be honest, I think I'd like to see him get
saying that
another
only
year.
because of age?
No, I just saw our offense. I saw our offense this year, and you got
And
a
though
lot
he
of
didn't call
young
the plays
guys
until later, he was the coordinator.
I know, and so you've got young quarterbacks, and he called plays for Sanders. I'm just not there.
And Gabriel.
Yeah, well,
no, he didn't call him for Gabriel.
No.
That was Kevin. But he coordinated the offense.
I'm not there. I think he needs another year of experience. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that.
I will say he is a much more Haslam hire than Jim Schwartz, based on the guys that they've hired.
Who's making the call on this, though? Who is it? Andrew?
It's Jimmy Haslam.
Well, is it
Jimmy made the call on Deshaun Watson, right? That's the theory.
Yeah. He's also made the call on other quarterbacks. Johnny Manziel, right?
On quarterbacks, yeah. But think about the guys. Think about the guys the Browns have hired under the Haslams in these coaching searches. All but one, no head coaching experience. The only one who did was Hugh, and it wasn't much. Judzinski, Pettin, Hugh Jackson, Freddie Kitchens, Kevin Stefanski, all coordinators. Although Hugh had a year. Tommy Reese is a much more Haslam type of hire than Jim Schwartz. And the Browns analytics department, even without Paul DePodesta, considered one of the biggest in the NFL, and they really buy into the analytics. Boy, the analytics would tell you go hire the 33-year-old coordinator and hang on because he's going to be Sean McVay.
True.
Would it not?
I'm not buying that,
But at
though.
least all those guys were calling plays for a season. That's my only thing with Tommy Reese.
Tommy Reese called plays at Notre Dame. He called plays at Alabama. Does that mean anything? It's as close to the NFL as you get.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'm a no on Tommy Reese, but that's just because I watched this offense.
Yeah, that's why. It's nothing against
I can't
him personally.
I can't separate Tommy Reese from this offense either.
I can't.
All right, so we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks he should be the head coach here.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Even if you think he's some kind of wonderkin, that's
I think
fantastic.
he needs another year.
Let him blossom somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then, we had Tommy Reese, and look.
There's one person who is going to do that. And I'm looking at him.
I don't do that.
Pish.
You're Mr. We had Kyle Shanahan, and we let him leave.
No.
You know who else we had?
I said we had Kyle Shanahan, and he went Martin Luther. That's what I end up saying, because it makes me laugh every time.
We
And
had Mike
6 people
Vrabel
get
did
that
lock him
reference.
in the bathroom.
The locks are on the inside.
No, the door on the outside has a key lock. In case you want to shut down the whole room. It's true.
But he could have got out. You'd have had to have put like a master lock on it, and then
What if there was no toggle on the inside?
Well, I'm sure there is. I mean, there's
How do you
always
know? You've
there's
never seen
always
a door that doesn't have a toggle
There's
on
always
both
a
sides?
toggle on the inside. If it's locked, you got to get out.
That's not necessarily true.
You can't get locked in from the outside.
Do you want to let him know that that's not always true? What about prison doors?
I wouldn't know, Andy.
I'm just saying, Jeff.
Bob's in Garfield. Hello, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hi, guys. How are you?
We're okay.
All right, good. Let me ask you this. Haslam and Barry are going to pick this coach, right?
I don't know. I'm kind of kicking this around. Who's on that? Is Charles Woodson on the staff? You think Charles Woodson's on the selection committee?
Part owner.
Guys, I don't care if we pick Don Shula, Mike McCarthy, Tom Landry. As long as Jimmy Haslam's in charge up there, we're never going to get a good coach, and he's going to run this team. He's picking all these picks. He picked Deshaun. He picked Johnny Manziel. I mean, these are guys he wants. Until he steps aside and just be an owner, we're never going to have a good head coach. And I'm not sure if Andrew Berry, yes, he had a good year this year, but you take a look at overall, he's not the guy. A good draft is not the first year. A good draft is years from now. So we'll never know exactly how this draft is.
First, that wasn't
but it
his
sure
first
does
year.
look good.
No, he's just talking about you can't judge a draft just on one year.
Draft. Okay, I got it.
And
Yeah,
Bob,
all right.
Exactly.
Bob,
And
you're one of the
it's
few
gotta go down
people
the
who
road.
have said that. You're
Yeah.
accurate on that.
And it's got to go down the road, and I just don't think he's our guy because his other previous picks have not panned out very well.
I know
And
Jeff
don't
gets
think-
Jeff gets mad at me, but if he truly had nothing to, if he didn't have a whole lot to do with Deshaun Watson, they took 3 first-round picks from him
And 3 other picks.
and 3 other picks, but it's the
we
first
lost
rounders.
our future with that.
Yeah,
And if Jimmy Haslam is still going to be the owner and wants to be involved all the time, and it's his team, he can do what he wants, we're never going to have a good team. We're never going to have a good coaching staff. And that's the problem. We've had so many head coaches because Jimmy Haslam wants to run this team. Jimmy Haslam has to be the owner of this team and step aside.
All right, Bob. Tell an owner of the team to step aside and not be involved. There are very few who aren't involved. To some extent.
To
some extent. You own the team, you're allowed to be involved.
Can we be totally honest? Like, if you own a team and it's your money, if you own a business and it's your money going into the business, don't you want to know what's going on, and don't you want to have some sort of say?
You know what I
think it's, we all sit here and go, well, we just wanted to be an owner. Randy Lerner was that guy, and everybody hated him. All Randy wanted to do was spend money and hire the right people.
Sing it. Randy caught
people hated Randy for
grief because he was detached. He caught grief.
No, you want an owner that's going to be mad when you're mad. That's what you want. But at the end of the day, it's their money. What if it was your money?
You know the idea that I like? If you're the owner of an NFL team, tell your general manager, your search committee, made up of football people, you guys handle this. Get me 3 guys, and I'm sitting in on the second interview.
Yeah.
That's it. You guys narrow it down.
It's coming out of my checkbook.
You guys narrow it down, and I'll be there for the second interviews. I truly don't need the ownership being there, checking every coordinator and blah, 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 blah. And nothing against the Haslams. They made their money elsewhere. Not in, Jimmy wasn't coaching football his whole life. He doesn't know football like those guys know. But he knows, he knows how to run a business, so bring him in for the second interview. And I don't mean just that for the Haslams. That's what I'd do if I was any NFL owner. You guys go get me 3 guys. Get me 2 guys. Whoever you think, and then I'd love to meet with them. And then we'll pick.
I'm down with it. Makes sense.
I like the idea.
But I think people are naive to think that if you own a business, you don't want to know what's going on. You just, here's my money, and just go do whatever you want.
Yeah, it's not realistic.
It's
not
naive.
realistic.
Yeah.
Randy's in Tampa, Florida.
Randy,
home of new offensive coordinators. Go ahead, Randy.
Randy.
Hey, good afternoon. Well, I'm sorry. Good morning, guys.
It's all right.
Hey, I don't see, if I'm John Harbaugh, I don't want to come to Cleveland. I don't see that. Yesterday, all over the media and print media and voice media, I heard, oh my God, the Haslams need to just back the truck up and promise him whatever he wants, do this and do that. If you had the privilege of coaching Joe Flacco and Lamar Jackson for 18 years, why would you want to come here?
I think it's funny that people say this.
And coach whatever this is.
Well, I tell you why. Because he's from Toledo. His family's Browns fans growing up as a kid, and maybe that was one of his dreams, was to coach the Browns or to be a part of the Browns organization.
That's what I said yesterday,
that's
Andy.
The only,
it's the intangibles that would bring Harbaugh to Cleveland.
Yeah, it's, you sit up there and all of a sudden you're standing at the dais in front of the Browns symbol, and it's, hey, this is my dream. This was my family's dream. We loved the Browns growing up, and this is why. But I just think that's just like a thin piece of the resume, though.
I agree.
To get him here, it's hard.
It would be the intangibles.
Yes.
That get him to Cleveland.
Yeah.
I grew up a Browns fan. My mom's from Cleveland.
It's why we think we have a shot at Gruden, too. Right?
That's exactly
it's the same thing.
Because if I'm John Harbaugh, I'm picking other jobs. I'm picking other jobs.
I would, too.
Would you? 216-474-0092. Terry Pluto, PlainDealerCleveland.com, coming up at 11:20.
FanDuel is giving all customers a profit boost every college playoff.
during the offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Coming up at 11:20, so about 17 minutes from now. Our buddy Terry Pluto, the outstanding columnist, writer for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, author of Why Can't This Team Just Find a Quarterback?
Just get me a quarterback.
Maybe the new book, we can ask Terry, why can't this team just find its coach of the future? Franchise coach.
How about just put both the words together?
Quarterback coach?
Coacherback.
We have a quarterback coach.
Oh, did Coach Kevigan have his final press conference yesterday?
No.
Are we waiting for that? Or
no, we're going to have the introductory press conference in the new place.
I think he should say goodbye first. I mean, he's given us so many.
He gave us a statement.
He gave us so many great moments, and so just the way he laid down his foundation for the fans of this great city, and just the way he is just committed to everyone here in Northeast Ohio. And now we're just going to say goodbye to Coach Kevigan? I don't think so.
Number to join us is 216-474-0092. Jim Schwartz interviewing today. We talked all about Jim.
How do you think that's going?
At the beginning of the show. Yeah, well, if you're Jim, what do you say? You'd have to lay out an offensive plan. And as we said, when he was in Detroit, Matthew Stafford set a record at the time for the most passes thrown in a season. Over 700 passes. Second all time in the NFL. Second. Unbelievable. And then threw 663 passes in a year, too. So Jim's not afraid to let her rip offensively.
So if you work there and you're interviewing for a job there, like normally you walk in through like the coach's door. Today, would you walk in through the front door?
You wear it. You wear a tie? You're going to wear your Browns gear.
Yeah, do you wear a suit? What do you do?
I don't know.
It's got to be kind of a weird feeling.
I don't know. I'd almost show up. I would certainly not wear Browns gear.
I wouldn't wear black.
I would
and
take
gold.
a different approach for two reasons.
Okay.
I am not wearing my Browns gear. So you can hire me and I can put it back on. Or you cannot hire me and I'll go put on my Giants gear.
Or I could wear my Browns,
Falcons gear.
I could wear my Browns gear, come into the interview like that wearing sweats and feel really comfy. So you could feel comfy. Just so it's almost like, why do we have to be so formal about this? We all know each other.
Like wearing PJs around the house, right, Andy?
Exactly right, Jeff. Yeah. It's like,
you can wear those plaid flannel things. Show up.
It's like TV anchors not wearing any pants underneath the desk. Comfortable.
Sounds personal, Andy.
Just comfortable.
And Tommy Reese also interviewing. We laid out some things about Tommy. He's really, 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 really highly thought of from everybody who tells you they think highly of people.
Think how easy it is. They don't have to give tours to either one of these guys at the facility. They don't have to show them the plans for the new stadium or the new renovations out in Berea.
What's Tommy Reese going to say?
Hey,
Jim Schwartz can say, look, 3 years, our defense was really good in 2 of those 3 years. Really good. Yeah, here's my track record. What's Tommy Reese going to say?
He's going to say, take a look at this back wall.
I had the second lowest scoring offense in the NFL.
We scored 6 points against Cincinnati last week. No, he's going to say, hey.
Seriously, what's he going to say?
He's going to say, step on up, look at this. I'm going to guess your weight, your age, or your...
Everybody says I'm going to be really good.
Take a look at this wall. You can win anything from here.
Is that a sales pitch?
Here, but here to here.
Everybody says I'm a savant. Is that a sales pitch?
Well, congratulations, savant. You got the job.
I will say he gives a mean press conference for a guy who's only 33.
Yeah, I like him. It's not that I don't have anything against him. I just think he needs a little more time to be a head coach.
I'd kind of like to see him. You know what wouldn't be bad to me?
You know what his biggest hindrance is? Is that he was calling the plays the end of the season. And that we saw a little bit of what he could be in the future. And you're like, give him a little more time.
If you're Tommy Reese, I would think you might have to say this. Hi. Andrew, in your press conference, you said, we're going to have to add offensive talent. You guys gave us a wide receiver group that's subpar. You gave us quarterbacks who are way subpar.
I'm not hiring you already. You're so negative.
And our offensive line is old and injured. So If you expected us to make chicken salad out of this stuff, you were sorely mistaken.
I'm sorry, you're in an interview and you're saying this.
Well, what's he going to say, Andy?
He's going to have to say...
Hey, how about that? We scored about 14 points a game.
Well, he's got two choices. He could throw Kevin under the bus and say, I kept
Which he won't do. He won't do.
How do you know, man?
I know.
You're talking about being... I mean, if he wants a job, these guys just fired him, so they're obviously not on the same page as Kevin.
Well, he's going to have to clearly differentiate himself from Kevin.
Yeah.
Nick Saban thinks I'm smart.
Oh, well, that's good. Oh, Nick Saban. Well, my brother...
Let me call the Predators offices and see if I can get a hold of Nick. Wait a minute. Yeah. He's out renting his Airbnb.
Would you rather sit into a triangle, in a triangle or a box or a triangle in one?
No showers longer than 5 minutes. It's a rule.
Oh, it is.
That's what Nick's going to tell the Haslam's.
That's right.
No showers longer than 5 minutes. You'll save a lot of money in the locker room.
That's true, you will. I would never VRBO from him.
Here, where's the hot tub?
Hey, God, make sure the timer works on that thing.
Kenny's in California. Kenny.
Yes.
Hi, Kenny.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Where in California?
I'm in Sacramento, California.
Very nice.
So, I enjoy you guys. I enjoy your objectivity and obviously your knowledge of the game and the way things work.
Make him a friend of the show, Andy.
Friend of the show, Kenny.
There you go.
As long as there isn't a giant butt.
Here comes the butt, yeah.
Yes. I wanted to talk about the comment that TJ Ward made about media in Cleveland being miserable.
Okay, so Jeff didn't. Oh, you did hear it. I heard.
No,
Yeah, it was on the morning show. Okay, go ahead. What do you think?
Yeah.
Just tell me what you think.
So I think it was a blanket statement. It wasn't unfair. However, I think a lot of media in Cleveland is disingenuous, meaning the notion that you guys have had a bad organization for so long and have been losing for so long. It's almost as if media is expecting it and has that disposition. Here's why I say this. I listened to the Jason, his rant about Shedeur Sanders.
Okay.
And when I say disingenuous,
Jason Lloyd.
Jason Lloyd. And when I say disingenuous, it seems as though a lot of the factors in context is being left out. For Shedeur Sanders to come into that organization where he had a coach that really didn't believe in him. And
Kenny, you're saying a lot of stuff that we don't care about today. I got to be honest. The Shedeur stuff doesn't matter to me today.
Let me go back and talk about what you said in the beginning of the TJ Ward stuff. I, first of all, I've been lucky enough to go around the country and just see other medias, right, and see how they react. I didn't totally disagree with what he said. That he said, I'm trying to think. The word he used wasn't grumpy.
Miserable.
What were they? Miserable.
Miserable.
Yeah, you know what? I think there are media members in Cleveland that are miserable. Totally agree.
Yeah, there are guys who pump gas for a living who are miserable.
No, I know, but I don't think TJ. I also think TJ had a pretty good relationship with a lot of the people that were in the media here. But
TJ's a nice guy.
I remember he sat in our studio.
TJ sat right over there and was sweating so profusely, Kenny, that his girlfriend was blotting his head with a tissue. It was terrible.
Wow. Anyway, he's painting a picture I don't need to. My bigger point is, I think he's right, but I think you can't stereotype all the media because I don't think everybody's the same way.
And that's why I said it's a blanket statement.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Because if you look at the overall picture, I mean, the Cleveland Browns O-line, horrible. Receivers is the bottom of all of the receiving class.
Doesn't get any worse.
It can't get any worse. I mean, what was you expecting a guy to do? And it's kind of like hypocritical. On one hand, you say, well, his receiving core is so bad that they can't get open.
All right, Kenny, thank you very much. We're hiring coaches today. We're not talking about quarterbacks.
It's okay, Kenny. Call again, though. I enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, Kenny knows what he's talking about.
Even if Jeff's rude, I'll always
I'm not being rude, Andy. Yeah, I'm just miserable. TJ Ward said so.
Like I'm saying, Kenny, we're on the same page.
TJ said so.
I made him a friend
Forget
of the show.
the fact that we have a baseball team that competes every year and doesn't spend the money that people want it to spend, yet competes anyway. Forget that we have a basketball team that goes to the playoffs on a regular basis. We're all miserable.
Yeah, we are miserable.
We're all miserable.
Thank you.
And I work with you.
That's
We're all
true.
miserable. John's in Menor. John.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're miserable, John. We're miserable.
So, yeah, I get it. Hey, on a head coaching search, I listen, I don't think they're going to get anybody that's got any kind of head coaching experience. And the reason I say that is because I think those guys, I'm talking like the Jim Schwartz and, Harbaugh, they're going to want some semblance of control that I don't think the Haslams and Barry are willing to give them. So I think you're going to be relegated to a coordinator. That said, you guys made a comment about Haslam not being involved. And you said, well, you use the owner of the business and this and that, the other thing. There's a difference there in that it does not matter what he does. He owns an NFL team. It's going to go up in value. If he bought and purchased any other business other than an NFL team and ran it as poorly as he has the Browns, it would not be increasing in value, and he might be filing for bankruptcy. So that's kind of all I'll say.
All right, John. Thank you very much. Man owns the business. He can do anything he wants.
Sorry.
You see it all around the NFL.
You see it in regular business, too.
Absolutely.
But he's right. Sometimes they end up going bankrupt. You never know.
Yeah, NFL teams won't. But you had to get enough. You had to get enough jack to get into that game, Andy.
That is true. He was able to sit down at the table.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Oh, man, it'd be awesome.
That would be fun. Terry Pluto is all over all the coverage of the Browns. Terry for the PlainDealerCleveland.com joining us next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
92.3 The Fan wants to send you to see some college basketball. Listen for your chance to win tickets to see Cleveland State January 15.
Tune in weekdays at 9 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. for the Fan winning word. When you hear it, enter it on the contest page at 923thefan.com.
And you're registered to win a 4-pack of tickets.
It's the Fans' Night Out at the Wolstein Center as the Vikings host Green Bay with head coach Doug Gottlieb. And it's hosted by yours truly, Ken Carman and Anthony Lima. Arrive early and enjoy $2 beers as part of Hoopy Hour.
Get tickets at CSUVikings.com/tickets. It's all from Cleveland State basketball and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nobody makes it easier to make your car last longer.
Winter is here, and that means slippery roads, snowy conditions, and unpredictable stopping, not to mention low tire pressure lights. Make sure your commute and your passengers are safe with a service appointment at Conrad's. Our technicians will get your car ready for what's ahead, and while you're in, check out the great deals on the trusted tire brands you depend on at the lowest prices in town. So be prepared this winter. Stop into Conrad's or schedule your appointment at econrads.com.
Conrad's. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts.
5. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Browns looking for a head coach, as are the Ravens, Raiders, Titans, Cardinals, Giants, Falcons, and now Miami Dolphins, as they have fired Mike McDaniel as head coach. That's 8 teams. That's 25% of the National Football League, and maybe more to come. Let's go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He covers everything there is to cover and does a great job of it as a columnist for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Also, author of the book whose title won't just go away, Why Can't This Team Just Find a Quarterback? He's Mr. Terry Pluto. Hello, Terry.
Hello there, Jeff.
How are you, bud?
Well, I have not gotten a call to interview with any of the teams yet, but if a few more get rid of their coaches, they'll be talking to media people.
They're going to need somebody, Terry.
Yes.
Going to need somebody.
It's amazing. It is. And you look at some of these names of these guys, and it's like, you know, the offensive coordinator from Cincinnati who doesn't call the plays is getting a job interview. You know, I mean, part of that could be if they hire somebody else and they want to hire an offensive coordinator. A lot of those things are being done that. And the thing to keep in mind, too, is sometimes when teams are interviewing different candidates, agents, there's several agents that seem to have like most of the coaching candidates. So sometimes they like say, you want to talk to Harbaugh, all right? And Harbaugh's guy said, well, that'll be good. Well, you also talk to, Freddie Phelps because he's a young guy. He's got some promise. So talk to him so we can get his name out there. So they'll do both.
And we're seeing a lot of that. Some of the names that the Browns are interviewing certainly.
Yeah, and other teams, too.
Exactly right.
It's a little bit Now, 2 years from now, those guys may end up getting a job. I remember when Kevin Stefanski, got the interview when they ended up hiring Freddie Kitchens. It's like they're going to hire a guy who at that point had called a grand total of 3 plays for the Minnesota Vikings. And they didn't. They went with Freddie. They probably should have, but it was, was something DePodesta liked them, and who knows, it was probably a favor for somebody. And but then they kind of liked him. They turned around, brought him back next year, and gave him the job.
Terry, the Browns have had under the Haslam ownership 7 different coaches, 2 of them that they didn't get in a coaching search. They inherited Pat Shurmur and they promoted Greg Williams when they got rid of Hugh.
Right.
But everybody they hired, except for Hugh, the coordinator du jour, the hot coordinator, Hugh had 1 year of coaching experience. Do you think they're going coordinator du jour, or do you think they're actually looking for someone with head coaching experience? And does it matter?
I prefer somebody with experience, but it's a line that Dan Gilbert said to me. I remember when they hired Mike Brown, and this is the first time way back in the old days. And I'm talking to Dan just kind of casually afterwards. And I said, Dan, he's got no experience being a head coach or whatever. He said, well, when I hear no experience, I say, well, they say this guy has experience. I say, experience doing what? Experience being mediocre, experience just trying to keep my job, or, experience with success. And so I guess that always kind of stuck with me. And of course, Dan liked to take a shot on people that hadn't had, jobs before. Interesting, though, the last 2 coaches that Kobe Altman hired had been head coaches before, both Kenny and JB.
Right.
So they did change that around. And they also brought Mike Brown back for a second go. But when you look at experienced coaches, you get to Harbaugh and then what? Mike McCarthy? I don't know.
Yeah, and you're not bringing back Kevin Stefanski, so
no, right? Schwartz. It's not like there's a lot to pick from, and there's more openings all the time, as you mentioned.
Jim Schwartz is a head coach, in or out for you?
Interested, because I'm not going to hold him in the box, make him prisoner of the 4 years or 5 years it was with Detroit, where the last year was 2013, and just assume, well, that's the same guy and would be the same way as he being a head coach now.
Right, can't be the same guy.
Yeah, you can. You can. I mean, among other things, his life experience changed. You remember for 2 years before he came to Cleveland, he had some serious health things going on with his thyroid and everything else, where he was just a consultant with Mike Vrabel. And that, that'll alter your perception of life a little bit too. My guess has probably made him better and more compassionate towards people, because he's just beloved as a coordinator by the players. So I'm interested in him, but there's one mistake you don't want to make is you never want to make a guy head coach simply because you don't want to lose him as a coordinator. You want to make sure you believe in him as a head coach.
Terry Pluto joining us from Cleveland.com, Plain Dealer. His book, Why Can't This Team Just Find a Quarterback? John Harbaugh becomes available this week, and we heard rumblings about that, but guys with his track record don't become available. He's also 18 years as a head coach, and in his 60s, when most people would think you're not going to hire this guy because he's up there in age, but John really thinks that he wants to coach and everything else. Do you think the Browns have a legit shot to sign him, Terry? My thought has been the only way they do is if in his heart he wants to coach in his mom's hometown and coach the team he grew up rooting for. Other than that, I would think he's going to have better opportunities.
I mean, people say, well, Jimmy should just roll up the truck and throw all the money at him. He made $17 million this last year. He has $3 million, 3 years left on a contract that keeps going up, like 18, 19, 20, something like that. And so whatever buyout he took from Baltimore, I mean, and I was talking to some people as I'm working on a column for tomorrow who know him and that, and he's lived in like two houses his whole time in Baltimore. One when he first got the job and the one he bought about 10 years ago. And I mean, they're very nice houses, but it's not like he's not, some of these guys keep score on their salaries compared to other people, and Harbaugh's not like that. I mean, he stayed there. He always signed extensions and that. The other thing they said, he's 64. He goes, he's as relentless as ever. That's what they were telling him. He goes, he's such a grind. I mean, you would have people wearing shirts in training camp, embrace the grind. He's that kind of guy. And that hasn't changed with him. Now, what probably happened there is you're there 18 years. It's a long time. And they get kind of tired of you because you didn't do as well as they'd hoped in the playoffs. And maybe you get a little tired of them. But that's it. There was no big negative things at all. And his work ethic and his obsession to football remains strong. That's what I was told. Now, about Cleveland, you have one. You're John Harbaugh. You're 64. You have one shot left. Is this where you want to take it?
Yeah,
it's a good point. Hey, let me ask you this: when the Browns decided we're done with, we're not doing this with Kevin anymore, what do you think the game plan was for the next head coach? Or do you think they're trying to go into this with a blank slate to see who's available and where they could go? You'd think they have some kind of game plan.
Well, I'm sure Andrew Berry didn't get to keep his job without a detailed game plan of what he was going to do with everything, from free agency to the draft picks to the coaching situation. And so I'm sure they have a list. Now, do they anticipate Harbaugh being fired? I mean, maybe, but probably not. And do they anticipate how many, is it 7 or 8 openings now? I'm sure so. Let's track.
It's now 8 after the Dolphins.
8. Okay. So, that's right, 25% of the league.
Yep.
Benedict and math, 4 times 8 is 32. That equals the team. So there we go. And so you got 25%. I don't know if they anticipated that, where there'd be that many openings and that much competition. So they better have had a whole bunch of lists, I would say, of guys you look at. I mean, you have the other name of guy. You got Schwartz, you got Harbaugh, Mike McCarthy's out there, and I've not been a big fan of him, in terms of experienced guys. And then the rest is like coordinator of whatever, the hot coordinator or the coordinator you want to be hot. It's a hard deal here. But my feeling is, I looked at Stefanski, and I would have let him go. I thought he was worn down emotionally by the job. I know they won the last 2 games, and I give him a ton of credit for that. I almost think part of the reason that he had a pretty good idea he was out and just kind of coached it his way and did things his way. The Deshaun Watson, the tentacles of that, the emotional toll, along with physical things that it did to the franchise, because, emotional and physical get tied together when you're trying to deal with fix Deshaun Watson, fix cap of Deshaun, fix, and how this whole thing goes sideways. It continues on this franchise. And if I'm Kevin, my one reaction would have been relieved. Good.
Because he's going to get a job.
Yeah.
Yes, every time another goes, right now you go, who's out there? If Kevin were at the Jets, and the Jets had gone through what the Browns had recently, and the track record was the same, and the Jets fell into the Deshaun Watson trap, the Browns would be lining up to talk to Kevin Stefanski.
That's actually true. Terry Pluto joining us from the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. I would think, Terry, you tell me, if a coach comes in and says, I don't like fill in the blank here, then he's not going to have to deal with fill in the blank. And I'm thinking quarterback in particular. There are 3 quarterbacks on the roster right now. I would think a coach could come in and say, I want a free agent quarterback in here and probably get that guy. Do you think they're going to try to tie anybody to a new head coach?
Oh, make him that. Well, you got to go with Shedeur.
You got to go with Shedeur. You got to play Deshaun next year. We have Dylan Gabriel. He is your backup, whatever it's going to be.
I don't think so. I don't really think so, because 3rd round pick, 5th round pick, there's no money attached to it. Deshaun, whether you pay him to do whatever he did last year or you don't, you're still stuck with that whole thing too. They can't possibly believe that Deshaun has any sort of long-term answer. I suppose this is Cleveland. Anything could happen. Maybe he ends up on the field for a couple of games next year. I hope not. I don't want to see that, because it goes nowhere. So you get a couple of games out of him, and then what? Then his contract's finally up. Hallelujah. And you haven't solved anything about your quarterback thing. That would be just another one of the Browns' quarterback follies in my mind. So I would think the coach, whoever it is, could say, I kind of like Shedeur. I'm not big on Dylan, but we really, I want a veteran. That would be my view, actually. I would want a veteran. And almost what they started to do, but then backed off, the reclamation project.
If you could, knowing Jimmy Haslam, now knowing Andrew Berry for a couple of years, can you build that winning head coach in your mind, and who that might be, and what qualities do they need to have to succeed here in Cleveland?
It's such a tough job. At some point, with our Stefanski has some of that going.
Yeah.
You have to build a strong staff. The thing when we go back and look at it, for example, what made the Browns so overachieve in 23 was you had 2 terrific coordinators, and I consider an offensive line coach like a coordinator. You had Callahan still here, and then you had Jim. And so they were taking care of that. Kevin was able to kind of concentrate on the offensive side of the ball. You weren't getting on calling the plays and not calling the plays, and especially when they were freed up after Watson. Watson gave him a couple of good games, but it was a really good operation if you look at it from a coaching point of view. How you get back to that, I'm not sure, but that would be the job of the head coach to say, okay, how are you going to build this staff with who? Because when they started trying to replace Callahan, they went through 2 offensive coordinators, and then the special teams has been a disaster. And so all you really had, the only stable thing you could count on was Schwartz, and after a while, his defense was just worn down also. There's another ripple effect of the Deshaun Watson thing, because when Watson's your quarterback, you rank between 30th and 32nd in points scored.
Terry, if you have a name, if not, do you have a concept as like former head coach or coordinator?
Probably a coordinator, just because I don't see, look, would I want Harbaugh? Of course I would. It'd be a fresh start for him here. It'd be a lot of fun. immediately would, I think, bring some energy and all that into here. It's the same reason everybody else would want to hire him. And then the question is, why would he want to come in here with no quarterback? That kind of thing. I mean, think about that. For most of his career, Harbaugh had 2 quarterbacks. He had Flacco and Lamar. I think that's like 15 seasons or something with them.
It's a way to get it done. Terry, thank you very much.
Thanks, Terry.
Hope the book sales are going well. Why can't this team just find a quarterback by Terry Pluto? You can go to Amazon. You can get it where you buy your books. Thank you, bud.
Thanks.
Thanks, Terry.
Terry Pluto, plaindealercleveland.com. Harbaugh. Everybody has him at the top of the list. Does he have the Browns on the top of the list? We'll dig in. Coming up on Baskin and Phelps. Daryl Ryder joins us at noon.
Picture this, a Mr. Hero Roman burger in
Minnesota's taken 4 of its last 5. Want to get your highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Hey kids, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 10 to 6 a.m. And look where you are right now. That's right, Baskin and Phelps from 10 to 2 and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand. Just looking in, give a little shout out to some of the folks. Football on the Boulevard 4 hanging out with us a little bit today. I see that Dog216. Oh, Dog216. Not a very nice thing. You talk to your mom that way? That's not nice. I'll give you one more. Super fan. Yep, something there. Okay, good. Thank you.
Quit looking at that.
I want to say hi to our new friends.
New friends.
New friends. A lot of people don't like Kevin on YouTube, in case you're wondering that.
No kidding.
It's a shocker. It is, and if you even dare to say anything like, I really like, I'd like to know where Kevin got his haircut, because he just always had a really good haircut. Oh my God, those guys are such Kevin apologists. Can't believe that. Oh, no wonder they don't. Oh, they hate everyone. I can't believe they said that. Calm down.
Folks around the NFL seem to like Kevin. He'll be employed shortly, and we wish him luck.
Yeah, go look on all the betting sites. They like him too, so we're not completely crazy.
Well,
I just think it didn't work here, and that's the end of it.
It didn't work the last 2 years, and it's not all his fault, but he took the hit.
Yeah.
So there you go.
He was the scapegoat.
And he might have deserved it, but if he deserved it, Andrew Berry deserved it.
Probably true, and I'm sure people are looking at ownership.
As Andrew said, I own that record. Well, you might own it, but you didn't have to pay for it. Kevin did.
You rented.
Kevin did.
But he could have to pay for it in the very near future if they don't make a good hire.
We're going to get some phone calls here in a second, and Daryl's going to join us coming up at noon. Browns, Ravens, Dolphins, Raiders, Titans, Cardinals, Giants, Falcons. 8 teams in the NFL looking for head coaches right now. If you're John Harbaugh, Andy, what's at the top of your list? Obviously not Baltimore, so that leaves him 7 job openings.
All right, so
I'll tell you what's not at the top of the list. The Browns.
Yeah, I don't.
Unless.
All right, now give me a reason. I want someone to tell me why John Harbaugh would want to come coach here with the Browns.
2 reasons.
I only have the one.
He's always loved the Browns. He grew up being a Browns fan. His mom and dad honeymooned at a Browns game. His mom's from Cleveland, and it was always his dream.
Okay, that's it. That's
to be the head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
And he wants to be the man to fix the problems.
That's the only way he ends up as head coach of the Browns.
And a lot of money.
Well, he's going to get that anywhere.
You can maybe get a little more. Do you think that the Haslam's have to overpay for a coach if they're in a battle? They don't want to get into a battle.
Oh, they've done it before for a quarterback.
And the current coach, they owe $7 million.
No, they won't have to overpay for a coach, but they're going to have to pay market price. So, in other words, if they want to hire John Harbaugh here, they're going to make him the highest paid or close to the highest paid coach in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But most of these teams would have to do that.
Yeah,
most of these teams would have to for him, not for Kevin, not for McCarthy, but. If you want to hire Harbaugh, you're going to have to make him a top 5.
Would they say that 7 teams called him right away, and there were only 6 openings?
Yeah, and reportedly 2 of the teams that called had coaches. One of them might not now, Mike McDaniel. I would think if you're Harbaugh, and again, when you weren't here yesterday, we talked a lot about what does a guy want to do. That's why he would end up as coach of the Browns, because he wants to be the guy to fix it. He always wanted to be that whole thing. It's not the football operation. It's not the ownership. You can get ownership anywhere. And very different ownership here than in Baltimore with Bisciotti. And not better or worse, whatever you want to do. Bisciotti's more hands-off. Do you want to deal with a more hands-on owner? Well, there are plenty of those around the league too. So, you can think about that. I would think if I'm Harbaugh, at the top of the list would be the New York Giants, the Atlanta Falcons, and now the Miami Dolphins. Giants ownership, real stable, hands off, talent on that team, and it's New York. If you don't mind New York and you want to live in New York and deal with all that, I think that's the job. Arthur Blank can give him anything he wants in Atlanta.
I think he'd have no problems in New York.
No, I don't think he would either.
He doesn't care.
But does he? Again, at some point, maybe with some guys, lifestyle comes into it. Do you want to live in the New York metropolitan area? Probably not an issue for most guys. But, if he doesn't... What do you want to do with your family? That's the other question. Well, yeah, but I'm sure... I don't know. I would assume his kids are a little older. But do you want to move to New York or do you want to move to Fort Lauderdale? Miami is not everybody's cup of tea, but some people would love it. If you're looking for a destination and an opportunity, well, really rich dude in Stephen Ross, who's 85, has Michigan ties, is going to leave his hands out of the deal. You don't have a general manager. You could probably pick your own, and you can go down there, spend your days on the water when you're not coaching football, and get anything you want. So I think...
It's a hard competition for here.
It is.
And no state income tax, too, right?
But, again, Dolphins weren't the team he grew up with. His mom's not from Miami. She went to Shaw High School. Does that mean anything? I don't know. That to me is the way he gets it. But I would think if I'm Harbaugh, it's Miami, it's Atlanta, and the New York Giants. Not in that order.
Well, his brother was joking about him wanting to go to. He wants him to go to an NFC
team.
Yeah,
he'd love him with the Giants, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Nate is in West Salem. Hello, Nate.
Hey, Nate.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I think there's a lot of other teams that Harbaugh is going to be interested in, but in addition to the family ties, and in addition to the amount of money Jimmy can put out, the last time he was successful, really successful in Baltimore, was when he had a top-notch defense. And out of all of our flaws here in Cleveland, we do have a top-notch defense. And with the amount of draft picks we have, with the we have a lot of humps to get over on the offensive side, but it is really just the offensive side and the special teams that need to be reworked. If he did, while we do not have the quarterback, having that top-notch defense would put him at ease, as opposed to having the whole team needing to be rebuilt. So I would love it for Harbaugh. I want a coach that already has some head coach experience, and he would just be phenomenal for what we need. So that's all I got.
All right, Nate. I don't think anybody has said I don't want him. He wouldn't be a good fit. It wouldn't, he wouldn't be the right guy. He's the perfect guy. The question is, does he want to do it? And would he want to come here? And I would think he would want other things first. You never know. Kurt is in Columbus. Hello, Kurt.
Hey, Kurt.
Hey, Phelps, Baskin. Hope you guys are doing well.
Thanks.
Like to weigh in on Schwartz, Harbaugh, sure. And then I have an out-of-the-box idea that Baskin's going to love.
Oh, keep going. Start with that. Let's have fun first.
Does it involve pizza?
No, come on, because you'll cut me off. It's so out of the box.
I'm not going to cut you off. Jeff might cut you out of the box.
Schwartz. I'm not going with Schwartz as head coach.
Okay,
29 and 52 with Detroit.
Long time ago.
But that's still, I know, but hey, it's still a record. But also, check your YouTube. When he ran across the field to get in Jim Harbaugh's face, that showed no emotional intelligence. And if supposedly we're looking for EQ and IQ, I don't want that as my head coach. Check it out on YouTube if you don't remember it. John Harbaugh, I'm going to say no. And I'm thinking about, by the way, on Schwartz, our defense collapsed in some key moments. I'm not buying the hype about how great our defense is. I think it's good, but when it came time to step up in many ways, we fell apart. Minnesota, in London, Houston, in the playoff game, etc.
I agree with you. I think they have a good defense, not a great defense.
Thank you, Phelps. I'll agree with you there. John Harbaugh, 8 years with Lamar, Granted, some of it's on Lamar. No Super Bowl. Derrick Henry, no Super Bowl. He was lucky to win that Super Bowl with Flacco throwing that bomb in Denver, if you remember. So I'm not totally going to give up the whole house on John Harbaugh. I kind of like McCarthy. And Dallas, Green Bay, 2 quarterbacks, Prescott, Rodgers, dealt with Jerry Jones. He's in that Packer community, grew up in Western Pennsylvania. There's a lot to like about McCarthy. And here's my out-of-the-box for you, Baskin.
Yeah.
We get Taylor Swift to buy the team from Haslam, and we turn over the franchise to the Heights High Kelsey brothers.
Oh, good enough. All right. Are you
Friend
kidding?
of the show.
We would have given you the rest of the hour if you would have dropped that first.
Nice job, Kurt.
I'm watching that fight
He's
again.
beaming and drooling. Chris is in Maryland.
Do you remember the Schwartz Harbaugh fight?
Chris, what's Maryland doing? What are the Ravens doing getting rid of Harbaugh?
I'll be honest with you guys. I live here. I've been here 20 plus years, but I'm a Northeast Ohio native, so I really could care less about the Ravens.
There you go. That's our boy.
Friend of the show to
That's
everybody.
our boy
today.
right there.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my kids. I refuse to let my kids participate in Purple Fridays. There's just
fabulous.
Well done. Well done. Good parenting.
Yeah, thank you. No, but my question is, let's say the Bills blow it over the weekend. They lose. Sean McDermott gets fired.
Yeah,
is he a top candidate for the Browns?
It's got to be on the interview list, doesn't he?
Yeah, I would think they'd want to talk to him.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so, too. And I just wonder, Harbaugh's already done. Let's say McDermott gets canned. Let's say Mike Tomlin gets canned. Do you see like a revolving door? Like McDermott goes to Baltimore, Tomlin goes to Buffalo, Harbaugh ends up in Pittsburgh?
I do, actually, Chris. I think some of these guys who have been let go are going to find themselves employed. I think Kevin's going to get a head coaching job. Harbaugh's going to get a head coaching job. I don't know about Mike McDaniel, but he'll get a coordinator job if nothing else.
Well, I don't think there's any question he's qualified to do that beyond. I mean,
Raheem Morris, Jonathan Gannon, the Ignatius grad.
Gannon's interesting for here.
These guys are going to get recycled, and I would bet that several, more than 3 of the guys who just got fired end up as head coaches in other spots. 3 or 4, anyway. Daryl Ryder's our Browns beat reporter. Daryl's going to join us next right here on Baskin and Phelps. And then at 1 o'clock, we're going to Cincinnati to talk to one of our old coworkers.
Who?
James Rapine.
Oh.
Now with BengalsTalk.com and Locked On Bengals podcast. James going to join us to give us some insight into Dan Pitcher, offensive coordinator of the Bengals, who the Browns plan to talk to. And he's making faces right here on Baskin and Phelps.
FanDuel is giving all customers a profit boost every college playoff game day. That means more chances to level up your picks and turn big moments into even bigger wins. Ride with the favorite. Yep, I like saying that. Ride with the favorite. Take a shot on the underdog or build a parlay. Then apply your profit boost and go for bigger winnings. FanDuel is the best place to get into all the football.
fans have to kind of keep in mind as they get outraged over the lack of big names on the Browns coaching candidate list.
Daryl, thank you, bud.
See you, D.
You bet, guys.
Daryl Ryder, our Browns beat reporter, brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Would anyone other than John Harbaugh feel like a consolation prize to you, Browns fans? Anybody other than Harbaugh? You've missed out? It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Attention 92.3 The Fan listeners. Want to see the Wine and Gold in person when they take on Orlando on
season and go 15-0. Make sure you get all the latest Browns content filtered to your phone now that it's the off season. You can follow the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, we get the Cincinnati perspective on a guy the Browns are going to be talking to. And that is Dan Pitcher, spelled just like baseball pitcher. Pitcher. James Rapine's going to join us.
Good.
Our former coworker.
Look at him coming out of the
James,
retirement.
one of the nice young guys who used to actually ask us questions about things.
Yeah, does that make them? What does that make them?
Friend of the show.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, he actually was.
There's no money involved.
He was looking to pick our brains about stuff, and then, as I tell anybody who asks that stuff and ask us about the business, I'll give you my thoughts, and then you sit back and you think, can I use those? Or are they hogwash? Just nod your head and say thanks and move along and think, thank you, that works. Or, boy, what a bunch of nonsense. I'm ignoring all of that.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
The latter. Probably more.
Well, that's valid. That's what I always did with advice. I'm Jeff Phelps. Andy Baskin's my buddy. Dan Mennigan is running the ship today, as he always does. And Mackenzie Flume takes your phone calls, 216-474-0092. So now Mike McDaniel is out in Miami. He's in the pool of guys you might be able to hire. 8 jobs available. Again, I don't think the Browns are at the top of the John Harbaugh wish list unless it's his lifelong ambition to coach the Cleveland Browns, which it might be. If the Browns don't hire Harbaugh, is anybody else going to feel like just a complete, okay, you didn't get Harbaugh? I kind of think it is.
I'm okay with Schwartz. Schwartz doesn't bother me at all.
Okay. He might be the one guy who pacifies that situation.
I keep seeing, I keep looking at odds. Should I be looking at odds or should I be looking at stories?
Both.
I for some reason, I find myself wanting to look at odds to see who's the next guy who.
Well, you're a big gambler guy, Andy.
There you go. Gruden kind of does something for me. I know you're trying to get me to laugh.
Boy, his name is just not popping up.
I know it's not.
Gruden may be too distanced from things. I don't know. If they hired John Gruden, I would think, let's go, baby. Let's see what it becomes.
I don't know why, but Chris Shula doesn't bother me. But then that also means if you're going to Chris Shula, you're probably
losing Jim Schwartz.
Yeah, you're losing Schwartz. Kingsbury and Kubiak's name are always right there.
Terry said, when Terry Pluto was with us, he said the exact right thing. I think I agree completely. He said, you can't worry about retaining a coordinator. You can't.
No,
you don't even worry about it. If a new coach doesn't want Jim Schwartz, then you picked the new coach. You didn't pick Jim Schwartz.
No.
If the new coach doesn't want Tommy Rees, Tommy goes and becomes the boy wonder somewhere else.
Yeah, I would like to see them go to an offensive side of the ball. But someone's going to have to put all the pieces together on this thing, right? The defense needs to be maybe little tweaks here and there, but there's no name that's really going to make me go, oh, wow. I keep saying to myself, is there a name that will sell tickets? Harbaugh would sell tickets, right?
Harbaugh would. Gruden would.
Is there anybody else still coaching that may be available after this weekend?
Dan Pitcher would sell tickets.
To where? His family?
If he comes out and wins 6 straight games. Regardless of who the coach is, Andy, if they win, they're selling tickets. That's not an issue. Jim's in Strongsville.
Jimbo, Happy New Year, even though I'm not allowed to say that after the 3rd.
Hey, well, that's okay. Listen, this job right now screams for a veteran head coach, a guy who's been a head coach. I think if they bring anybody in that's kind of like unproven coordinator guy or whatever, it's a mistake. You might as well burn next season down because you got Andrew Berry already kind of on the hot seat. You need a veteran stabilizing presence in that building because you see how Jimmy relies on people. you need a guy that, let's say Andrew Berry doesn't come through next year and they do fire him. Jimmy's going to need help to hire the next GM. And you got to hope that you get some success out of a veteran head coach, which I think you would. I don't want the power dynamic with Andrew Berry bringing in somebody who's unproven, doesn't have the credentials to, I need somebody who's going to be able to push back on him. And I don't think you're going to get that with a coordinator guy. And as far as it goes with, like, people talk about this being a bad job, I don't know. You want to go out to the Raiders and that circus and have Tom Brady looking over your shoulder?
I would not.
Been a
No.
circus in the past.
No.
Nashville's been a circus in the past. The Giants, like, everybody's like, oh, the Giants is a great job. Okay, it's a great job, except, I don't know, Mara's like 800 years old. You saw the interview with him when he did the video when they were talking about Barkley. He didn't look all that. They've been a mess for the last 10 years. And
He's
take
quite
that
sick,
job,
too, from what I read.
Well, and if you take that job, you have to believe Jackson Dart's really a franchise quarterback, which after an injury-filled year, I'm not ready to say that. So there's just a lot of factors that play in. Everybody's like, well, they got a nice young quarterback. Nice young quarterback doesn't mean he's a franchise quarterback. If this guy flames out in 3 years, that's going to reflect on you as the head coach. So you better believe in him.
Yeah, but Jim, let me throw this scenario at you, and I saw this from somebody out of New York. Okay, you want to hire a head coach, John Harbaugh, in New York, and John says, you know what, I like Jackson Dart, but I don't want him to be my guy. Go get me Mac Jones instead. Okay, we'll go get Mac Jones, and we'll trade Jackson Dart. I mean, they could do that.
100%.
They could do
100%. I mean, what do you guys think? I just think this team needs a veteran head coach with lots of experience.
Totally agree with you. I
don't disagree either.
100%. They need somebody that's done this before.
And Jim, I trust a track record more than I trust a perspective.
How about this name, guys? Jason Garrett.
I said that 2 days ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Is Jason
Jim,
Garrett
thanks,
another, Kevin Stefanski?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. For instance, Terry wasn't crazy about Mike McCarthy. We know Dan can't stand the ground that Mike McCarthy walks on. If Mike McCarthy were to be hired by the Browns, at the very least, you knew, okay, well, this guy has coached and been successful in the past. Let's see what he can do in this situation. He would bring some stability to this thing, and then can he get the job done? It wouldn't be a question of, gosh, do you think he can become a head coach? Which, Andy, would be the question with any coordinator you hire. You don't know. Chris Shula, could he be a head coach? Maybe. Everybody thought his dad could. His dad wasn't really very good as a head coach in Cincinnati. So at the least with a guy like McCarthy, well, yeah, he can be a head coach. He's got a Super Bowl ring to prove it. He's got some winning records to prove it. You might not like him, but you know he can do the job. Jeff is in North Carolina. Jeff, you're calling on a regular basis, and we thank you for that.
Hey, Jeff.
Mr. Baskin, Coach Phelps, thanks again for taking the call. Great show.
Yes, sir.
I got a fun for you, Curt Cignetti. Now, they hear me out.
Second guy to say it today.
Yep.
Keep going.
Yeah, Curt Cignetti loves him some Curt Cignetti. Curt, what do you do? He coached at IUP, won a D2 title, I think, went to Elon at FCS and James Madison Group 5. Now he's conquering Power 4 ball at Indiana. He's checked every box at the high school level. And just fun thinking that coach might, want to take the worst job out there is to show everybody how good he is.
Here's the only crazy thing I'll say to you. Is there an NFL team that's going to give him $11.6 million a year? Because that's what he's making in Indiana right now.
And I almost I kind of prepared for that question.
Cool,
nice.
I go back to Jimmy has not been afraid to spend money.
That's true.
If you remember, Deshaun Watson was going to go to Atlanta and then Miami, and just out of nowhere, he makes this obscene contract. So if Jimmy
because we didn't have a quarterback. Our other quarterback was on social media saying, "Get me out of here, Jay! Get me off this crazy thing."
That's fair. But, yeah, everyone wants Harbaugh. I think he would be a no-brainer. The consolation prize question, though, I think if you were to pull off the Cignetti, man, I think that would be outstanding.
All right, Jeff. Thank you very much. Jeff in North Carolina.
We've not heard one Ryan Day.
Interesting.
We haven't heard one Ryan Day yet. That's what that loss will do to you. Top of the world 1 minute, bottom of the world 30 seconds later.
I think Ryan Day might be a better pro coach than a college coach.
There are parts of me that 100% believe you.
Really?
Yeah,
Q's in Cleveland. Q, welcome.
How you guys doing? Andy, Jeff.
Q.
Hey, listen, yesterday, Andy,
Yeah.
Jeff, I thought it was going to be Schwartz, right?
Yeah.
But then I had to really go back and really think, man. I had to go down the Haslam rabbit hole. If you really think about it, Haslam was in the Pittsburgh ownership group.
Yeah.
He learned loyalty with his coaches, right? So he tried to ride it out with Kevin Stefanski.
Well, with this guy.
He did.
He wasn't loyal to the other guys for very long.
No, ask Chud.
So he tried to ride it out. But what I'm thinking is, I'm like Dan Pitcher. I'm back to Dan Pitcher, and the reason why I'm back to Dan Pitcher is because, this is how I'm thinking they're thinking. You got a young GM. Most football guys are a lot more seasoned. They're going to want to come in and do their own thing, and I don't think that Andrew Berry is the second youngest GM in the NFL. The other guys with the Jags. These guys are really young guys, and I think from a respect level, if you try to get Harbaugh's going to want to come in here. You're going to have to fire Andrew Berry in order to get Harbaugh. I think that Jimmy Haslam is happy with his hands-on approach because I think he does a little meddling from time to time, and I think that bringing in Dan Pitcher, I think that he can still do his meddling and still go through this experimental phase where we're going to get the next hot thing or the next hot OC. I think that we need in order to win games, guys, unless we get a football guy in here, somebody that's seasoned, somebody that's a veteran, and somebody that's proven that's been winning games, Mike McCarthy, any of these other guys that have been proven winners, we're not going to win. The tickets are already sold, guys. We in order to please the fan base, everybody wants an experienced guy, but I don't think we're going that route because I think that Haslam is trying to, he's still going to be finagling from time to time. Guys, we don't need that. We need to win. Everybody wants to win. Everybody wants a winning product, but I don't think Haslam is viewing it from that perspective. I think he's going to get one of these offensive coordinators. Remember, we said this. Dan Pitcher's coming in, guys.
All right, Q.
Yeah, I'm feeling we're going to hear that.
I honestly think the best course of action, and I think Dan and I agree with this, if you find your Sean McVay, if you find your Kyle Shanahan, well, that's what you really want. But do you trust these guys to find that person? We're going to talk about Dan Pitcher. By the way, it sounds like a guy who had a bad outing for the Guardians. Dan Pitcher. No?
Yeah, I got it.
It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Make sure you get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone now that it's the off season. You can follow the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital's Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, James Rapine, our former coworker, one of the truly nice young dudes we had working here at the station. He left. He's going to be joining us at 1 o'clock. He works in Cincinnati now. BengalsTalk.com. He's from Cincinnati. So he knows all about Dan Pitcher.
Gee, that's great.
We might soon know all about Dan Pitcher.
Does Dan Pitcher do anything for anybody?
Well, no, ain't he?
I mean, I'll get on board
Did
if
Sean
they hire
McVay
him.
do anything for anybody before he got hired by the Rams? Other than people named Shanahan. Exactly.
We're Cleveland. We make
Exactly.
headlines. We make headlines.
We're gonna get back into this in a little.
And we're all really good at talking ourselves into these things too.
We're taking a football break.
If they hire him, we'll talk ourselves into it.
We're taking a football break.
Are we talking about Netflix and how the internet broke last night? You want to do that?
No.
We can.
No.
I can't believe they didn't drop another thing of Stranger Things.
First of all, I have a sad thing to say.
I was talking about Netflix, but okay.
Well, we don't care about Netflix.
You know what? A lot of people did because last night, I mean, they must.
Well, good.
Because everyone thought they were dropping another episode of Stranger Things.
Netflix, Stranger Things, 216-474-0092.
You're going to regret doing that, Jeff.
Dude.
That was not a good move.
In.
So
Jeff Phelps just had you call in for Stranger Things questions, just so you know that.
Here's a sad thing. Remember last year, the Guardians, who have become the halfway house for Tommy John recovering pitchers.
Like Vecna. Yeah, keep going.
They signed, it was Matt Boyd, who now is doing very well for the Cubs.
Mm-hmm.
And last year they signed left-hander John Means, who was with the Orioles and had done okay with Baltimore and then had to have Tommy John surgery and needed a gig. And the Guardians signed him, but did not pick up his option for next year. And earlier this week, John Means sent out some social media information, and he said, on the day today when I was supposed to sign a major league contract with a team, unidentified, he was going to sign a major league contract.
Mm-hmm.
He ruptured his Achilles tendon. The poor dude was coming back from Tommy John surgery. Pitched last year, worked his way back. He's ready to go. He didn't pitch here last year. They didn't pick him up, but, he's ready to go. Did all of that rehab, worked his way back. Going to sign a contract, but I'm going to have lunch first or work out. Boom, ruptured Achilles. Andy, that's awful,
That
man.
sucks. That sucks.
That's just an awful.
That's Aaron Boone getting hurt playing baseball. Kind of sucks, right?
Basketball.
Basketball, playing basketball during baseball.
That's just awful. So, John Means, even though you're in the organization, we don't know you real well because you didn't get to pitch for the Guardians, but that's awful and nothing but the quickest of recoveries. But he's going to be 2 seasons without playing baseball now, Andy. That stinks.
That does suck.
On the other hand, well, you're going to have a lot of time to make sure your arm's good to go.
No, that's true.
But, you're going to have to shut it down because you can't pitch on a torn Achilles. So we wish him luck. Can I say one other thing?
Oh, you going to talk about Stranger Things again?
My guy Reese Hoskins is still out there.
He's kind of a Stranger Things, isn't it? If they could get him.
Saw some headlines. Yankees talking to Reese Hoskins for $7.5 million a year for 1 year.
We could do that.
Yes.
We could pay for that.
Yes.
But we need a reason.
Couldn't you add a power right-handed stick at first base DH? He got hurt in Milwaukee and then was not on the playoff roster. But the word was he was a fabulous guy in the clubhouse and they loved him and blah, 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 which fits right in with the Stephen Vogt Guardians mentality.
That's true. He could use a veteran like that.
Well, and he can hit. He's not going to hit you 320, but he might hit you 220 with some pop. Might hit 260. I'll put him at the top of the favorite pledge class.
That hasn't been since
Delta pledge
2017.
Class. Whatever pledge class you want it to be.
260. in
Yeah, I know, but
2017.
look at his power numbers. The guy swings a bat.
Okay. I'm looking. I'm down with it. I'm just looking. I don't have enough home runs here. What do we do?
Have you been disappointed by the offseason of the Guardians?
What offseason?
It's not. Well, they
Big
signed.
Christmas just got let go again, didn't he? They sent him to Baltimore, and now Baltimore said it only took 2 days to get rid of him.
DFA'd him for somebody else, yeah.
The Guardians have had an offseason. They've just picked up, tall bullpen guys who can throw hard.
You guys aren't pumped for the Italian kid?
There's an Italian kid who they've signed. He's 22 years old.
From Italy?
Throws about 97.
Yep.
The only problem was I saw the video of him throwing, and it's like, oh, is there a strike in there? I don't think so.
Yeah, there's a little bit of Vaughn going on with him, but they could work with that.
There was no batter there either.
They can work with that. Carl Willis will fix it.
Throwing to a catcher with a speed monitor behind him. It's like, hey, look, I just threw 97 in the dirt in the right-handed batter's box.
Hey.
My catcher caught that ball after he sprung to his feet.
Everybody's in the DR. There's a lot of teams who are out there scouting Japan. The KBO is getting more and more popular with people.
Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
3D chess says you go to the next hotbed of Italy. Start scouting.
I don't know if you caught this big news. Did you see that we had a couple guys change numbers?
No, I did not see such things.
George Valera changed his number to 7.
Okay.
CJ Kafis is now number 2.
Yeah.
And Chase DeLauder is
20.
Wait, that's impossible. It says here on the transaction wire for the Guardians, Chase DeLauder changed his number to 14.
I'm glad you checked that out before you read it on the air.
Well, how could that be possible? Right?
That'd be Larry Doby's retired number.
Yeah, how could, unless, I don't know. Maybe it's a request. This is on the official Guardians website. In December 25, Valera changed number to 7. Kafis changed number to 2. Chase DeLauder changed number to 14. Just reading what I'm seeing. Happened on 12/17.
Well, that's a shame.
He's going to be disappointed, isn't he?
Larry Doby's number is retired.
Yeah, how did they do that? Maybe it was a formal request, and then he didn't realize it?
You know what it was?
What?
They said, look, we can't give you 455, so we'll give you 14. No?
This is well played. This is very well played. How can they do that?
Thank you very much.
I'm not crazy. I'm looking right at it. It says Chase DeLauder changed number to 14.
I'm trying to be...
I'm just telling you how boring the offseason's been for the Guardians.
I'm always optimistic about the baseball season.
I know
because
you're optimistic.
Our team puts together quality products, but it's not been an offseason that makes you get all giddy and excited about the season because all they've brought in are nondescript bullpen arms.
Yes.
The bat hasn't shown up yet. Your fingers are crossed that George Valera or Chase DeLauder or
CJ Kafis,
Travis Bazzana become something.
Stuart Fairchild.
That's a really tough way to go into spring training. Hey, we got 5 or 6 guys who might be our starting outfielders.
Stuart Fairchild, fresh from the Polo Grounds.
You know what it means?
I mean,
if you have 5 or 6 guys who could be starters for you in the outfield, you know what that means?
Jeff, you think I'm
means
bad?
You don't have any.
You think I'm bad about saying the NBA season
Maybe
doesn't
one.
start until Christmas? Baseball doesn't really.
Oh, don't say it, Andy.
Spring training, man. Get me to spring training, and then it starts.
Well, you want us to go back and talk about Shador again, or what?
You know what? I think people are curious about Shador.
Well, I think so, too.
More than Shador. How about Stuart? Can we get one of those for Stuart Fairchild? He's got a minor league contract. He's going to spring training.
Does that not sound like the name of someone who would have a gold medal in dressage? Which is that whole sport of having the horse prance and people judge it?
You know what he sounds like? One of the guys from Great Britain who won a gold medal in Chariots of Fire.
There you go. Yep. That would do it.
Stuart Fairchild.
There is Stuart Fairchild out in front.
Look at that. Hello, Stuart.
Can they get anybody who can hit the ball over the fence?
Stuart is going to
would give it any kind of excitement.
Reese Hoskins.
I'm in. Jeff, I'm in.
Stuart is going to bring chocolates to the ballpark.
But
If the Yankees could sign him for 7.5, Andy's right. So could the Guardians.
Yes.
But this offense, this offseason doesn't even feel like they're waiting for everyone to get done and then they're going to hop in the dumpster. It's almost like the dumpster's been picked up, taken to the dump, and then they're going to hop in.
You know what happened? the trash guy came around at 7 a.m. and you didn't get your trash out until about 7:35. You missed it, and it's going to sit on your driveway for a week.
Can you get somebody in here to show some sense of urgency to win some games? Please?
Okay.
With sprinkles?
I got a clarification.
Cream and a cherry on top, please?
I got a clarification on Chase Slaughter. He actually, now Sports Illustrated reported he changed his number to 24, but the official site says 14. So that must just have been a typo. Feel better? Kafis is still changing his number to 2. Valera is still changing his number to 7.
Why should he get 24?
Why
should he retire it for Manny Ramirez?
Well, he's getting 24.
Don't tell me twice. Greatest
Chase Slaughter is changing his
Best
number to
right-handed
24
hitter I've ever seen.
because it's open. 14 is not open.
I know.
Well, that's why I was first like 14.
He was wearing 35. What was wrong with that?
35 is like a...
It's like a Danny Ferry number.
It's like a tight end's number.
It's like a Calvin Hill number. Calvin Hill was tough.
Yeah, his kid. I don't think his kid really liked Cleveland when his dad was here.
Who cares?
He was a pretty good basketball player.
Yeah, well, I don't care if Grant Hill liked Cleveland or not.
I did.
I like Calvin.
I mean, I'd hear a story about Grant playing basketball in San Bertigliano's backyard, and then to hear him say like bad things about Cleveland down the road kind of bummed me out a little, to be honest. We're just bummed about that. I don't know. I take it personal when people rip the city of Cleveland. I don't know if you've ever noticed that.
Gee, I've not noticed that at all.
It's because I am Cleveland.
That's stunning news, Andy.
Feel good about it.
I am Cleveland. I am Andy Baskin.
No, I root for Clevelanders. That's what I root for.
Does this team need another starting pitcher? Would you go out and bring in another arm?
No.
I don't know.
University of Akron grad Chris Bassett is out there.
My heavens, you need a bat. He's a reliever.
Lucas Giolito was here for a while. He liked it. He's still available. Walker Buehler. His arm might still be attached.
I think that elbow's blown out twice now.
Any other reclamation projects they can work on?
Jacob Junis is still available.
Got the job done.
Michael Kopech.
Now, that one you could talk me into. But he's also blown his elbow out twice.
I know.
Not that slows a lot of these.
You want to
guys
go
down.
back to Reese Hoskins? That was more
Paul
fun.
Goldschmidt's available.
I'd do that in a minute. They need a bat.
How old
I
is
know.
Paul? How old
My
is he now?
heavens.
Doesn't matter if he can hit.
37? He might be my age.
I'll bet Goldschmidt's
37 or
about 38. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm guessing, though.
He was so good at Arizona.
He
was the best player no one was talking about.
If you take a look at our team and look at the free agents,
I could see
there's
them
some
picking
real clear
Goldschmidt up, couldn't you?
matches.
I'd go trade for Ketel Marte. I don't understand for the life of me how Ketel Marte isn't in this team's plans.
I can tell you why. They used the number 1 overall pick in a baseball draft, first time they ever had it, on a second baseman, which still befuddles me, but I hope he becomes a great player.
Do you want the handful of magic beans, or do you want the proven asset?
Well, Dan, you're asking the wrong guy.
Give me the asset. That's what I'm asking them. Is do you really want the magic beans instead of the proven asset?
Yes, I think they do.
Hey,
unbelievable.
You don't have to pay the magic beans for 7 years, and you think you might really have something.
You have 30 seconds. You got to do this. I've never seen a line like that. One. I don't know if you have time or not. Let's talk about magic beans.
All right.
You do it. Do it.
All right. Tim, what do you got?
Tim.
Oh, hey, guys. I've been calling. I've been in that hole I've been digging for 6 seasons, remember? The Stefanski hire.
How you doing? We've been trying to get you water and food down there. Have you gotten any lately?
Oh, I've survived. I'm still alive.
We were worried about you.
I enjoy the show now that I can watch on YouTube.
Oh, Tim, what's up, man? Nice to see you.
Oh, yeah. And there's one other thing. Jim Schwartz.
Yeah.
He is the great. I love him as a defensive coordinator. As a head coach, you got to remember, he had a guy, Stafford, who is still taking teams to a Super Bowl, and he had a number 1 top-flight receiver, Calvin Johnson.
Yeah.
And I don't even want to recite the record of their season they had. But people need to remember
got in the playoffs
that,
once.
all
right, Tim.
All right. Good luck in the hole. We're all counting on you if you need rations.
Sounded like a Tim who used to work here.
You think so?
I don't know. James Rapine used to work here.
That's true.
He's now in Cincinnati. BengalsTalk.com. Locked on Bengals. You see him on SI all the time. He's gone big time on us. Sorry. But he's gonna drop back down and talk to the little people next. Tell us all about Dan Pitcher.
Woohoo!
On Baskin and Phelps.
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Andy, this is just a coincidence. I wasn't thinking about this.
Yeah.
What shirt am I wearing today?
Oh, you are wearing your Cincinnati Bearcats. Is that a Kelsey sweatshirt?
No, I spent a lot of tuition dollars at Cincinnati, so I got a sweatshirt out of the deal.
Yeah, you didn't get it for free, I can tell you that.
I didn't get the sweatshirt for free, nor did the kids get the degrees for free. But I know another Bearcat. Guy who graduated from the University of Cincinnati, has worked his entire career in Cincinnati, other than from December of 2018 to April of 2020, when he worked right here at 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline to talk to our former coworker, one of the really nice young guys who used to work here, James Rapine. Hello, James.
December to April, you nailed it. What do you have? My rap sheet in front of you?
Yeah, I do, actually. I'm looking at your LinkedIn page. I was just wondering if you even put us on it, and yes, you did.
Of course. Why wouldn't I?
How are you, man?
He's a creeper, isn't he? Phelps a creeper.
I'm doing great. It's good to be on with you guys. How are you?
It's good to have you with us, and I'm glad things are going so well for you in Cincinnati. You're doing all kinds of things. BengalsTalk.com, doing that. You've got your podcast on the Bengals, doing a great job. So congratulations on your success.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I go on SI.com, and there's your bright, smiling face all the time. So that's fun. That's fun stuff. Now, one of your other former coworkers, Daryl Ryder, you know Dangerous Daryl?
I do.
Daryl walked into the studio here yesterday.
Yeah.
He threw the door open, as only Daryl can do. Yep. And before we even had a chance to say hello to him, he said, "The new head coach of your Cleveland Browns, Dan Pitcher. That's who I'm going with." He was with us today. He backed it up.
Yeah.
Tell us who Dan Pitcher is.
Well, if Dan Pitcher becomes the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns, I think everyone listening, at least from a Browns fans standpoint, should be excited. He's an offensive-minded, young, bright, and I say young, but that doesn't mean lacks experience. Bright, forward-thinking, offensive-minded coach that has worked his way up, has groomed Joe Burrow to becoming one of the best quarterbacks in the league, was part of Marvin Lewis's staff, has been here longer than Zach Taylor. And so when I was departing for Cleveland, he was already on the Bengals staff. Zach Taylor liked him so much, he kept him around. And a year later, he became the quarterback's coach, which was obviously a big position, taking over for Alex Van Pelt, another tie there from Cincinnati and Cleveland. And the key there is he's been working closely with Joe Burrow throughout Joe Burrow's 6-year NFL career. And so when it comes to quarterbacks, offensive trends, scheme, all of the above, I think he checks all of those boxes. I also like Dan's demeanor a ton. And weeks ago, I told people, hey, I know everyone's saying it's a down head coaching crop. Buckle up, because Dan Pitcher could certainly get a job, and I'm not shocked at all that the Browns are interested.
All right, so help me one more time. Explain to me how Dan Pitcher will take the Browns into the future and help them win.
Well, see, here's how I view it, and I wrote this yesterday at BengalsTalk.com. If I'm Dan, I would be so leery of taking the Browns job. It would be the exact opposite. It would be, tell me what quarterback I get to groom and make great, because right now I don't know where that is. Because I think he's exactly what you're looking for if you have enough talent to, like, everything people think Mike McDaniel is, I think Dan Pitcher is offensively. But I also think he has the right demeanor, carries himself the right way to be a head coach in the league. I think that's a good way to put it. And the only reason I'm using Mike McDaniel is because everyone knows him. Seems like everyone loves him. The whole country is going to be talking about how he should be their offensive coordinator or maybe head coach. And so that's what I think Dan can be, is from a football smart standpoint. He understands all the X's and O's elements of it, but he can also, I believe he'll be able to, you never know until you see it, but I believe he'll be able to handle all the head coaching stuff that comes with it, not just on offense.
James Rapine joining us, former coworker of ours and now in Cincinnati, doing all kinds of media stuff involving the Cincinnati Bengals and the Reds and the Bearcats. He's doing everything there is to do in Cincinnati. So Zach Taylor still calls the plays in Cincinnati. Is that a drawback to Dan Pitcher?
Sure. Yeah. That would be the one thing where I'm sure that there would be some growth needed there, some growing pains, however you want to put it. And I think part of why he doesn't call the plays here isn't an indictment on Dan Pitcher. I think it's because the Bengals hired Zach Taylor for a reason, right? And he's the offensive mind, and he's the constant. And they know that a guy like Dan could get a job elsewhere. And when he does, you don't want to be scrambling for your next play caller and disrupt what you have with Joe Burrow. And we saw that a couple of years ago when Brian Callahan got hired by Tennessee as the Bengals offensive coordinator. Well, then they promoted Dan Pitcher, and it was a no-brainer. And he was getting interest from multiple other teams. He was about to get on a flight and do multiple interviews for offensive coordinator jobs a few years ago. And it just timed out really well where Brian got hired and the Bengals didn't let him get on the plane and were able to keep him in Cincinnati. That from a long-term standpoint, I don't think is a major issue because he'll get those reps needed. He has called some plays in the preseason, but obviously hasn't done that in the regular season. So would there be a juggle early? I'm sure there would be. There would be some growing pains. But that, if I'm the Cleveland Browns, certainly wouldn't be enough for me to say no to Dan Pitcher.
If I would have told you Zach Taylor has a job, but John Harbaugh doesn't last week, you would have told me what?
I would have said that's likely. I thought
you would have said that's going to happen. Okay,
not the John part. Like I'm not going to pretend that I knew that part was going to happen, but I knew Zach was staying. So like if you would have said who's more likely to go, John Harbaugh or Zach Taylor, I would have said John Harbaugh. And it is a surprise for sure, especially because with 2 seconds to go, I felt like Tyler Luke was going to make that kick, and the Ravens were going to win the division for the third straight time and be the only team that's ever done that in the AFC North. So I think it's wild to say out loud, but yeah, I'm not surprised that Zach Taylor is still in town. And I'll tell you this, guys, losing Dan would be a big loss for this Bengals organization. And I don't know who's in waiting. Like last time it was, all right, well, Callahan's gone. Dan Pitcher will be the guy as long as it times out well. And it did. I don't know if there's someone in-house that they could go after. Maybe it's just bringing Brian Callahan back. Obviously, he's available at this moment, but it could hurt the Bengals as well and bolster the Browns in a big way if they do end up hiring Dan Pitcher.
James Rapine joining us. James covering the Cincinnati Bengals and our former co-worker right here at The Fan. The last year wasn't good for the Bengals at 6-11. Joe hurt his toe early on and was out a big portion of the season, and Joe Flacco comes in. We all know what's going on. Mike Brown has a reputation for not spending money, but he also has a reputation for being patient. Is he being patient here with Zach Taylor, who had 4 straight winning records before this last year? Or is he just not wanting to change things too drastically because Joe Burrow likes Zach Taylor?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly a factor, is Joe Burrow. And it's if I had to make the Cleveland comp, it wouldn't be Browns-wise, it would be Cavs-wise. And what Joe Burrow means to the Bengals is similar to what LeBron meant to the Cavaliers pre-title, and like the impact. And he doesn't have the same control. The NBA is a different beast than the NFL, of course, when it comes to player control and things like that. But yeah, I mean, if you're the Bengals and you see Joe Burrow talking about happiness and all of those things, if Joe says, hey, I believe in Zach, we don't have enough talent, and I think everyone agrees, you'd have to be pretty silly to not think they have enough talent. I believe in Zach. I believe in this coaching staff. Let's just get more talent. Are you going to go against him knowing that it's going to make him upset at this stage? I wouldn't. Now, if they add talent this offseason and Zach struggles again and they don't win again, well, then you got to do something. And me personally, I would have had a heart-to-heart with Joe and maybe made a decision. But, yeah, I think the Bengals are sticking with Zach for a bunch of reasons. One is Mike Brown is patient. They believe in him. And Joe believes in him. And if Joe believes in him and you're 50-50 on it, well, that's a heck of a tiebreaker to lean inside with. So I do understand that side of it. Even if it were me, I probably would have looked at it and said, you know, from a 5,000-foot view, it's probably time to move on after 7 seasons.
I'm just looking at the Bengals have the 10th pick coming up in the draft. Just your thoughts on needs, and obviously you got to get Burrow some help.
Yeah, I mean, they just need some playmakers on defense. I mean, that's the biggest thing. Is part of the reason why this Bengals team, every time they play the Browns, it is a dogfight, is because there aren't many teams whose top playmakers can match up with the Bengals' top playmakers, and the Browns can, and that's tough. And much like the Browns have been pretty poor on offense, the Bengals have done that defensively over the past couple of years. And so can you find a playmaker that's going to give you the ability to build around this young rookie contract defensive player, and preferably it would be in the trenches, right? Someone, a defensive tackle, defensive end. That's what they need. Will they be able to find it with the 10th pick? I don't know. Those guys are hard to come by. And so we'll see. Regardless, they have to add significant talent to their defense to raise the floor of their defense. So we're not talking about a team losing 47-42 to the Bears and 39-38 to Justin Fields and the Jets. I mean, just some embarrassing losses that they dealt or that they suffered this season.
James, I have 20 seconds. Does Dan Pitcher get a head coaching job, and is it in Cleveland?
I think there's a 25% chance that he gets a head coaching job. And if it were me, I would try to dodge the Browns. I think the Ravens should be interested in Dan Pitcher. Clearly, I'm high on him, but would not shock me one bit if Cleveland makes a run at him and tries to hire him.
Great to have you with us, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
James Rapine, our former coworker, now in Cincinnati, doing all kinds of things with the Bengals, and he joined us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Change your thought on a young, hot coordinator? Baskin just gave me a visual cue on that one. I'll tell you what he said when we come back.
90.
Washington Wizards. Moving Young gives Atlanta some financial flexibility to pursue a large salary over the next several months. Anthony Davis reportedly a prime target. Make sure you get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Have some news.
According to Robert Murray of Fansided, Stephen Kwan and the Guardians have agreed to a $7.725 million contract for the season ahead to avoid going to arbitration.
Okay, there's
Don't
that.
have to worry about that.
James Rapine, our former co-worker from BengalsTalk.com and Locked on Bengals, was just with us moments ago, and James said this about the gentleman who's going to interview with the Browns, Bengals offensive coordinator Dan Pitcher.
If Dan Pitcher becomes the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns, I think everyone listening, at least from a Browns fans standpoint, should be excited. He's an offensive-minded, young, bright, forward-thinking, offensive-minded coach that has worked his way up. The key there is he's been working closely with Joe Burrow throughout Joe Burrow's 6-year NFL career. And so when it comes to quarterbacks, offensive trends, scheme, all of the above, I think he checks all of those boxes. And I also like Dan's demeanor a ton.
What's that do for you, Andy?
I think if he got here, I could be okay with it. I'm just like right now. There's too many different options out there. That doesn't seem to be my go-to guy at this point. I don't know if it's anybody in Northeast Ohio's go-to guy right now. There are other names out there that you want to see the Browns try to fight for or get the opportunity to take him. So, but I think if they did hire him, I think we would embrace him the same way you would like Mike Pettin. People embrace Mike Pettin. People embrace Pat Shurmur.
Not when
they embraced.
Not when they got hired, but
they're not.
We embrace anybody who's the head coach because we want nothing but the best for them.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is
Until
it's
they
not.
Don't hand off to Nick Chubb in the red zone.
Like I always felt bad for Pettin because I thought Pettin was
I liked Mike.
I did too. I thought he was a good coach.
I did too.
You know, he just never really. He was like the 5th or 6th choice, while Banner and Lombardi were screaming at each other, trying to figure out who to get as a head coach, and they waited too long, and so I just think he's not a name that is going to make you run out and go buy tickets. But in the end of the day, maybe he could be a good coach. And when James says that, there's some validity to it.
Dan and I agreed yesterday. Ultimately, what you really want is to find your own Sean McVay, find your own John Harbaugh, find your own Mike Tomlin. Yeah. You want to hire that guy who becomes your cornerstone and is here for a decade plus, if you can find somebody like that. They've tried it numerous times. You know, we went over the guys they have hired already. They haven't nailed it. The closest they've come to getting it right is Kevin Stefanski.
That's exactly right.
And if Kevin wasn't good enough for them to keep, maybe it's time they go out and hire somebody with experience, because apparently they're not identifying coordinators who become the guy. You know what I mean? It's hard to argue with that, isn't it?
You can't.
Their track record isn't good for it.
Yeah, the resume that you're laying out, or the receipt, is unpaid, and you're 100% right. There just hasn't been that guy. Although, you know, you got to give it a little bit of time too. And I think early on with the Haslams, they didn't give guys a lot of time. I also wonder how Chud would have been in the second year too. But
yeah, no, me too.
We never got to see that.
I'll always wonder about that. So the fact that James is close to the Bengals situation, has watched Pitcher, gives you a little different perspective, and maybe some of these other guys they're going to talk to as well. Is Todd Monken ready to be a head coach?
It makes me feel like there's a parachute there, right? Like it's not, if you're going to fall, you may not break all your bones.
I don't think they're going to get John Harbaugh. If they do, that'd be phenomenal. We all know that would be phenomenal. But even though it'd be phenomenal hire, it doesn't mean it's going to work. I would think it would, but it doesn't mean it's going to work. Mary Kay Cabot, our buddy from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com, has just put out, is it up there on the Twitter, Dan, where she did this?
Yeah, it's on social media. All of our social media mentions are powered by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads if you so desire. But Mary Kay put that out there a little bit ago that the Browns would be interested in talking to Mike McDaniel and are interested in talking to him.
Does that surprise anybody?
Nope.
Not at all.
Yeah, I would think so. Mike's a really interesting guy. I love his demeanor and his approach to press conferences. And I think he's a good offensive coach. So that might be a situation where, again, you hire a guy or you talk to a guy, and if he doesn't get one job, maybe you offer him another one. He's been here before under Kyle Shanahan. Of course, it went so well. So here's one of the catches on that. It went so well for Kyle Shanahan here that he orchestrated his own departure. So does that rub off on McDaniel? Like, yeah, I've seen enough. Maybe the fact that there are only 32 of these gigs, that's an overriding factor here. But have enough guys come here, not succeeded, and probably don't have great things to say about things. I'm sure Shanahan doesn't.
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't.
That maybe some guys
Although they did let him out of his contract.
Yeah. That's Kyle, not Kevin. Yeah. That maybe some people just say, you know what, thanks. I'm going to go visit the Bidwells. I'm going to go talk to the Mara family.
I'm sure there are people that have bypassed the Browns. I mean, don't you think? We talk about 32, and I'm sure there are thanks, but no thanks. Oh, Deshaun Watson was a guy that bypassed the Browns.
Yes, he did, didn't he?
But then he learned that money talks and ended up signing.
I think he knew money talked.
The Todd Monken thing, does that do anything for you?
I don't know enough about Todd, except that he's been a good...
He was here for a year.
Yeah, I know. He's been a good...
And that was for Freddie.
For Freddie.
Yeah.
How'd that work? Worked so well, Freddie got fired.
Yeah.
He's a different personality, though. He will rub people the wrong way.
Ooh, so that means
you know what? This team might need some of that.
You would like to play his press conferences? Then?
No. He's boring as sin when it comes to press conferences, but...
He speaks highly of you.
He's never met me. I don't know who the hell I am.
Yeah, do you think the Browns would let you in on some of these? Do you think maybe the Browns would let you in on some of these interviews and you could kind of I don't know.
Do some coaching.
Yeah, and then just say, hey, this is what you got to do. You got to say crazy stuff so we can play your press conferences so I can feel good about it.
No.
Otherwise, I'm going to sit here and yell at Baskin and Phelps because they want to hear the press conference. They want to hear what they have to say.
I mean, I'm going to yell at you no matter what.
Yeah.
These guys all get media trained. It's just, okay. Buckle in. Next head coach. Here we go. Press conference.
Didn't know you could record, Andy.
Oh, look, get excited.
Oh, now it's me. All right.
Hey, everybody, let's now go live for the defensive coordinator.
Let's go to Dan Campbell.
That you can sign me up.
Oh, see, that
you
doesn't
could
take
get
very
Dan
much.
Campbell here. Listen, I've been all in on the fighting Dan Campbells from Jump Street.
Yes, you actually have.
You get Dan Campbell here, we're having a different conversation.
See, this goes back, though, to identifying the right coordinator. They had Dan Campbell there for an interview. When was it, 2019? He didn't get the gig. Okay, well, there was one guy you had here for an interview who could actually coach. You didn't hire him.
You signed me up for this.
I can sit up here and give you coach speak all day long. I can give you, hey, we're going to win this many games. None of that matters, and you guys don't want to hear it anyway. You've had enough of that. So, excuse my language.
Don't you want to hear a coach who says, excuse my language?
Here we go.
I think it would be great, except Dan would be running around.
And when you punch us back, we're going to smile at you. And when you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off. All right?
Bite a kneecap off.
He gets knocked down.
That's still the greatest. That's still the greatest ever.
In that ill-fitting suit, which only made it better because you could tell he was so uncomfortable with having to wear anything with buttons.
You remember when he was the interim coach in Miami?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't either.
I had no recollection.
It was sometime like 4 years, something like that, before he got the gig in Detroit. 5 years, and he was still kind of the wild child, former tight end.
He was an intern there.
He had long hair, and it was like this does not look like the type of dude who's an NFL head coach.
2015 is when that happened.
No, serious, man.
I wonder, did he wear like Hawaiian shirts while he was coaching? I can see that.
Somebody needs to do that.
I don't think that man owns. I think he owns one thing with buttons on it, and it might be the dress shirt and the suit that he wore to that meeting. And he might have even borrowed it. He was so uncomfortable standing there. You could tell he was like, "This doesn't fit me. What are we doing? Give me my hat. Give me my quarters. Not even quarters. Give me my sweatshirt. Let's go." Let's coach
he
football.
was clean shaven there. He was just a little bit. I think he was just dipping his toe in the water.
Are you more? I'm still on the fence on this. Are you more apt to want to take another shot at finding your Mike Tomlin or John Harbaugh, or are you just give me somebody who I know can coach in the NFL and let's give them a few years and see where it goes?
Look, I'm on the record. I want a veteran coach here. There's just too much drama. I need someone. I need someone with that one skill that Stefanski was really good at, and that was avoiding drama. And if it meant not saying anything insane or making Dan nuts, so be it. I don't care. But my point is, we need someone that can walk this franchise away from drama. I'm tired of being the most talked about team that doesn't win in the NFL. We're really good at getting headlines. Really, really good. Let's get them for the right reasons now. Let's get them because we're winning. Let's get them because we've got a coach in here that's holding players accountable, that is striving to be better each and every game, that has a quarterback that he is 100% comfortable with, that has wide receivers that don't have to look up does he lead the league in drops? I mean, at some point.
How much is he being paid?
Yeah. How much did that drop cost the organization? Can we just get to one season where we don't have to worry about any of that stuff?
John Harbaugh does that the minute he's hired somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest drama about, I was going to say, his brother brought a little drama by living in a trailer, but I mean, there isn't a whole lot of drama with John.
That was just a good story.
Yeah,
There's no drama there.
Well, Jim Rockford kind of deal, but yeah. Right? Didn't Rockford live in like a trailer house?
Yeah, 29 Cove Road.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Malibu.
Okay, stalker.
It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Bookman and Son. Might have been a big holiday season for you. Maybe for the first time you took that significant other over to your house, or you went over there, and you met what could be your future in-laws. I said it. That's right. They could be the future in-laws. Or maybe they met your parents for the first time, and you're like, okay, pass the test. Well, then you know what's coming up for you, big guy. You're thinking about Valentine's Day, and you're ready to buy an engagement ring. Let me give you the instructions. 8803 Brecksville Road. 8803 Brecksville Road. That is where you will find Josh Bookman and all the fine folks at Bookman and Son. They are there to help you, to get you through the stress of buying an engagement ring, maybe perhaps looking at wedding bands as well. Or maybe you're like, I'm going to hold off here for a second. And you know what? That's cool. But you want to check it out at 8803 Brecksville Road. That's where you will find Bookman and Son Fine Jewelers. And I'm telling you, when you go there, they're going to take care of you. They're not going to throw a credit app in your face. So if you're thinking about getting engaged this Valentine's Day, which will be here before you know it, because she passed the test, meeting your family, congratulations, go check it out. 8803 Brecksville Road, Bookman and Son. Go say hi to Josh. You tell him Baskin sent you.
We're here to help you beat the books with Westwood One.
remain perfect on the season and go 15-0. Make sure you get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
If you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy is Andy Baskin. My other buddy's Dan Mennigan.
Yeah.
Mackenzie's a buddy. She's answering the phone calls, 216-474-0092.
She's not even listening.
No, she doesn't listen.
Said all this. Oh, she got a raise.
Just things to do.
Oh, if she answers us in the next 5 seconds, she'll get a raise.
So if you missed anything, like our conversation with Terry Pluto at 11:20, or with Daryl Ryder at noon, or James Rapine from the Cincinnati folks at 1 o'clock, go back and listen to it. This is going to be interesting. I think the one thing that's tough here, Andy, Harbaugh is going to sit back and just wait and see what's going on. And unless you're told that you're not in it on John Harbaugh, or unless for some reason your team's not interested in him, you're going to be on hold. Which means as soon as Harbaugh gets hired somewhere, man, next coach up, and it might be Stefanski, next coach up is going to get his phone ringing like crazy, and he's going to get some offers. But Harbaugh's clearly going to be the guy that most teams are going after. And I would think that some team won't wait until Harbaugh gets hired. Some team will decide we want something else, or he doesn't want us, or whatever, and they might sneak in a coordinator. They might do something like that. But then once Harbaugh does eventually sign, I think we'll see dominoes fall into place pretty quickly.
I think. Well, he is going to set the standard. I'm just kind of looking back to see how many coaches in the league have more than what. Let's see. So it's 2020. Let's go to 2021. How many coaches in the league have been around since 2021? 5 years. How many coaches have been around 5 years or more? Sirianni, Campbell, LaFleur, Taylor, Shanahan, McVay, McDermott, Reed, and Tomlin.
9. Well, it's much easier to change a coach and a coaching staff than it is to completely churn a 60-man roster, basically.
It's true. So Zach Taylor's now, what, the 5th? 6th?
Yeah, and it doesn't take
most
too long.
Most tenured coach.
But that's,
he got
that's pro sports, though.
Yeah.
Especially the NFL, but that's pro sports. That's the way it works. It's what they sign up for. You know, I heard an interview on the Rich Eisen show with Mike Tomlin, and Mike was really good. I enjoy listening to what that guy has to say because he says some really good things. And he was asked about Harbaugh, and he said our stories will forever be interwoven. He's right about that. 19 and 18 years with their respective teams in the same division.
True.
But then Eisen kept talking to him about stuff, and he made the great comment. He said, look, we all want to be Don Shula and Tom Landry, but that doesn't happen anymore.
No, it doesn't.
That's not the way that this sport works anymore. And Eisen made the comment. He said, well, you're 19 years in. You're on your way. He goes, and he said, and he was right. He goes, I got a long way to go before I catch Shula and Landry. And he's right. It just doesn't happen anymore. And those are two examples that certainly you think about and you go, wow. And Cowher was in Pittsburgh for 15 years. Sometimes organizations are really patient with guys and might sit through 2, 3, 4 seasons that aren't top notch. Our team didn't do that. Our team waited 2 years and got rid of Kevin after having 11 wins in 2 of his first 4 seasons.
Sure.
So he was allowed to have 2 bad ones after 4 that were 2 were pretty good and 2 were not awful. But 2 awful ones cost him his job, but didn't cost the GM the job. Okay, we'll figure out why down the road and see where it goes. But I thought it was a really interesting thing by Tomlin. We all want to be Don Shula or Tom Landry, and that's just not the way it works anymore. He's right.
Oh, he's totally right.
He's absolutely right.
There's only 2 coaches with more than 100 active wins on their team. That's it. And that's Reed and Tomlin.
D is in Solon. Hello, D.
McDermott's sitting at 98.
D, you with us?
Hello.
Hey, D.
Yep. I'm sorry. This is Steve, but that's okay.
Hey, Steve. Sorry.
No problem. I'm just wondering, what about Brian Flores? Was he a head coach or?
Yes, in Miami.
And how did he do there? Nobody talks about him for the Browns.
We've talked about him a little bit.
Yeah, his name's been mentioned. The talk has been the Raiders, where Kevin Stefanski's interviewing today. Flores was real solid in Miami, and then things didn't go well, and he's suing the NFL, and blah, blah, blah.
So that suit is still in progress?
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
actually
not been
heading to the
settled.
Supreme Court as of today.
Is that, I saw that headline. Didn't it? Yeah, it takes the course. The case is going to the Supreme Court. Ravens also plan to interview him.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that makes sense.
All right, Steve. Thank you. By the way, you guys ever been in the Supreme Court room?
No, I've been in the Senate and the House of Representatives.
I've been in the Supreme Court room.
Really?
Yeah.
The chamber?
Yeah.
It's outstanding.
You know, and with all the, there they are. All of them are up there.
Yeah, they let you write an opinion.
And you can sit down and kind of sit in the room a little bit.
Yeah.
The chairs were so crummy, I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
You know how like you have old dining room chairs that used to be your grandma's and she got them from her mom and they've been sitting around for a while? That's what the chairs were like. They didn't even all match. I just thought, our tax dollars, huh? Okay.
You know what I
At
thought?
least we're spending them on something else.
You know what? When I was at in the two houses there, I was impressed with the carpeting.
Carpeting's good.
I think the carpeting was actually kind of cool. I don't know why. I don't know why these little things.
Well, Supreme Court chairs are crap.
Wow.
Well, I wonder if it's just everybody's different. I mean, we run into it here where everybody moves their chairs all over the place.
I mean, it takes a long time to write a decision, doesn't it? And you got to sit in that chair.
Well, no, not that chair. There was the chairs for us, for the folks who pay them.
Who cares
for
about you?
I thought it was for the Supreme
No, it was like in a little gallery right there in the court. They were crummy.
Yeah, well,
the
that's
whole
what you
thing was
deserve.
kind of dumpy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they don't want you sitting there anyway. You can make a ruckus.
Well, then don't leave any chairs.
You're going to make a ruckus.
Put little trampolines.
Was Ginsburg still around?
I want to get Brian and Stowe in. Hello,
what's up,
Brian.
No, if you did.
Hi, how you guys doing today?
All right.
We're hanging in.
I love listening to you guys. You guys almost nail it almost every single time.
And we come
And
close.
Daryl-
Brian, you are more than welcome to join us in our next contract negotiation. Thank you.
Daryl is unbelievable. He's unbelievable. But we have a bad owner, and we know that, and we just all can't really. It's fun. It's good for you guys. It's fabulous for you guys. We just have a terrible owner. How you couldn't attach Barry to Stefanski is unrealistic. I mean, but moving forward, past is the past. 3 weeks ago, it said McDaniels looked terrible. Today, not so much. And then, who's satisfying our Rudy rule? You just mentioned Flores. Someone's got to come in. We got to do something in that regard.
Mike
so
McDaniel
who's
would.
our candidate for that?
Mike would.
All right.
Daniels.
Yeah, well, I'd like to keep Schwartz. I mean, Schwartz has got to be. I mean, do you think he's attached to Kevin? Do you think that wherever Kevin goes?
No.
All right.
I think there's a good chance if he doesn't get the job here that he is
He could
attached
end
to
up
Kevin.
with him. Yeah, but I don't think right now he's attached to him.
Not right now.
I don't
no.
think they would have interviewed him if they were totally attached.
Moment of the show, Mackenzie Flume.
Moment of the show comes from, I believe his name was Kurt, one of our lovely callers, new friend of the show. He gave a wonderful idea for kind of the future of this franchise.
And here's my out of the box for you, Baskin.
Yeah.
We get Taylor Swift to buy the team from Haslam, and we turn over the franchise to the Heights High Kelsey brothers.
Oh, good enough. All right. Are you
Friend
kidding?
of the show.
We would have given you the rest of the hour if you would have dropped that first.
Well, if that sums up our show, that's all you need to know, I guess, huh? If that's the moment of the show, that sums everything up.
Mackenzie, if Taylor took up residence at the new dome, how good would that be for the economy?
I don't know. I feel like Swifties aren't that rich.
See?
She brings $1 billion to every market that she goes to do a show.
It's really nice of her.
Even if she just did 10 shows
It's
here.
the parents, though.
She put it in a car or what? How does she do that?
Which one?
If she brings $1 billion.
She brings $1 billion. It's
She has
big.
a truck?
No, it's a satchel.
Carries it around?
My
A
dad.
satchel.
What a bold word, man. My dad used to say, I'd like, Dad, do you have a gym bag? He'd be like, oh, you mean my satchel? I'm
Why are we
"Yeah, Dad."
smarter? It's brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Daniel.
Smarter because I was reminded of something on Twitter today. The Bucs senior offensive consultant Tom Moore retired after 62 years of coaching. He's 87 years old. He was Peyton Manning's quarterback guru. He was once asked why Peyton Manning's backup quarterbacks do not get more reps, and he responded with, "Fellas, if 18 goes down, we're effed, and we don't practice effed." One of the great quotes ever.
That really is really good. Mackenzie.
Even though I didn't get to work with him personally, I'm smarter after James joined the show, just learning more about Dan and what kind of coach he is. If he does end up being the Browns head coach, you get a little bit more information about him.
That would be that Dan pitcher. Andy.
I just looked up with Satchel just to make sure, because the only Satchel I knew before that was Satchel Paige. But and the bag, and I got to tell you, these are really nice. The messenger bags they're pretty sweet. I bet old school days they were nice, genuine leather, and pretty reasonable. Now you know what a satchel is.
It's not a purse, it's a satchel. Indiana Jones had one.
It's a satchel.
Can you disconnect his Google?
You know what, Jeff? Why don't you try to learn something? That's why we're smarter. At the end of
Smarter after our conversation with Terry Pluto from the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Terry had some really good thoughts about existing coaches, about coordinators, how they might fit in with the Browns. Go back and listen to that interview on our Rewind feature.
Or the Rewind.
Or the Rewind.
For the little kids out there.
We Rind.
It's a part of the Baskin and Phelps kids meal. The Rewind.
I've never liked you, Andy Baskin.
Hey, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10. Until then, you know what's coming up next. Afternoon Drive. Vroom, vroom, vroom.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
snag a hot blonde.
At 10 is when you
At
realized
9, Legos, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, wrestlers.
so
10,
much of you is about
blondes.
the sexual innuendos.
That's when my Gooner maturation began. Legos, had some take on computers, stuff like that, and then 10 blondes, and that's where we are today. One blonde.
There you go.
Like her.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, little data, big data, all the data be damned. We be Afternoon Drive, and we got 5 hours heading your way. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we've got Jake Murray holding down the 92.3 The Fan YouTube stream. Make sure to give us a like there. We like to be liked. And, as always, make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. We've got Cam Manna. I remember the name. What a winner I am on 2020s today. Hi, JP.
Hello. How you doing today?
I slept.
Oh, good. That's good. I was worried about you.
I know. We had Sleepgate going on here. Every day it was, did Nick Wilson sleep at all last night? And finally, we did.
Am I going to be honest with you? Was there a part of me last night, as I worked so tirelessly hard to make sure I never complain about sleep around here, and having a 3-month-old and an under 3-year-old, I was like, man, not fair of me to judge anyone's sleep, though. I said everyone's got problems with sleep. Sleep is one of those things. It just happens to everyone at any given time. So the fact that you battled through this week and now you had a good night last night, I love to hear it.
So like today, I don't think I would tell people you don't know football. Yeah, because I got sleep. The one thing that made our video, one of the things that made our video go, I don't want to say viral, but that pushed the video out and got people mad, today I would just be like, I think you might be box score watching. I might put it in like a nicer way.
Okay.
It's not that you don't know football.
So we need you to be starved of sleep often? Is that what we're saying?
To get me to say, I don't like saying you don't know football.
Yeah, well, you said it.
No, I didn't. That was the only thing I didn't like in that video is that I said that.
That was the video.
Because generally, and I think you can speak to this, I will argue with anyone, but I like takes. I like a lot. I like a variety of takes.
Takes are the fun part of this job, and a good, well-crafted take is the fun part of this job.
So that ended up being the thing that I think I was like, man, I wish I hadn't said that, because if you're an analytics person, I really would like to hear what you have to say. If you're a football guy, I like what you have to say. If you're just a casual fan, like I think so much of what I would like this show to be, and I think you do as well, all takes are welcome. And I think that's what this show's going to be about.
Well, that is the heart of sports radio, is everyone gets to have their takes. You say they're dumb, you say they're great, and then you just kind of move on. That's kind of the existence of what we do.
So I want you to know, I know, you know football.
You didn't need to tell me. Yeah. That's fine.
No, that was a blanket statement to everyone.
Okay.
You know football.
Everyone knows football?
This is my version of...
If everyone knows football, does actually nobody know football?
I believe so. I'm very Buddhist about it. Very Buddhist about it.
You see more,
if you know
you
one football, you know all football.
Oh, yeah?
If you know a million football,
if you know Canadian football, do you still know football?
You know Canadian football.
If you know football that is actually our soccer, do you know football? I don't know.
Soccer isn't a real sport. So
yes. I mean, yeah, well, you said all football, so I wasn't sure where we drew the line here.
American football, God's football.
Okay. I listen, I honestly, I didn't see much of the reaction in general, except for when Mima texted us about it last night. That's really the only.
He wanted us to know.
That was the only insight I had into any of that, and I'm fine with all of it. Is there a part of me that thinks the stat community, which I am more embedded with than I think people realized, is there a part of me that thinks they get a little hurt about these type of things when people bring emotions into play? Yes, I do, because in many ways it is an affront to what they're trying to accomplish as well. And I think at the heart of it, they understand that there is something that is misleading about what they do, the same way people that use just their emotion, there's something that's misleading about that as well. And I think the beautiful thing about football is that there is no perfect X meets everything. That's not how it exists. Everyone's trying to do their best, but there is no perfect across the board. And even if you think you have perfect across the board, the beautiful thing about football is that you're involved with human beings, and these things change based off of whether or not they got good sleep the night before. Things that are never quantifiable.
Now, real quick here.
Yeah, so I was trying to bridge the gap between you guys.
I look at that. You are the truth broker.
I was trying to bridge the gap.
And
also,
the people undivided.
I also do want to know if the same people that are using all these graphs and everything to try to just shame Shedeur Sanders every single day and consistently draft drag him. I just want to know where's the same energy for someone like Quinshon Judkins, for instance, because those conversations are, they're non-existent. I find that interesting.
He finds it interesting.
I find it interesting. He's like fourth to last in EPA per rush, but like we don't get those graphics because there's an obvious understanding that he has a bad offensive line, right? Ashton Genty, dead last in EPA for rush for running backs, but there's an understanding there that, a bad offensive line, the pieces around him don't work, so we can't possibly judge that, right? We can't possibly do that. But Shador doesn't get the same credit. No, I'm sorry.
You're wearing the shirt. All right, you're wearing the shirt. You are
not serious because I'm wearing the shirt.
Can people see that?
Serious because I'm wearing the shirt?
I don't think people can see that. I think the crawl is across, and I think that's going to give you. Look at that.
There we go.
Now it should be noted the Step Brothers Shador and Miles shirt, and again, you guys can see that on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel right now. Actually, in about 15 seconds, but. This beauty here was actually your I almost said birthday, your Christmas gift
Christmas
from Mac.
present from Mac. Yeah, very nice.
He
really knows what a guy wants in life,
He got you that shirt. I got the Blitzen Trapper album, Fur is what it's called. Come on now. Know your demo, Mac Robinson? You passed the test.
Well, thank you, Mac, so much. I put the shirt on and I was walking around and I thought to myself, as I kept passing people and they kept just looking only at my chest, I said, I'm being violated a little bit. I said, eyes up here, buddy. Come on, eyes up here.
Well, the problem is you look and then you're like, well, my eyes are here. I might as well continue going down.
But I'm like, are we having conversations now? Is this what we're, hey, how's it going? Yeah. And then they get caught. They're like, oh yeah, hey, yeah.
I know it's like, you know what it's like to be a woman in America. I'm so proud of you.
That's what I'm saying. I felt it today. It was very awkward.
Easy.
Very awkward.
It is Jim Schwartz Day here in Cleveland. Jim Schwartz gets an interview. Tommy Rees gets an interview. The latest NFL news is that John Harbaugh merely getting fired got Mike McDaniel fired today. But no, that's not what went down, according to Adam Schefter, who's totally not, covering for NFL teams. We have a lot to get here. I do think just kind of acknowledging that it's Jim Schwartz's day. I think Jim Schwartz has some level of a real chance at this.
Yeah.
I think Tommy Rees is getting a head coaching interview because I think that's going to be good for Tommy Rees, and I think that's going to be good for his candidacy for OC jobs around the NFL.
Well, and it might also just be the type of thing that's just we just call it what it is. It's a courtesy interview.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. There's no problem with that. I always tell people, especially when they're going for jobs at this station, I tell them all the time, if you don't think you're getting the job, go for the interview, get the experience of doing the interview, and you're going to be better off for it. And I think that's all that's happening there.
So if from today, because you had to set this up, because we never want to do revisionist history, right? That's not the kind of show we want to be. If from today, Tommy Rees ends up becoming the Browns head coach, I will imagine that he had the single greatest
for a year and a half. Sorry, 2 years. It's been 2 years. He's been in the building for 2 years. It doesn't make sense to me as to why or what he could say that all of a sudden would be a shock to him. They already like him. They already think highly of him, clearly. So, is he going to come in and it'd be like, where's this been hiding for 2 years?
Well, no, but I think, half of these interviews are, here's my coaching staff, here's this, here's my view on the quarterback spot, here's what I think we need to get better at, here's my thoughts on what happened last year. I think he can. I don't know that he's gone around being like, I would have started Shador from week one, or I would have never traded Joe Flacco. Whatever the thing that could maybe potentially impress them, I think he's been going around the building saying it, because that's not really how NFL buildings work.
Well, it'd be weird if he went up to Andrew Barry and was like, I didn't think your idea here, and here sucked. But I also think it'd be weird if he went in there. I also think it'd be weird if he went in there and told him, I think your idea here, and here sucked, and I saw it firsthand. And then Andrew Barry's like, oh man, you're awesome. Let me give you the job right away too. I just think it's really hard to impress people the way that you're Tomlin. Mike Tomlin scenario where he walks in and then he gets the job when it was just basically a courtesy interview at best when you've seen the guy for 2 years. I just think that's an incredibly hard thing to pull off. And that's fine. That's not. It's good experience for him to get the interview. It's not a big deal.
I do think it's a fascinating case of the profile, and the profile that I do think they would love to have is younger, offensive-minded head coach that's worked with quarterbacks on a pretty in-depth level, on multiple levels of football, which is Tommy Rees. Right, that's why Tommy Rees was brought in here. That's why Tommy Rees became the OC. He's gotten some of the credit of trying to make you-know-what out of you-know-what with this offense this year, whereas if we go to the results-based, so again, process versus results, or maybe profile versus results, Jim Schwartz absolutely deserves a real conversation about this, even if you look at this and go, well, he's 59, he did okay in Detroit. and he might just end up being a great defensive coordinator.
Jim Schwartz deserves the real interview, the real look, the real everything about this. And honestly, I'm at the spot where I don't know that Browns fans, I don't think they'd be upset if it ended up being Jim Schwartz. But that's because we always look at this way. We always think about the DC or the OC, and we think about if it could be greener and if life would be better. I personally, I don't want to see it. I'm not in on Jim Schwartz being the next head coach, but whatever.
I'm just so torn because I don't think, again,
I don't think he's a bad guy. I like him.
He has one of the things that I like. Two of the things I like. I think he is a legit leader, whether you want to call that I think he can motivate people, and I think he can communicate. And I think you see that is part of his. Does he know X's and O's? Yes. Is he incredible at kind of identifying talent, which is another important thing I think the head coach on the defensive side of the ball? Yes. But part of the thing that I think Kevin was missing is what Jim Schwartz has. It's just, all right, he is a retread coach. He does tend to fit the profile more of, hey, you were a really great defensive coordinator and you were just kind of a guy as a head coach.
And I think he's better as a coordinator than he is as a head coach.
That's the more respectful way. That was what I said.
And the reality is that you'd be missing something in taking away from the defense if you even promoted him up. And there's just a lot about that I don't love, while understanding that you're probably going to lose him anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It stinks.
Well, no, see, I think that's
unless you go like Dan Pitcher. Oh, man, I read a profile on Dan Pitcher last night. It's exactly the type of guy that Andrew Berry loves.
Was it Ty Dunn's?
I was one of them from a couple years ago.
One.
No, it wasn't Ty Dunn's.
It was like our buddy Ty Dunn.
It wasn't Ty Dunn's.
If you're offensive minded, if you're young and nobody really knows who you're yet, man, does he love you.
It was from a couple years ago, and it highlighted his whole entire journey, and the end result basically turned out to it was like 4,500 words about how he's smart, and that's why he's different than everybody else. But not like just football smart, like smart, the type of thing that Andrew Berry is seemingly impressed by. And I said, as I was reading it, every bit of his journey, I said, oh no, this is exactly the type of guy that Andrew Berry likes.
Yeah, here's the thing. So is Matt Patricia. Matt Patricia is like an astronaut, right? He's not the pastronaut, but he's like engineer smart. People dumb. And if you're people dumb, you don't win.
So that's part of this piece was trying to explain how he is more than just the smarts, but the smarts are the anchor to all of this essentially, and how he can do all the other people stuff. And basically they tried to make him seem like he was the world's greatest thing. And then I just have to keep slapping myself in the face of the idea of, you can tell me all that, but when you had Joe Burrow, you still didn't really succeed with Joe Burrow. It's hard for me.
Yeah, go be the OC with Baker, and then let's talk.
And then we can talk turkey. Let's have a conversation.
It's interesting. Baker's OC got fired today after 1 year, and people were like, pretty strong indictment on Baker. I'm like, the last two guys he got 1 year, he's a head coach.
That's just what happens with Baker.
But he got Liam Cohen as the head coach. Liam Cohen was not going to be a head coach before Baker Mayfield. Neither was Dave Canales.
Yeah, same story.
I remember when Dave Canales got hired in Tampa. Multiple people said
he did a good job in Seattle prior to that. He got credit for Geno. He got credit for Geno though.
But he hadn't been the OC.
I know, but he got credit for Geno, and that was the big thing. That's why it's what got him the Tampa job.
But he wasn't going to be anybody's head coach.
Not at that time.
Still
obviously.
might not be somebody's head coach.
I don't think he is at the current.
Hey.
But that was him building up. But then he had Geno, and then he had Baker, and then he had this whole narrative around him that he could just do all of this with any quarterbacks. It kind of like it became
made the playoffs with Bryce Young. Maybe I should retract the fangs.
It became a Stefanski-esque narrative of quarterback whisperer. Just get this guy any quarterback, and he'll be able to do something with him. Not KOC level, but it was on that.
Hey,
he was on a hot streak for 3 years.
Hey, Shador, you shouldn't throw turnovers. Oh, did somebody just whisper at the quarterback? Hey, this is how you read defense.
He's an actual quarterback whisperer.
Oh, he's whispering. Oh, my God. The only way. He talks to everybody
His big
else.
Move is come closer. Unbelievable. I like it, though. Now I want a whole series on the quarterback whisperer. And he's really just this old football guy that makes people come close to them and then tells them everything that they need to know about the game.
I can't finish I'll tell you off air what I was thinking there. 216-474.
Passes are for suckers.
Jack down, Charlie, my ass. You're a real quarterback.
Throw the ball deep and we both eat.
216-474-0092. Kevin Nope. Kevin Stefanski is a simp. I'll show you the way.
I like Stefanski checking in on Cleveland radio. Oh, good, they're not talking about me. Oh, come on!
I'm not a sim.
Come on!
I'll whisper to a quarterback. Jackson Dart, you're kind of a D. Oh no, that's not how you whisper. I'm sorry.
He just tells just outward truths.
Hey, you play like a 12-year-old.
It's his only way of being mean. He just has to whisper in order to do it.
Hey, Jackson Dart. No, I'm just not doing this, okay? We wish Kevin the best of luck in his future endeavors. All right, 216-474-0092. Do you guys think Jim Schwartz is getting a real chance here to be the head coach? What about Tommy Rees? Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Rob Long of the Big Bad Morning Show in Baltimore at 3. We'll talk about the Lamar Ball breakup in Baltimore. Are they going to hire Matt Nagy? And if so, when? Pete Futek, college football news at 4:20 to talk the Peach and Fiesta Bowls. And then Bobby Carpenter of 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. We will talk a substantial amount of Buckeyes, including Matt Patricia's future. I want to get his take, though, on Mendoza versus Moore. We've got the QB Deadpool coming back at 3:40. We've got the Not List coming up at 6:25 tonight. But 216-474-0092. Do you guys think Jim Schwartz is getting a real chance at the job? Same with Tommy Rees. And there is another job open in the NFL, but there's another head coach available. What do we think about him? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Running a business means
are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. We got Rob Long of 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore coming up at 3 o'clock.
Like Rob.
Well, we are big in the Rob Long business, even when we disagree with them, like at the 30-year Ravens celebration. Some say that's the moment Lamar Ball came crashing down. Think about it. They toasted the town. They just put boots to booties for the Browns, and then they never recovered. Too much of a good thing, they say.
You said Lamar Ball, and I got very confused there for a second. Yeah.
Lamar and John Harbaugh.
We call that Lamar Ball?
Yeah, Lamar Ball.
I thought he became part of the Ball family all of a sudden. I was like, is that LaMelo, LiAngelo? Are we adding pieces now? What's happening here?
Maybe he was for a minute. Now he's been excommunicated.
There we go.
You got Big Fudge fired? Get out of here, Lamar Jackson. John Harbaugh looks like a guy that would like to be called Big Fudge.
I think that's only Marshall and How I Met Your Mother, and that's about it. I don't know. You called me Big Fudge the other day.
I did, yeah.
You did.
Yeah, you give some Marshall vibes in a good way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't take that as an insult.
Except you're not 7 feet tall like Jason Segel.
No. And
actually, I think Jason Segel's my height.
He's 6'4"?
6'4", 6'5", because he backed up the Collins twins in high school.
Oh, really? Yeah. I always thought how you first said it, where he was I always thought he was like 6'7", 6'8", one of those.
6'7".
8'9".
You can't be 8'9" unless you're Wembanyama.
Man, he was on a heater, though, for a while. And I feel like I just don't hear or see him in anything these days. Yeah.
He's in Shrinking.
What's he in?
That show is phenomenal.
Oh, it's coming back this year, too.
Yeah, it is.
And so they're doing those things where it's like we take 3 years off in between seasons of shows. They're in the hurry up offense there. I like that.
Well, Harrison Ford is getting older. We're big on that show.
We got to hurry it up because Harrison Ford might be dying.
You think we didn't do that with the Star Wars franchise and the indies that we pumped out?
No, I love the idea though. Like someone's on a call, someone's in a meeting. It's like, hey, listen. So I'd love to take 7 years like everyone else does in between these seasons, but Harrison Ford's not going to be here much longer. We got to get this thing going.
I think it's more.
He might go 20 years. We don't know. He seems all right, but he also might not.
But he's not playing Indy at 93.
Yeah, we also might not. He probably wants to step away sometime soon.
So the big news of the day, obviously in Cleveland, Jim Schwartz and Tommy Rees getting interviews with the team today. We have haggled over how real or not real their candidacy is, but a new head coaching candidate potentially has come available here thanks to John Harbaugh. No, it's not John Harbaugh. It's because of John Harbaugh. Here is Ian Rappaport announcing the McDaniel firing in Miami and giving a little analysis.
McDaniel has spent the last several days meeting with players, having exit interviews with the belief that he would remain the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. And to my understanding, this is something that Mike McDaniel has thought for several weeks, so much so they didn't inform people close to him. He talked to his coaches, indicating that he would be back for the 2026 season. Instead, the landscape of the coaching world has changed. John Harbaugh, for one, was fired, but that does not seem like the sole reason that the Miami Dolphins made this move. So a full reset in Miami, while Mike McDaniel sounded like he was incredibly emotional this morning, trying to deal with the sudden news that he was out as the Dolphins coach. He now becomes a top-tier offensive coordinator candidate for someone trying to ignite their offense.
All right. How phony are national reporters?
Well, I just said reset very funny. That was like, did you hear that? I don't know what that was.
Oh, that's not what caught my ear.
That's what caught me.
Hey, Mike McDaniel's been telling everyone for weeks that he's going to be back, and then magically today of all days, they got together, they had a little conversation, broke a little bread, and he's gone.
Well, I do love the idea.
What could have changed since Sunday?
Well, I do love the idea of the amount of people, though. Well, really, I mean, since Tuesday is the idea. Like the amount of people that when Harbaugh got fired instantly said, oh, crap, this might stink for me. And that list is so long across the NFL because now as you're seeing all these teams, I mean, you know what this was. This is just Stephen Ross just racing to make sure that Harbaugh knows the job is open. Yeah. This is for a chance to hire John Harbaugh. Yes. Not even a guarantee of hiring him. This is a chance to hire him.
Not just that. You know, one of the finalists for the job is Chad Alexander, who has a close relationship with Harbaugh. He might have just gotten the job, and he still might not get Harbaugh.
Which is insane. This is how this works. I mean, what that is the Denver Broncos hiring out Nat Hackett in order to try to get Aaron Rodgers, for Aaron Rodgers to then not end up in a Denver Bronco. But they're like, oh, you guys were together in Green Bay. You love him. You think so highly of him. Like, all right, we're going to hire your guy. And then it doesn't end up coming through. Like, think about the things, though. This is crazy. And listen, Stephen Ross is 85 years old, okay? He is getting up there, and this man is acting as if...
We got an Indiana Jones situation here.
You got to get on the hop, okay?
Got to make another Indy.
Stephen Ross is not just going to sit down and just lay down and be like, all right, I'm just gonna ride off in the sunset with this just awful coaching situation and everything else. And so he's making a run for it. I respect it. But he falls in that category that Haslam falls into, of these owners that will basically do anything. They will walk a mile over glass to make sure that they have a chance to have a competitive team. And so, like, I've always kind of respected it from afar as they continue to just never get there.
I respect it. One, I'd respect it if national NFL reporters just called us what it was. Mike McDaniel wasn't getting fired until John Harbaugh got fired, and then things changed.
Yeah.
I don't know why anyone's allergic to the truth in that, or why it makes the Dolphins look bad, because everyone, and there's not a Dolphins fan today that's like, darn. It's all Harbaugh's fault. No, everybody's excited to go to Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Now, what's going to be funny is if they end up with Matt Nagy as the head coach,
which is a very real possibility. This is part of these dynamics, and I don't know. Do you think that Stefanski's looking at all this, and some people would say it's bad, but maybe he looks at it like, now I got leverage. Now maybe the Giants are in play for myself. Maybe I can actually call my shots a little bit more. Like, because there's going to be enough teams now. Now we have 8 teams with fired head coaches and only one John Harbaugh. That leaves us with 7 very upset fan bases. Maybe 6. The Titans have no realistic expectations. But, like, enough fan bases that are like, you weren't able to land the white whale.
Now, are you ready for... I don't know if this is a plot twist or not.
Okay.
I think Mike McDaniel becomes one of the 3 top coaches for this job.
Not even a question.
Yeah.
Not even a question. He instantly rises on my board to... I got Mike McCarthy 1 with great shame. Great shame that I present that and I say that.
You brought shame to Charles Peterlin.
Listen,
he knew. Your dad knew. His
thank
last
you for remembering his name. Thank you.
He was like, this kid's going to call for McCarthy at some point in the future.
I get embarrassed at the thought of somebody being like, yeah, Jonathan wants McCarthy. Like that brings me I break out in hives thinking about that, okay? Yeah. That brings me with great resentment and shame to my family that I say McCarthy's at the top.
You are tying everyone together, though, because everyone's going to look at you like an idiot for saying that.
Yes.
Whereas if you took a McDaniel,
well, not on Facebook. Facebook will like this. They like McCarthy.
But McDaniel... You would have a lot of people go, well, this JP knows football.
Well, so that's why McDaniel's my number 2. Let's not get too crazy here. McDaniel's my number 2.
Okay.
And then Saleh's my number 3. But as of right now, McDaniel's my number 2. And does it mean that I think it's going to...
Where does Dan Pitcher fall in this? What about Aden Dirty?
Actually, well, that profile with Pitcher did go a long way with myself, did it not? He's in the second tier.
I think it went the wrong way, I thought.
He's in the second. It went a long way. I didn't say which way. It says that it went a long way. I like the idea of McDaniel and the fact that he can really just boast about taking Tua to the playoffs. I think McDaniel, if he took a year off and just kind of hung out for a little bit, I think he would age very well in the next coaching cycle, because I think Tua's going to end up being a career backup quarterback and that'll be very, very easily exposed in the next upcoming year or two. And the idea that you got him to the playoffs is going to be looked at in a very, very kind way to McDaniel.
I think there's a lot of Browns fans that immediately when this happened said, hey, Jim Schwartz, the head coach, Mike McDaniel, your OC, let's ride. And I understand why, as a Browns fan, you would think that way. You will not be his first choice as an OC. You won't.
No.
There will be plenty of teams. He might be able to work with Jaden Daniels in Washington. And remember, there's a connection there from when Shanahan was on the staff in Atlanta with Dan Quinn. You're not going to be the first choice. You might not even be top 3 choices to be the OC. You also might be the only team willing today to hire him as a head coach definitively and rush to do it. I don't know that they should. I'm just saying, I think the only scenario where Mike McDaniel lands in Cleveland is as the head coach.
Yes.
And here's the thing. If I can keep the defensive coordinator that I know knows how to identify and develop talent, whether you think Mike McDaniel's a good head coach or not, and he doesn't, like, the biggest concern with him, for me, would be the same thing that Kevin, the leadership thing and keeping a locker room together. Mm-hmm. Now, their floors are different. Mike McDaniel's floor was 7-10. Kevin's was 3-14. But Mike's a better offensive mind than Kevin was. He is.
I agree with that.
Like, and specifically look to his use of motion, look to his use of basically combining concepts or combining, it's a very Shanahan kind of thing, but combining different looks out of the same set. And there's a reason, like he's really, as an offensive mind, people think he knows how to scheme up football, and they think he knows how to develop talent as well.
Now, do I think this instantly means that all of a sudden next year we're in the playoffs and he's got this thing righted? Like, no, there'd still be a lot of speed bumps with McDaniel. You want to talk about weird podium exchanges, he's got them plentiful. You want to talk about all sorts of different, you talk about the culture stuff, the idea that he wouldn't name Tua captain before the season and name 6 other guys.
I think he was right on that one.
No, but it was weird.
That one aged well.
It was weird. I think a lot of the stuff with McDaniel will age well. That's kind of the point of all this. I think he's going to age well. And so you'd be buying as the stock is low, but for this Brown search, it might be as good as we could do.
Yeah, like if you say, and again, this is no disrespect to Dan Pitcher. I'm not familiar enough with him and maybe this is more like a Stefanski thing with him. I just don't have a good enough feel about him to get super excited about it. But if my choice is Dan Pitcher's very smart. You know, he has analytical bend. He has all these things, but yet he's never called plays. And he's a two-time offensive coordinator. First-time offensive coordinator with Joe Burrow, or I can go with a head coach that, again, the worst he's done is 7-10. Did go to the playoffs twice with Tua.
I think the with Tua part needs to get more emphasis with all of this. I think we need to start making that one do a little bit more heavy lifting, because I think it's going to look very impressive that he was able to do anything with Tua by the time we all find out exactly who Tua is, which I think he's kind of starting to show everyone.
But I think the entirety of the search is, it's Mike McDaniel or Dan Pitcher. It's Dan Pitcher or Robert Saleh. And I could draw that up. We could play the or game right now, the old ahead or behind that used to be used on mornings here back in the day. We could do that, and I think mine would look different than yours, and yours would look different than Mac, and Mac's would look different than Jake's, and everybody's would look different. That's what makes this, I guess, a little wonky, trying to figure out what the right move is. And I think fans saying, you know what, I don't know McDaniel would come here, I think that's another fair part of this conversation.
Sure it is. I think ultimately, though, this feels very similar to when we were talking about quarterbacks in August of last year. And if you took Shedeur out of the equation because he wasn't getting first-team reps, but it was like, do you like Dylan Gabriel? Do you like Joe Flacco? Do you like Kenny Pickett? And it's like, between the three of them, you're basically just arguing for which has got the best chance to what, you know? And that's kind of where we're at right now. And that's not great, because we don't have solid arguments one way or another to really be like, I believe in this guy so much. But with McDaniel, I believe in him more than I believe in unknowns, and big-time unknowns like Dan Pitcher.
216-474-0092. Is Mike McDaniel going to be a top candidate for the Browns? Quick Hits leads off with changes around sports. Very, very specific here. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Winner.
nights 11 to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Rob Long. Leave the bad jokes to me, friendo.
That was for me and you, though. That was just for me and you.
Right as I was opening the mic, where nobody else could hear the bad jokes, so only I got to hear it, then chuckle and sound like an unprofessional jag, which I am, but not for that reason. Rob Long, coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll talk the Lamar Ball split. I'm coining it now that it's over. That's what you do.
I really do. I'm like, with Big Baller Brand is alive and well.
Lamar
What's going on here?
It's Lamar Jackson, John Harbaugh. Not since Dill Durr have people taken to a portmanteau the way we have right here.
Yeah.
In the hour of the show, the 42 minutes of the show so far.
Very good. I'm
By the
excited
way,
to talk to Rob.
Hit us up on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat if you're at it. Drop those corn emojis. Cornlito,
Drop
you son of a so-and-so.
Oh, Cornlito.
He's doing his Cornlito thing.
Suck, Cornlito.
Okay. That was Peterlin. You
me, Cornlito. I'll meet you in Temecula, Cornlito.
I think you...
He might be a nice guy. I don't really know.
He could be really nice.
I know. He seems maybe nice. I don't know.
Kind of Switzerland on Cornlito.
Really
but drop those corn emojis.
Drop those corn emojis.
Come on now. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
Stephen Kwan has agreed to a contract for the 2026 season with the Cleveland Guardians, so they have avoided arbitration. $7.725 million in this economy. Come on now. Will Kwan play all of 2026 in Cleveland?
I don't think so. I think he'll trade at the deadline. But it's interesting. He just arbitration's nice. Arbitration's obviously very brutal as well. To get the amount of money that Kwan thinks that he's worth is going to be very interesting to see whatever future team he ends up on, how far apart they are from what he actually thinks he is and what he eventually does get paid.
Now, obviously, this is, so next year will be his last year of arbitration. Randy Arozarena, who settled with the Mariners today, is in his last year before free agency. So the year that you are in does matter a little bit.
Yeah, for sure it does.
Randy Arozarena got like $15.5 million, and Stephen Kwan got
usually in the last year of arbitration, I think it tops out somewhere around 20 to 22 million, somewhere in that range. So, there's a big bump, and there's a big bump with each successive year. This is not anything bad for Kwan. It's the realities of where Kwan is right now, and I just don't see him being on this team for a very long time. Right now, by the way,
has the moment passed that he could be traded this offseason?
No, not at all. Not at all. I think everyone's lining up for at the deadline. But it also matters what type of team we are too. Have you seen some of the early projections on season win totals, which are always garbage, by the way, and they always skew lower? Remember that, guys. You get a handful of teams.
It's another 72-win season?
80.5.
Oh, that's probably good for a team that has two good offensive players right now.
80 and I know
80.5 for this offense. Woo!
It's the same offense we had last year. We did better than 80.5, but
85.
It seems like it was 86, 87.
6-7.
When the dust settles,
88.
They seem to always. There we go. When the dust settles, it seems like they always overperform, but they always get these. The early lines never favor them. But right now, they're third in the AL Central. Last I checked.
It's tough.
The lines aren't good. The numbers don't favor them.
It's tough to have the offensive last year, and your big move so far is Austin Hedges.
They've done nothing. Somebody needs to wake Antonetti up and do something if you want to change our mind. Guardians are 80.5, Royals 81.5, Tigers 86.5. That's your AL Central. I won't even do the Twins and the White Sox.
The Tigers have done nothing also, so thank you very much. Going to get another big Javi Baez season? Methinks not.
Yeah, all they've done is lose pieces and threaten to trade Skubal.
I had heard at one point people were talking about
in Detroit.
I'm almost surprised Skubal's still there because
there might happen.
There's some point. It was mid-December, so of course we didn't talk about it. There was some point where people were like, in the next 24 hours, it's happening. LA and Skubal are negotiating a contract, and when that happens, we're done.
It was always LA initially. In the recent week or so, it's turned to the Mets, oddly enough. And it's always
they got a couple guys I like, but not for school.
Well, they've completely turned their team
for Quan,
upside down.
For Quan, yes. The kid, the center fielder, I think his name is Benji. That's a good piece. They got an arm. You're not getting Nolan McLean for him, but they've got good pieces. But like maybe I think it's Jonah Tong, maybe him and Benji. Maybe we'll see, but not for Scooble.
Hawks are trading Trae Young to the Wizards for C.J. McCollum.
You're a wizard, Trae.
It's a dynamite breakdown. That Harry Potter?
Yes.
Harry Potter. Good. Yeah. Good. Want to make sure nothing gets by me.
That's how I would have Robbie Coltrane passed away, unfortunately, but I would have a Robbie Coltrane impressionist. Just call whoever that one too. When I trade for a player with Washington, I would just have him go and be like, "You're a wizard, LeBron."
Hey, we're having fun.
I got very piratey there.
Whatever makes you smile. But this is the sad reality of this, is that this is where Trae Young has put everyone as far as the space in their brain. Is that I think everyone's just done thinking about Trae Young. They're done talking about Trae Young. They don't want to deal with Trae Young.
But he is at the bottom of the perceptional ladder right now. Like after the Knicks series, his perception was so overly inflated.
That was pretty cool. That was a great moment.
Where we find like the next great Knicks troll. We got a rivalry here, and then we never heard from him again.
Yeah.
And he's slowly just fallen down the perceptional ladder. You can't get any lower than Washington. They've got Sarr, who's a nice player. They've got I can't remember which Keyshawn it is. I think it's Keyshawn George.
Yeah, you confused him and Keontae recently.
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
But they have some
classic
pieces.
George on George crime.
You know, I'm a big Bilal Alcatraz fan. I kind of think he's going to
they've had
supersede
such high
expectations
draft picks
there.
in each of the past 4 years. Like at some point, Washington's got to start to turn this thing around. And
But the win for Washington is you don't give up a pick. You gave up C.J. McCollum, Browns fans,
right?
And Corey Kispert, good players. Trae Young's better than that.
And
you got the best player in the draft for no
had
picks.
the cap space to absorb this. Like this is not a bad thing for Washington. But it's just man, what a fall for Trae Young.
So
it's just such a big fall for Trae Young.
Well, but this is where you begin to build back. Speaking of falls, the immediate report out was now Atlanta can build around Jalen Johnson and they can focus on the trade deadline.
Well, they want to get Anthony Davis.
That is rough.
That's what they want.
I love AD. Don't get me wrong, but
there are people that believe that Rich Paul has already set up all of this already.
Yeah,
like he's already done all the work behind the scenes.
That's kind of how the NBA
It's all
works.
what's going to happen. And then Atlanta shifts from a solely offensive basketball team in the Trae Young era to just trying to be this defensive stalwart team.
Here's the problem: AD is not good enough to carry your team long term. So in the same way that Luka for AD was a bit bird-brained, this also. It's not bird-brained. AD's a good piece, and if you can get him, cool. That'll change the team. It might change the team for a year and a half, and that implies that AD's staying healthy.
It's going to make it a little interesting, though. Jalen Johnson's been incredible, though. Like the Hawks have some pieces, though. Like
Onyeka Okongwu.
Yeah, they're not dead. I don't love the idea of just everyone giving up on Trae Young, but I understand how we got here.
Yeah, I just don't love any trade where you give up the best player in the deal, and then really long term, the best thing you have is like a decent rotational wing piece, a big wing. I mean, that's what Corey Kispert isn't like a power forward, but he's 6'7", something like that.
8'9".
Yeah, I did that just to do that.
Yeah.
But he is 6'7". Washington quarterback DeMond Williams is in the portal, and Washington is cross with him as Washington says they have a legally binding NIL deal. DeMond Williams' agent has fired him as a client, while Oregon head coach, head of Oregon and Indiana, weighed in on the matter.
Contracts, you'd love to say that they should be enforceable, and at some point we'll see what that ends up looking like, but I think that's the secret behind a contract, right? Is it supposed to mean something?
All right. Are you pro Williams here, or are you pro Washington here, before we get to what Lanning had to say?
I'm a little torn on this one. I don't love the idea that college football has just gone completely wild, wild west, and they've completely turned over everything in just a matter of a very short amount of time. I tend to side pro player in a lot of things. I do think I do think if you sign a contract, you should have to be at some point liable to it, but coaches don't have to live by that either. So, like, if we're really going to go wild, wild west, then let's really go wild, wild west, and that's where I would then, of course, side with the player.
So I just am torn. On one hand, DeMond Williams knew the piece of paper he was signing. So
yeah, I don't love the idea that you just get to skirt out of it.
But I also don't love that you can't force somebody to go to school where they don't want to go to school.
You really can't do that.
So that's weird. I think in the end, if it's a legally binding contract, I would be surprised if he wasn't held to it.
And now I do think, like, here's what should happen, Nick. If you sign that deal like that, that's fine. We can't force you to go there. This isn't this isn't prison. This is America. We can't force you to do things you don't want to do.
For now.
But if you sign that, then you just can't go anywhere else and then sign and play for their money. Like,
you can go to college there, but you can't play football there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, go get an education all you want. But, like, you then have to sit at UCLA for a year or whatever and hang out, and then next year you get to go ahead and then you can play quarterback. But in that year, you've signed up to that school. As far as football is concerned, you have to play at that school.
Lane Kiffin is just causing trouble left and right.
But
now.
I kind of think, though, where we're headed with all this is I think eventually it'll be maybe like 4 or 5 years from now, Nick. I think we're going to get to a spot where you have, when you sign up for a school, when you commit to a school, whatever, you're going to be presented a contract, and you get to then pick the amount of years that you want to sign on that contract. If you want to bet on yourself, you sign a 1-year deal. But after that 1-year deal, you'll be a free agent. You do whatever you need to do. You sign a 3-year deal. Again, it's a bet on yourself. If you're awesome, just like in real sports, well, all right, maybe the team got a deal there. If you stink, guess what? You stole them. You robbed them blind, okay? But, like, it'll be a betting situation, but I think it'll be you call it, 1 to 3 year contracts is what we eventually end up getting.
Now, usually I love Dan Lanning and his message. I think more often than he's right about the state of college football and athletics and how to get it right. It is rich. It is rich as Bezos for any college coach to be like, contracts should mean something. College coaches on especially college basketball and college football are so disreputable when it comes to contracts that schools have to put in $60 million clauses that stop you from taking jobs, or you have to have that money paid to the organization. So for college coaches to be like, what are we doing here? Where's the loyalty? Where's the honor? It's like,
I know,
Dan, I love you, buddy. You're a great head coach, but are you the guy? Is any college coach the one to be putting this message out there?
It runs hollow when they say it and they're the presenter of it, but I do think there's a reality in college football right now that exists that it really bums me out and I think stinks, is that if a player doesn't get starting time, boom, to the portal they go.
That doesn't affect me at all.
If they don't get practice time, boom, to the portal they go. Like, there's no sense of, hey, I committed to this team. I'm going to grind it out. I'm going to find my way to the starting lineup. It's all, I'm not getting the time because I stink. I'm going to go to a different school where they'll give me the time.
If football games are good, I don't care. I listen on an individual level. I care about. I hope these kids are making the best of their opportunities. But in terms of,
I think it's bad life lessons.
Who cares? It's not college football's job to teach you lessons.
No, but I'm just saying that is a ramification of it. I just think it's bad. I think the idea that all these kids they just cry if they don't get a starting job, and then they just go find a school that will, and they immediately bolt. It just doesn't teach any perseverance or anything.
Well, yeah, but again, like that's just not the job of an institute. It's not the job of college football. You have to learn those lessons, and how do you learn them? You jump from thing to thing. And maybe make some money along the way, but maybe it cost yourself some money as well.
Well, that's why I like the 1 to 3 year deals. I like to sign it up, and then you get to either reap the benefits of that or you don't. But at least it's better than what this currently is. 35% of college football players were in the portal this year. It's way too many.
Why? Why is that too many?
It's an insane amount.
I don't know why.
What do you mean why?
The quality of college football has only gotten better with increased eligibility. It's not really hurting the actual thing itself. Is it hurting individual kids based off the decisions they make?
I'm telling you, it's hurting my enjoyment of it is what I'm telling you.
Oh, but I don't know why. Like, I don't care.
Because I can't keep track of who's on what team anymore. It's everyone's all over the place.
Yeah, but if you played at Wake Forest and then Tech and then went to North Carolina, I'm going to remember you eventually. I'm like, oh, wait, didn't he used to play? Dude, there were like 3 guys.
6 years,
there
I know.
3 guys in the playoffs.
You'll be on your 7th year of eligibility, and I'm like,
you used to be at BG.
Yeah, and I got 3 different schools that I know you used to be at, too.
It does not impact my fandom at all.
Yeah, I don't like...
Even though my team's usually the one getting ripped off.
Yeah, I get that. Constantly your team gets ripped off.
All the time.
If If I was
Everybody's
Eddie
taking the good
George,
players.
I'd be like, what the hell, man?
Yeah.
How am I supposed to even do this?
Yeah, if I was Eddie George,
Nick,
it'd be like
win
3-year
win
contracts,
the Powerball
JP.
already so we can get out of this mess. Be my Mark Cuban.
Rob Long of 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore talks Lamar Ball and John Harbaugh's firing in Baltimore in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
the decision to allow such a free fall and for him to drop despite having talent that we all agreed was way, way higher than 5th round pick. But why was he considered developmental? Why were some teams, like he's not even on our draft board, why did Kevin Stefanski had said that he needed a redshirt year?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
The quarterback Deadpool coming up in about 40 minutes. No, we're not talking about the Browns quarterback room. We got plenty to get to here. On the Fan, though, today is Jim Schwartz Day. In case you, have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? The Browns interviewing their defensive coordinator today. Tommy Rees also getting an interview. They should interview him in tandem.
Like together?
Yeah, like just in a big conference room. And then they did the, like, so you're sitting here and you're Jimmy, and then they, like, here's Tommy, here's Jim. And you go, Tommy? Okay, Jim.
Like same question to you?
Yes.
Now go ahead and you can
but
answer.
But you move your chair to where it looks like.
You just swivel.
Yeah, and so it feels like a one-on-one, but in all reality, you're really just knocking these two out of the way.
Sounds awful. It sounds.
You gotta have a little imagination.
It sounds awful. Well, no, but it would be presented like you guys are going to basically be co-head coach, right? Is that how the presentation would be? So you might as well get good working together.
No, I want this with Mike McDaniel and John Harbaugh.
Well, okay, that would be nice too.
I want this with all. Really put a little pressure on the coach themselves.
Oh, you know what? You should be the first one to say, I want John Harbaugh as my head coach, and I want Mike McDaniel as my OC, and we'll stop at nothing, and that's got to be the answer. You should be the first one to say that, because I love the idea with head coaches out here. Everyone's putting unrealistic expectations attached to all of this.
Listen, what I want is John Harbaugh as my head coach. Jim Harbaugh is my OC.
Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking.
And I'm just thinking out loud here. Mike Tomlin is my defensive coordinator.
I want to trade. I'm gonna make a trade happen as well. We just acquired Justin Herbert.
Yeah, but they give us a first rounder for Justin.
Good. Now we're talking.
Yeah. Now we're social media.
We are where the internet lives now.
You're welcome, Chargers. But to go ahead and talk about Lamar Ball, as many people are calling it. Lamar Jackson, John Harbaugh. Was it all a failure? We'll never know, but we will, because we're going to get him on the show right now. Rob Long of 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore joins us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hey, Rob, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I think we're a little stir-crazy, maybe a little slap-happy. It's been a week already. How about you guys in Baltimore? How's the reaction to Harbaugh firing?
I got fired?
Did I just break the news?
Internet's been down.
I'm messing with you. Yeah. It's like I think a lot of the fan base was ready for it to happen, but I think we were surprised that it actually happened. When you've had a guy for 18 years, it's hard to imagine that you're actually going to have the plug pulled. But overall, I believe personally it was time.
Were the fans, so they were ready to move on with Harbaugh then? It feels like we've gotten such little pushback on the idea that Harbaugh at this point just isn't the same Harbaugh he once was. When you watch these games, when you see the loyalty to Monken that he displayed, all these things, do you feel like that sense is true, that we now have a older, different, not as good Harbaugh if we were in fact able to land him?
No. See, Harbaugh is an administrator. He's not really a guy that's going to influence the game when the game begins. He's the guy that's going to influence the game before the game begins. He's an administrator. He's a CEO. He's not a game day difference maker.
So what's the right replacement for John Harbaugh look like?
Well, it might be for Cleveland because that's what Cleveland needs, I think. I think Cleveland needs an organizational guy, a guy that steers the ship and gets you back in order. That's what we needed here in Baltimore when he first got here. But now you're at a point where you need a little bit more, which is human nature. There's no disrespect to part ways with him. I think Steve Bisciotti, the owner, felt the pulse of his team and felt like you needed a jolt. You need some new blood in here to give a new message because evidently this message now is stale.
Have you taken any calls in your morning show about the idea that any fans at all wanted Harbaugh over Lamar?
No, I'm not saying no one did. I don't recall getting those calls, though.
Okay.
You may have had guys, you may have a few people who believe maybe a total change, Harbaugh and Lamar, maybe one or two
but I'm not saying only one or two people in Baltimore felt that way. I'm sure more people in Baltimore felt that way. Lamar Jackson is a polarizing figure in Baltimore, which I can't understand. He's a two-time MVP. You could argue that he should have been a three-time MVP. And when he took over as quarterback in his rookie year, the team was 4-5. They finished up 10-6 in the playoffs. And he goes from being that running quarterback who was a gimmick to an MVP his first full year, and the rest is history. John Harbaugh, on the other hand, is a coach that sat on the sideline with his headset and the microphone and allowed his offensive coordinator not to run the ball in the AFC Championship game. Then the next year you get a Hall of Fame running back, and then you find yourself on television against the New England Patriots, and you see two series in the fourth quarter where that Hall of Fame running back is not even on the field. And John Harbaugh has nothing to say about it other than it wasn't his turn to be on the field. Turn be damned. You know, the game is on the line. Get that guy on the field. That's who John Harbaugh has proven himself to be. He's a guy that in my opinion, didn't make head coaching decisions when head coaches should make decisions.
So with that, Rob, considering how long the Lamar Ball, as many people are calling it, I've heard in Baltimore as well, is that has gone on for 7-8 years, is overall, is it a failure? What happened with Lamar and Harbaugh?
If you think this team should have won a championship, yes, it's a failure. And I think this team should have won a championship by now, especially when you have the AFC Championship game at home against the Kansas City Chiefs. And it's obvious the Kansas City Chiefs weren't what they were at the top of their mini dynasty. And it's proven to be that itself after that point. I think it has been a failure. If you look at winning games and being relevant in the postseason, then it hasn't been. But that wasn't the goal of this team. The goal of this team was to win championships.
In your dealings with Harbaugh, have you found him to be a very spiteful person? The reason why I ask is because one of the angles, one of the hooks that the Browns would have in getting Harbaugh to come here is he'd want to play Baltimore twice a year.
I don't think he's spiteful to that point. Spiteful to the point of, when he didn't run the ball enough with Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry carried the ball 30-plus times the very next game, almost as if to say, are you satisfied? He's that kind of spiteful person, kind of petty. But I don't think he would choose Cleveland just for the case of playing Baltimore twice a year. No, I don't think he would do that. If he chose Cleveland, it'd be for that along with being back home because he thought you guys had a pretty good roster and a pretty good direction to get him back to championship level. But it wouldn't just be to play Baltimore twice a year, no.
Rob, I want to help you fix the Ravens. All right, you guys, a down year. This is it's a real crying shame what's happened here. I think you guys need to hire Matt Nagy. I think it just makes sense. You get an offensive head coach for Lamar. Look what he did sitting next to Mahomes in meetings. I think Matt Nagy is the guy that can get you guys where I want you to go.
What I normally do is when I want to get better, I consult my rivals for advice to get better. So your advice doesn't mean anything to me, man.
That's fair.
It doesn't mean I see through that. If Matt Nagy is here next year, I'm coming to Cleveland and you and me fighting.
All right. You know what? Honestly, I'll take that ass whooping if it means I get to watch Matt Nagy run your team to the ground.
So, where's the comedian? Well, Richard Pryor, that's an ass whipping I got to take.
Now, seriously, though, do you think that Stefanski could end up being the coach there? Or is that, what are your fans, what are the callers, what do you think about that?
If I could go off the top of my head, that's off of memory, I think Kevin Stefanski, as far as his fans in Baltimore, is probably the leader in the clubhouse. If not him, Kubiak. Those have been the top names. Also, Flores, his name has come up a lot. Those three names have come up a lot, but I think Kevin Stefanski is probably the leader in the clubhouse in terms of what the fans want, largely because he's two-time coach of the year, and they believe Cleveland is the source of his failure, not Stefanski himself.
Is Linderbaum going to be back in Baltimore, or do you think he hits the open market this March?
I think he wants to be back in Baltimore, but I think he hits the open market. I do.
Have you ever asked him how he feels about Cleveland this time of year?
I have not. I would love to keep him here because I think a lot of it. I'll give you an example. The Baltimore Ravens had Odafe Oweh on their roster. When they traded him, he had 0 sacks. Did you check what he did in Los Angeles with the Chargers?
Pretty good.
I think a lot of the issues in Baltimore have been development or the lack thereof. And I think Linderbaum is a guy that you don't want to let go of. I think you could do some things schematically that makes him even better at his job. You also have a guy named Isaiah Likely, the number 2 tight end here, who was underused, who probably, there's a rumor that he had a good riddance to Harbaugh party the day that Harbaugh was fired. I don't know if I believe that, but I think that rumor started because people in Baltimore knows he wasn't a fan of the scheme here in Baltimore.
Is Harbaugh too loyal to Monken?
Yes. In a word, yes. He's always been too loyal to his coaches, and that was the subject of his demise. Many people say, he fell on the sword for Todd Monken. This is my theory on that. If he fired Todd Monken, he knows because players wanted him gone. So now he loses to the players, and essentially he loses power. And Harbaugh's a big authority guy. He wants the power. We know that by him. So he didn't really fall on the sword for Monken. It's basically his power play. I'm not letting go of Monken, and if I keep him, I keep power. If I let him go, I lose control.
Rob, great stuff, buddy. I'll see you in roughly 3 weeks for my ass whooping, and we'll catch up with you down the line.
Man, I don't want to fight. I'm too old for that, so I'm hoping you're wrong and we don't get Matt Nagy because I don't want to fight.
It's the most I've been hurting for an ass whooping in a while, Rob. It's really, I could really use this one, buddy.
You guys are great, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, buddy. Rob Long, 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. I'd take that ass whooping for Cleveland.
Oh, you'd be smiling.
I'd get a damn statue built if the Ravens win 2-14 or 2-15. That's how math works over the next 3 years.
A statue of what? A statue of Matt Nagy or a statue of you getting your butt whooped?
No, it'd be me with like a broken leg and I'd be in like a full body cast.
And then you're just doing the LeBron, like Cleveland, this is for you.
But if they also had like Vanessa also in bronze, but giving me a sponge bath, I would take that too.
No, that's what we call it these days.
Yeah.
Woo!
I'm horny. Rob Long on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline will react to his strong words about John Harbaugh and the waiting game for Harbaugh in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dustin. Joining me on the hotline as we do each and every week is Dr. Dan Zanotti from the Center for Orthopedics with an injury update. Evan Mobley, who's going to be out for an extended period of time. They're saying, could be multiple weeks here. Calling it a calf strain, grade 1 calf strain. Dr. Dan, concerned or not concerned?
Yeah, certainly concerned. I mean, he's obviously a very important player to this team, but I think they're also, approaching this with an abundance of caution. It's early in the season. You get some of these calf strains. You don't want it to progress to something further, so now's the time to let it rest and heal.
USA Foam. 2026 is the year that USA Insulation can insulate your home. In fact, you can get insulated now and make no payments until 2027. Stop freezing and start saving with one call to USA Insulation. 1-800-USA-FOAM. Learn more at usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere in the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now.
If I could go off the top of my head, it's off of memory, I think Kevin Stefanski, as far as his fans in Baltimore, is probably the leader in the clubhouse. If not him, Kubiak. Those have been the top names. Also, Flores' name has come up a lot. Those three names have come up a lot, but I think Kevin Stefanski is probably the leader in the clubhouse in terms of what the fans want, largely because he's two-time Coach of the Year. They believe Cleveland is the source of his failure, not Stefanski himself.
Rob Long, 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. So, they think John Harbaugh is a scrub in Baltimore and Kevin Stefanski's great. Not great for
Let's see how that plays out.
I really think they're more of a Matt Nagy town. Everyone think Matt Nagy in Baltimore.
But if you're Stefanski, if Baltimore's serious, the way that Rob is saying, it's not even a question.
Oh yeah.
Not even a question. Yeah. Like you go there with bells on. Like you enjoy the hell out of the idea that Baltimore and Lamar Jackson have interest. Now, Stefanski, I almost going to coach for some weird reason. Don't know what that was about.
But finally feel indebted to him now that he's gone.
After 6 years, I'm finally like, Coach.
Ooh, the revisionist history begins. You
Stefanski
realize he's going to Baltimore?
Were we really best friends the whole time?
That's true.
I went to the galas the way everyone else did.
You just didn't publicize it.
No need.
You don't need the credit.
We've put our friendship in a very low-key manner.
That's true.
We don't need to rub it into everybody else. That's just uncouth.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Who would do that?
Yeah.
Not me.
So anyway, Coach, if Coach goes to Baltimore, I think that we know he doesn't do well with big personalities.
Yeah.
He's going to have an awful time. Like, do I need to wake Baltimore fans up and understand that what this is going to be is Lamar Jackson just doing what Harbaugh couldn't control Lamar? You think Stefanski's going to be able to?
I think
he's got no chance.
I think the funny thing is that for Lamar, your options from a discipline level run from Stefanski. He just lets you be you.
He just lets you be you. He does not do anything to restrict anything that you would want to do.
Or Brian Flores, who will punch you in the mouth if you're 5 seconds early to a meeting.
He's a drill sergeant. So, like, you talk about I don't know, if you're Lamar, you know the answer. Lamar doesn't want to be bossed around like that. He's 29 years old. He has been a 2-time league MVP. He's at the spot in his career. I would assume he wants a bobblehead more than he wants somebody that's going to tell him he was 3 minutes late, and that's not acceptable.
I still think it's going to be Jesse Minter. I still do, but Stefanski to Baltimore makes sense. Meanwhile, Rob Long, who was just on, we played the sound there at the beginning of the segment. He talked about why Harbaugh makes sense for Cleveland, in his opinion.
See, Harbaugh is an administrator. He's not really a guy that's going to influence the game when the game begins. He's the guy that's going to influence the game before the game begins. He's an administrator. He's a CEO. He's not a game day difference maker. Because that's what Cleveland needs, I think. I think Cleveland needs an organizational guy, a guy that steers the ship and gets you back in order. That's what we needed here in Baltimore when he first got here. But now you're at a point where you need a little bit more, which is human nature. There's no disrespect to part ways with him. I think Steve Bisciotti, the owner, felt the pulse of his team and felt like you needed a joke. You need some new blood in here to give a new message, because evidently this message now is stale.
So here's what I struggle with.
Mm-hmm.
Every archetype can fail. All right, but that's not specific to Harbaugh. But what I mean is, like, I don't think Cleveland needs a specific archetype. If you can lead and you can communicate, you can be an OC. You can be a former defensive backs coach. You can be a special teams coach. I don't give a rip. So, like, I'm pretty malleable on, do you want a offensive wizard like Mike McDaniel, or do you want, X's and O demon on the defensive side of the ball like Robert Saleh?
Mm-hmm.
If you can find your way to like lead a team and get the most out of them. So I don't think Cleveland, specific to what he said, I don't think they need like a CEO type head coach, because I think that opens up a separate, like for every good thing, you're going to open up maybe a separate issue.
No, but what is nice about having a CEO type coach is Stefanski wasn't that. Stefanski was supposed to be X's and O's, and he's supposed to be this great quarterback whisperer and everything like that. And then he never updated anything. He stayed with the same offense he had for the beginning, and it never got better, and he never really put much new into it. And so, like, you see how that doesn't travel, right? If you're one of the types like Harbaugh, where you're a CEO type coach, that travels. Because that's not anything that you're coming up with that is brand new. That's just being who you are.
Now, I think it's fascinating that Harbaugh, it's already kind of out there that it's unlikely he's going to interview this week, because it does play into the theory that I think a lot of people, I think you and I have both thought this, but that basically is like, well, let's get through the wild card round of the playoffs, and let's just make sure we know all the jobs that are out there.
It's smart. Like, if I was Harbaugh, this is exactly the right route that he should be going. Find out what happens with the Bills, find out what happens with the Packers, and then we can reconvene on Monday, and we can evaluate our situation from there. Meanwhile, someone like Stephen Ross might be left with the idea that he fired his head coach, and he had no real chance.
Yeah, that'd be funny, though.
It would be. It's still worth the gamble if you're Stephen Ross.
Okay. If you're already gonna fire Mike McDaniel, which I don't think he was.
Well, I don't know that he. I mean, clearly he wasn't going to, because he didn't on Monday, right? Like, clearly this is everything that just shaped this. But was he going to fire McDaniel a year from now or halfway through the season? It's on the table, 100% on the table.
Definitely on the table. It's interesting. I think you mentioned two jobs that obviously Harbaugh could be waiting for. I think the Eagles thing is another one that people have started talking about that's interesting.
Oh, I think I brought that one up a couple days ago, and that was just me thinking that this might end for Sirianni, and that being the type of job that Harbaugh would obviously love. It's got to be this weekend. It's got to be a real crash and burn for Sirianni. Winning a Super Bowl a year ago to then being out the door, but it's on the table. There's all sorts of names that are popping up right now, though.
Is there one we should hope for?
Well, so here's the thing, I will feel so much better if it's Green Bay, if it ends up being Buffalo, if it ends up being Philadelphia. I can live with losing out to those type of situations. Mm-hmm. You're supposed to lose out to those type of situations. I will be crestfallen if it ends up being Miami.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it's one of these teams.
Honestly, the Giants, which everybody thinks. The Giants, it's not a good job, and it's not a good organization. They haven't been a good organization since Tom Coughlin left.
Like, you should be able to overcome that. You can be in the same category of them. Like, some you weren't able to close for some reason, and I don't really want to get into why you didn't close, but I'll be upset that you didn't. You lose out to Buffalo, that's fine. You're not expected to beat out Buffalo in this race. They have Josh Allen. But I can't stand losing to Miami that way. That would be very frustrating.
I think the three teams we've mentioned that he could be waiting for.
Yeah.
I think he should hope Buffalo opens up the most next. So the first, then Green Bay, and then Philly. If you're John Harbaugh, now you're older in your career, right? So the idea you could be fired in 5 years if you only win one Super Bowl is maybe not that big of a deal. I think Philadelphia is on the back half of their window. I don't think Jalen's going to be able to be the same player once you start subtracting an A.J. Brown, and once the defense has already kind of taken a step back. Saquon maybe takes a step back.
Plus, then you're perceived as less than Sirianni, who got it done.
Yeah. Well, but
that's not great.
Like, here's the thing. This is like clockwork.
Howie Roseman's great, though.
You're there for 5 years. You win a Super Bowl, but you get fired. I don't know the next coach is guaranteed to win a Super Bowl.
Well, so here's why I think the Packers should be above the other two. And Josh Allen obviously skews the conversation because he's Josh Allen, but you still got to fix that defense. There's a lot of things you have to do there.
I think that's one good offseason away from being one of the better teams they've had, but okay.
It might be. And if I was an offensive guy, I would be signing up like crazy because it's so appealing and there's so many things to it. I think the one thing that the Packers have in this that I think too many people sleep on is you don't have an owner.
Mm-hmm.
That's such a valuable thing that you have as the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, but you have Carmen Policy's son that wants to run off Matt LaFleur because he's too good at his job.
Yeah, they still have a board of directors and a thing that happens. But on a day-to-day basis, you don't have somebody breathing down your neck. You don't have anybody that one of the reasons why I feel like the Packers have had such stability for so many years consistently, not only with the head coaches, but also then with the quarterbacks, is because you just don't have that constant presence that's there.
It's
just doesn't exist in Green Bay.
Because, again, we're looking at, okay, if we can't get him, who can he dislodge that could come to Cleveland? Mike McDaniel is part of that collateral damage, even if Harbaugh doesn't go to Miami. So we already kind of have a small win there if you think McDaniel could be a good successor to Kevin Stefanski. I think Matt LaFleur is an absolute yes. The second he were to get fired by Green Bay, if they wanted to go Harbaugh, you do everything that I wanted for Harbaugh. You give him an extra $5 million because Matt is younger, and he's gone from Aaron Rodgers, where he brought Aaron Rodgers back to the NFC title game, and then developed Jordan Love. He's done everything I want as an offensive head coach.
Right, yeah, he's great.
So
oddly enough, too, the oldest in the NFC playoff field,
which is crazy. Isn't he only like 45 or 46?
Yeah.
McDermott probably is next, but I like McDermott. But to me, again, he's another kind of one of those tough asses. I don't want to say he's a CEO coach because he was a great defensive coordinator, but he's next. Sirianni's the wild card.
I don't know if I want Sirianni.
I know because everyone's going to
I don't think I want him.
He's got a Super Bowl, though.
I know.
Dodos don't win Super Bowls.
I think he's an idiot. I don't
think he's an idiot. I think he might be a mad genius. He might be some iteration of Gruden.
Okay, but his Super Bowl, and now we got to look at it in hindsight too, because everyone credited his Super Bowl to it was Shane Steichen, Jonathan Gannon as his offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator, and then really last year, obviously not the very first iteration of that was where he got all the credit of that with Jalen Hurts. The first Super Bowl they went to and lost. This most recent one was Vic Fangio with the defense. And he just got no credit for the defense or the offense anywhere.
I think that's because people don't respect him because of his press conference. People just decided he's a dumb.
Well, and it's Big Dom that is always hanging around him as well. It's
Bring Big Dom here too.
Well, Big Dom is definitely coming.
I can use him to help protect me from Big Rob. Rob Long would kick my ass.
I don't know that Rob Long is that big anymore.
Matt Nagy goes to Baltimore. I have Big Dom meet Rob Long. All of a sudden, I'm living.
Have you seen photos of Rob Long recently?
Is he like medium Rob now?
Got skinny.
Look at that. Good for him.
He got skinny. Yeah. I don't know what he's on.
I did that once too.
Yeah, he's not very big at this point. But anyway,
then I put it all back on just for you.
But I don't think I want Sirianni. I don't. I know that sounds crazy.
I think I want him more than McDermott.
Well, yeah, I'm not really sold on much on McDermott either, though.
That'd be a good hire.
I think
he's
it'd
a
be a good hire.
Buffalo. You gotta give some love there. Yes, he did. Well, I don't know why my voice got that high.
They were winning. He had the defense. He had the defense very good.
No, I mean, remember they won.
Howard Dean.
They were winning with. They went to the playoffs with Tyrod, and then he's part of the development of Josh Allen.
I'm not. Well, everyone credits Daboll more than they credit McDermott for the development of Josh Allen. Like because
he's the offensive coordinator. And by the way, they're right.
Let's be honest about it.
But the development of a quarterback doesn't happen unless a head coach
is Daboll coming here too? Because that might be your plan.
I'll allow it.
McDermott and Daboll back in the saddle together.
Can we keep Jim Schwartz too?
Why not?
Come on now.
I don't see why we couldn't.
I'm not ever asking a question of any one of those three gentlemen. They would scream at me so quickly.
I don't hate that setup, but it's got to be a really good. This is like Sirianni. It's got to be a really good offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator setup. Now, did you hear the other rumblings that people are talking about within the Bills if McDermott goes?
No.
Belichick.
That would just be.
Think about it for a second.
No, I thought about it for a second.
He can do well with quarterbacks. We know that. He would
if you give him a Hall of Fame.
He could turn over, and Josh Allen, Hall of Fame quarterback. So, he could turn over the defense in a second because that's what he actually knows what to do. His drafting was never a problem with the defensive side of the ball. He drafted all sorts of players in the defensive side of the ball. He stunk offensively when it came to that stuff. And so, there's a world out there that I could see the Bills falling for that trap. I 100% could see that.
If the Bills want to make sure Josh Allen will never win a Super Bowl, that's the play here. Kevin Stefanski is a much better hire in that, hypothetically, than Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick, guys.
I think it's the one spot. The one spot that he could go to where I'd actually be like, it kind of makes sense.
I think give me the Cleveland stats, the post-Brady stats, and the UNC stats. He's basically... I was going to say Hugh Jackson. That's not fair. He is.
Yes, but you're doing post Brady, which is very fair. He stinks post Brady. But you don't have to worry. But you don't have to worry about that.
Post.
I think Belichick's good at everything about the NFL except for the quarterback spot. But guess what? The Bills have the quarterback spot taken care of.
Well, okay, no. If you got
that's the discussion.
Tom Brady,
Josh Allen.
I don't think Josh is Tom.
Well, I mean, it's Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. They're in their own little world, but Josh Allen is not. He's not like Temu Josh Allen here. Like, let's put some respect on his name. He just won MVP last year. Like, you're at the apex of Josh Allen at this point. Like, if there was ever a time,
I don't like it,
where you could reintroduce Bill back to the NFL. I think this could be the time. This would be the setup. The only way I think that it would work, this would be it.
What job should John Harbaugh be waiting for? What did I rank him again? I think I said, they say Buffalo, then Green Bay. I don't know. But the point is, they're all really good jobs. Everybody would enjoy any one of those jobs. I would hope, though, Green Bay opens up because maybe you can make a run at LaFleur. The QB Deadpool with many moves to make. Coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Dan Oden.
stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list. Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu, the daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
NFL playoffs and up-to-the-minute college and association hoops coverage. We've got your January weekend covered. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Pete Futek coming up in about 40 minutes. We will talk about the Fiesta Bowl, not Fiesta Bowl and the Peach Bowl. All the bowls, really.
We could do Fiesta Wear, too, if
Maybe
you wanted.
a blunt or two. We'll see where it goes with Pete Futek.
The blunt cast is back.
The blunt cast. He would love the blunt cast idea.
Yeah,
he wouldn't poo-poo it like you.
I didn't poo-poo it.
I think you poo-pooed it.
I asked for names.
When I gave you names.
I gave you an old cast of the blunt cast. What are you talking about?
It wasn't very good.
The podcast.
Yeah. Okay, that was good. The podcast was great.
I mean, jeez. We did blunt cast for like 7 minutes. If anything, I think that's extending the blunt cast. We did a like, oh, Seth Rogen.
Like the puff,
Seth
puff
Rogen's got to be guest number 1. Like, I don't know that anybody was more committed to the blunt cast outside of yourself than me.
You didn't like when I said Colin Cowherd.
Well, I just don't think he fits the blunt cast.
That's exactly why it fits.
I just don't think. I mean,
somebody's got to talk while everybody else is stoned to bejesus.
This is a classic me and you in many ways. I mean, like, you know, I go with an idea for like 5 or 7 minutes, but part of the idea is that I get to then immediately shoot down any idea I think is insane.
That's fair.
That's part of it.
You know what? That's fair.
That's the rub.
Complaint withdrawn.
But Cowherd, I mean, you need somebody to broker the in between. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
You need
somebody to talk when everyone's macramated into the sofa.
Straight edge guy. Well, yeah, because we don't want to turn it into just Zion on the couch eating Doritos,
giggling and talking about Mariah. Where are you, Mariah?
At least it's just Doritos.
That's true. And some of the other things I've heard he does. No, thank you. Not on the podcast, sir. Not on the Bluntcast.
I heard someone earlier say he seemed like a guy that went from being the hey, I'll give you a hug. Let's give out hugs guy. You know that guy to then being worth like hundreds of millions of dollars, and that's what's become of him.
Pretty sure one of the reasons I'm not welcome back to one of the schools that I went to, not going to say which one, is they had an instructor that really liked to give people hugs. And I might have pointed that out multiple times because he didn't ever offer me a hug.
The I'll give a hug guy. Let's give a hug guy.
He seemed to only offer young women hugs.
Yeah, it's weird.
I thought it was really interesting.
Definitely weird.
And I might have put it into a spot on station day, and people didn't like that.
How'd you work that spot in?
I can't say it without saying the name, and we're not going to do that.
Okay,
we're not that kind of show.
All right, then.
We are that kind of show.
What are the schools? What school am I missing?
No, I'm so I'm going to give you the damn school?
Well, I mean, wait. You said, well, hold on.
No.
Did you go to multiple colleges?
No. I went to a school, and then I went to a college.
Okay, so it was high school.
No.
No.
Jonathan?
What am I missing here? No, please, tell me. What am I missing?
I'll tell you off air. I'm already not invited back.
Oh, yeah, I noticed you're never like an alumni spotlight.
Yeah.
Mac is all the time.
Yeah, no.
They treat Mac as if he's like the Al Roker of Cleveland media.
If you're brought up in this business, you get a month there.
I know, they love
You
him.
host,
Hey, Mac, are you in the Hall of Fame there yet or no? I think you might be in the Hall of Fame. You're very close,
You host afternoons on,
I think they're...
the biggest sports station in Cleveland.
Their radio station might actually be the Mac Robinson sports station. I think they renamed it. That's how much they think of him. It's incredible.
The best I'll get is the Not Nick Wilson station. That's the best I'll get.
I think you get a stall.
Oh, wow.
That's funny. No, that's funny. I'm very proud of you. It's actually urinal cake.
With your face on it. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. See, this is what your donation gets, Nick. Money well spent.
That's why
Money well
not
spent.
donated.
Actually, it would be funny if Mac was like their big booster.
He gives $5 a month.
Some people give the church 10%. He gives there.
So I'm on the docket to talk to the class next week, right, guys? We're having fun. The quarterback Deadpool. We have not been able to do this for a couple weeks because of the holidays. It is time to update. The last time that we did the quarterback Deadpool, both Mac and I had to add quarterbacks to our team because we had quarterbacks in the transfer portal, which meant they weren't going to the NFL. And then immediately, one of the two quarterbacks I added went right into the transfer portal. And then one of Mac's quarterbacks went right into the transfer portal. So let's have Commissioner Jake Murn bring us up on the quarterback Deadpool.
Yeah, like you referenced, Nick, a lot of changes since the last time we did the Deadpool about 3 or 4 weeks ago, but we are here with the draft season edition of the Afternoon Drive quarterback Deadpool, and we're going to start with Jonathan's team as you are first up in the waiver wire, so if you want to make a change, you can if you want to, but you have Dante Moore. He's obviously in the semifinal playoff game tomorrow against Indiana.
Him if I were you.
You have Cade Klubnik, who lost to Penn State in the Pinstripe Bowl. Garrett Nussmeier, his draft stock kind of in question because he hasn't played in a while. And then John Mateer, who lost in the first round of the playoff to Alabama, JP.
Yeah, I think we're good.
You really had a chance to really bone who's next up in the draft wire?
You are, Nick.
Real shame. Yeah, you had a chance to really bone one of us.
Okay, then.
But you didn't.
I didn't. No, I opted not to.
All right, can you remind me of my roster so I know who I have to release?
Yes, you have Carson Beck. He'll be in a semifinal playoff game tonight against Ole Miss.
Really well. If we have another big performance from Carson Beck.
That's Pete Futek's guy.
Yeah. It was my one hope, being first round pick. Okay, go ahead.
You also have Joe Fignano, who I think is only in this Deadpool because you liked saying his last name.
Fignano! Hey, bop-a-da-boo!
Point made there. You also have Sawyer Robertson, the senior quarterback from Baylor, and then Josh Hoover, who did enter the transfer portal, is headed to Indiana.
Well, I'm going to have to release the Hoosier Hoover Furry Mobile. And I'm going to add Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson.
Huh? He's on Mac's team.
He's on my team.
I thought you cut him.
No.
Why would he cut him?
Why would I
he's
cut
been
him?
on Mac's team for a while.
Well, I'm adding him. Are you serious?
For like a very long time.
I thought
For
you
weeks
cut him.
now, yeah.
In fact, he actually picked him up in the week that I was gone on paternity leave, which was week 2 of the season.
All right.
I remembered it because I was in the hospital being like, I'm going to pick up Sam Levitt. It's a dumb thing by me, but I was like, I'm going to get Sam Levitt when I come back. I don't have to call it in or anything. He'll be there. It's fine. I'm going to now snake Sam Levitt, or sorry, not Sam Levitt, Ty Simpson. This will be great. It's going to be a thing. And then I came back and then I looked at the quarterback board and Ty Simpson was gone. And I cursed Mac up and down. I said, what the hell?
All right.
I said he's gone.
Are you double sure?
1,000,000% sure.
Triple,
He's
yeah.
been gone for it's been months.
I think that was his initial
months.
Aiden Childs move.
Man, you
where he dropped
had
him.
me really nervous. You're like, so you could snake somebody, and I'm like, who am I missing? What am I missing here?
He's been on my team since September.
He couldn't be on his team anymore for any longer at this point.
Let me just come back to this. How sure are you?
Now I'm questioning it.
1,000% sure.
Now I'm not as sure. No, yeah, it's 100%.
All right. Well, Josh Hoover's done. I will go Taylon Green, quarterback out of Arkansas.
Really thought Ty Simpson was on the board.
I sure did. I was so excited. I was like, Mac hasn't snaked this one prematurely like he does every other quarterback. We haven't done this in 3 weeks. The more laughing you do, the more insulting this is.
It should be insulting. He's been off the ball.
All you had to do was check it.
It's really funny to me.
But that involves Google.
I know what this was. 2025 just didn't exist to you. This is a new year. You're just creating new things as you go. This is like our Google invite to the company meeting on Monday all over again.
What? We have a meeting on?
Yeah.
All right, Mac.
All right, yeah. So Taylon Green now on Nick's team. Let's run through.
So happy.
Let's run through Mac's team. He has Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman winner, will play Oregon tomorrow. He does in fact have Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback,
right to me.
that did declare for the NFL draft yesterday. So that's a big win.
A first-round
for
pick
Mac
for months. How would we read off the names of quarterbacks?
Mac has had to make so many moves since the first team. It's not great.
You got people I've never heard of on your roster right now, but Ty Simpson was going to get through the cracks? I mean, come on.
You're just being hateful. What else?
Yeah, Mac also has Jalen Daniels, the Kansas product, also declaring for the draft. And
I wondered, I was like, how are we going to do today's quarterback Deadpool?
Yeah.
This is going to be, everyone's kind of got their guys. Everyone's going to stay. I'm having a blast.
And Darian Mensah, who did decide to return to Duke next season, so that's the other expected move out of Mac here what are you going to do about Mensa?
Yeah, so obviously Mensa's going back to Duke, so I'm going to select Senior Bowl invite Cole Payton, quarterback from North Dakota State.
You sure you don't want like Dante Moore or somebody?
Is Fernando Mendoza available? I'm not sure. Take that to your urinal cake.
JP is really enjoying this.
I started the blunt cast early, I guess. I don't know.
Allow me to be blunt. Do you have any more moves?
No, I'm good. We're
All
good.
right. Yeah. Well, allow me to. That means I'm back now. I mean, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
if you want to make another move, you
He's
could.
talking to you, Jake.
Yeah.
Sure.
I would like to release Sawyer Robertson.
Okay.
And I'd like to pick back up Drew Aller.
There we go.
Like he never left.
There we go.
Never left.
This is like the 4th time he's been in this Deadpool.
Yeah, I bet it is.
He was on JP's team on 2 different occasions, and he started on yours.
Hasn't been in the portal yet. That's my guy. That Drew Aller.
All right. Well, something to monitor for the afternoon drive quarterback Deadpool. The
And
poll
Ty
results
Simpson.
the last time, actually, Max still in the lead 62% of the vote, and then you guys tied with 19%. So we'll see if there are any changes this week.
That's quarterback Deadpool.
That's it.
A lot of disrespectful stuff happening in that segment there.
Thank you, Jake.
Most important factors in the head coach search coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
that, let's say, he's going to get the Giants job, and it seems pretty clear that that's going to happen, then you're not going to interview him. I'm sure they called. I'm sure they're one of the teams that called. But I don't know if they will actually go through with an interview. And right now, I do not know if he's on the list.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Pete Fiutak coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We'll talk all the latest college shenanigans with our good buddy Pete Fiutak. We've got the semifinal game tonight in college football playoffs tonight and tomorrow. Although tomorrow really kind of just feels like the whole enchilada, because I think whoever's going to win, that's going to win. But we shall see. With tonight, we've got Ole Miss and Miami. And however, today the show started with news out of Miami that not the Hurricanes, but the Miami Dolphins, as they have fired Mike McDaniel, and we ended up getting sidetracked because it's Jim Schwartz Day and Tommy Rees Day for the Browns. I think it would be really interesting to see what the reaction would be, though, if Mike McDaniel were to be the Browns head coach. Because I think a fair amount of people would be where Darryl Ryder was today, where I saw him on Twitter where he was like, absolutely not.
Yeah, Darryl gave it a hard pass. I feel like we need to work harder on this. I just saw that McDaniel, by the way, the Lions are requesting, or they're going to try to get him in to interview to be the OC there. And it's like, I don't know, maybe he takes like a gap year and tries to reset himself for next offseason. Because I think everything with him is going to age very, very well. The idea that you got Tua to the playoffs twice, like you had, really just a bad situation, bad GM, bad everything, and he was still able to have at least winning seasons. Like it was not a bad job by Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, Mike McDaniel as Lions OC, it would be fascinating, by the way, because I think that's another coach that'd be really good for Jared Goff, and I think this also
and all those playmakers. I mean, they got everyone.
Let's just say that would be the team that he goes to as the OC. I think this goes back to a point I made earlier. Like, I think if you're going to get Mike McDaniel, it's as a head coach. So Browns fans dreaming of him as the offensive coordinator, I think there's one way he ends up here, and even then I still think it's iffy.
Yeah, just not. Your read on that's 100% right. Like, he's not going to end up here as the OC. He's going to go to a place that has an established quarterback. So it'd be as the head coach. But I don't know why. Why does it feel like my rankings, and listen, I left Harbaugh out of this just for whatever reasons. But
because it's an obvious one.
But if it's McCarthy 1, and then it's McDaniel, and then it's Saleh, why are people acting as if that's like I can't believe he's got a former head coach who legitimately did just get fired, but who had Tua looking like he knew what he was doing. Tua led the league in completion percentage. Tua was actually competent. A guy I think is a backup quarterback at best, but like we're too good for that?
Yeah, I think too many people are, well, okay, one, I understand he just got fired and he's coming off a losing season. And all year, anyone would say, I like everyone. It's kind of like the Sirianni thing that we talked about with Philly.
Yeah,
everyone's already made their decision on Mike McDaniel that it was booty cheeks because of how we treated them in Miami. Was that week 7, week 8?
And he, like Sirianni, doesn't really do a lot to help himself when it comes to how he's perceived in many ways.
Yeah.
Like he looks like
a goober.
He looks like Miami turned him into a coke dealer.
Yeah,
like he's got an insane style to himself. He wears all these different like jogger pants that like I wear, but not really head coaches wear. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't do much to convince people that he's a very serious human. And I think that when you're vaping on the sidelines of playoff games, I think people pay attention to those type of things.
I'm actually okay with that if you want to vape in Cleveland.
Too.
I don't care. Can you coach football?
That's the thing. I am too. I don't care about any of that other stuff. But I do think the perception for him out there, it's not football reasons is why people don't like him. I think that's the problem I'm having within the discussion. And I'm not even the biggest Mike McDaniel guy. But, Nick, I just have a hard time right now because it feels like it's an instant no for everyone.
Yeah, I think, because to me it's all about, okay, well, who are the other candidates? John Harbaugh is my number one. It's not even close. If John Harbaugh comes here, yes, please, thank you. Let's boogie down, right?
For sure, yeah, for sure.
And that's maybe I think I would take Harbaugh even if it meant losing Jim Schwartz. I do not want to lose Jim Schwartz under any circumstance. But for John Harbaugh, I'd very seriously consider it. If Jim Schwartz says he just doesn't want to coach with John. The McDaniel thing is then everybody else comes in after that, and it's a distant second after that. McDaniel definitely has to be top 5, because you cannot deny that he actually is a legitimate offensive genius. That's like, he doesn't have the respect as a head coach that Stefanski has, which is wild because I think they're very similar in that regard of maybe being too lenient of culture. But he is what people think about Stefanski. He has consistently had top 15 offenses, in like EPA and win rate, like no matter how good Tua was.
Yeah.
And here's the other one. Elite run game. Elite in the run game, incredibly creative with some of the schemes. So they, to use a Stefanskiism, they're really good at marrying the run to pass.
Well, and not even just the idea that he's had good offenses, Nick. Like we kind of joked about previously in talking about Stefanski that one of the things about Stefanski is that he's only had one top 10 scoring offense, and that number was number 10, right?
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel has had legitimately, number 2 is as high as he's gotten. Number 2 scoring offense
and
in the
that's
NFL.
Good, yes.
Yeah, that's good. I think that's good. Like he's shown the ability to have. Yeah, he didn't get to number 1, but it's been number 2
with Tua.
With Tua, that's what I'm saying. With Tua, he was able to have not only a team that led the entire NFL in passing yards, they also were top 5 in passing touchdowns. They were top 1 in rushing touchdowns that same year as well. They were top 2 in yards, top 2 in points. Like everywhere you looked, he had a dominant offense, and it's like he has the ability. You give him the horses, he can do it. With Stefanski, we never got to a spot where you gave him the horses, he could get to this level.
Yeah, and by the way, he couldn't make it work with Baker, Odell, and Jarvis, and Nick Chubb on offense. Neither of those offenses were top 10 offenses in the NFL. So Kevin Stefanski at points has had, and this is not to bash Kevin, it's to, and like this is the whole point, like, do I think Mike McDaniel is a great head coach? Well, I think right now the signs point to no. Do I know definitive, do I think he's a bad coach? Absolutely not. And unless Jim Harbaugh comes here, Mike McDaniel becomes a lot better. Like, I'd rather McDaniel than Saleh because McDaniel actually won games in Miami.
Yeah.
He had 2 playoff seasons, and his floor was 7-10. Robert Saleh, I don't believe, cracked better than 7-10 in a season.
Yeah, no, it's night and day. Like, everything that people love about Stefanski, it's almost like Mike McDaniel did it in a spot that is, I mean, you can make an argument just as hard to win as what Cleveland is. Miami has been 25 years since they've won a playoff game, and he did it at a better rate. And so, like, I get it. I understand the hesitation. I hate, just the same way that I hate that I'm, like, almost going for McCarthy and putting him in the list. I hate how hard in the paint I'm sounding like I'm going for McDaniel, but I don't understand why people are just a hard stop and a no on this one, especially when your other options are guys like Dan Pitcher.
Yeah, or
Todd Monken.
Yeah, or Matt Nagy. Like,
yeah.
Jinx. But I do, well, that would be bad because I don't want you to not talk the rest of the segment.
That actually would be funny. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Yeah. I just stand there in complete silence.
Mime at me like Shador. I think McDaniel would be one of the better hires you could make. Now, here's my condition. He needs to keep Jim Schwartz. Because one of the things that McDaniel never really got for various reasons in Miami was an elite defense. And if you give, honestly, you could go Guardians and just not add a lot on offense other than fix the offensive line this offseason. And I think the offense, just by virtue of McDaniel being here, will be better. And as long as you have Schwartz, I think that could be a really, really nice team next year.
And if you're McDaniel, you'd sign up for that, I would think. But you're right in the idea that this isn't you give McDaniel the keys to the kingdom.
Yeah.
It's not one of these situations where you just bow down and say, whatever you want, Mike, come on over. We're just happy to have you. No, this is very similar to like if you hire Dan Pitcher, where it's like, all right, so you're going to keep Schwartz. You're going to be cool with that. And then also, when it comes to player personnel decisions and stuff, you get input, but like I get the final call if I'm Andrew Berry.
Now, the interesting thing about McDaniel is he is an extreme version of the Shanahan coaching tree where they will put a lot of money, and I mean a butt ton of money, into the skill playing positions, specifically wide receiver and tight end, almost at the expense of offensive line. Like, if you look at the offensive lines they built in Miami, there is a lot of development there. Frank Smith is his offensive coordinator, no line coach. They've developed a lot of guys. The free agents that they've signed, they haven't had their Trent Williams. They haven't had their that version of player that is a dominant kind of player. I think that would be the one thing. And if we remember, in Denver, That was we're going to draft guys like Chris Myers and Chris Cooper and a lot of Chris's, Ryan Williams, guys who were good prospects but not elite offensive linemen. So that would be an interesting kind of trade-off there.
Yeah, and it's one I would make. I just find it fascinating. It feels like I'm glad you're at least top 5 on your board with them.
Yeah.
I don't get the perception from Browns fans that everyone's like head over heels with this, but I'm telling you, based off of the names we've seen, based off of the people we've talked about, like this is almost as good as it gets.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Maybe as you're thinking about this, Mike McDaniel versus Odd and Dirty. Right?
Yeah, just sound it out.
Mike McDaniel versus Dan Pitcher. And I'm not here to say those guys can't coach. And listen, I'm not here to say those guys shouldn't be the head coach.
Maybe we turn around 3 years from now and one of them is like a Dan Campbell. It's like, whoa, that came out of nowhere. Okay.
So, I just continue to look at this as, okay, I think I know what Mike McDaniel would give you, and sometimes, that's okay. Sometimes it's okay to go with the known quantity if the quantity, you get some pretty interesting stuff there if, and I'm going to say this again, if you can keep Jim Schwartz.
And we just got a new guest for the Blunt Cast.
Jim Schwartz?
No, vaping on the sidelines, Mike McDaniel.
Oh, yeah, he's not vaping weed. He's normal smoke.
Well, I just assume, afterwards, that vape doesn't get all... Is it California sober, though?
That's a great point. My boy Hacksaw is California sober. He just walked by him. He's like, there's not a thought in his head right now.
He coached in San Francisco. That's a real vibe for them.
Hey, can we, I don't think it's legal in Florida right now. Tell Mike, it's legal here, buddy boy. Come on now.
That'd be really funny if that was a selling point for a coach out there. He's like, look at the states where it's legal, where it's not.
He's like looking up gummies. Like, what gummies
He's like,
can I
wait
get in
a second. Ohio, you can... That's legal? Casinos exist and are legal. Everything's good there, too. They have strip clubs. Why is Ohio basically Las Vegas?
Hon, they've got Maui Wowie. 216-474. That's a Strand, guys. 216-474.
Thank you for the clarification. I really needed it,
from
though.
About 20 years ago.
Because I didn't know.
I don't think it's a thing anymore.
It's an outdated Strand?
Well, yeah. So I have a cousin who works at the shop, and some of the names are like, why would you do that? Why would you? What's that name about?
Oh, that's a miscalling of yours in life, by the way, is naming the new strands of weed.
It's basically, it's transferable.
They're always fun names, are they not?
It's basically taking my love of naming people that work here, nicknaming people that work here part-time, but just putting it to weed.
But then you make it the most ridiculous things imaginable. Yeah. I think you were almost born for it.
Yes, I was. Remember that, weed companies. 216-474-0092. What would your reaction be if Mike McDaniel was hired by the Browns as head coach? Pete Futak walks us through different kinds of bowls in 2 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
110 win over Indiana. Tip-off at 8 p.m. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, the lead coming up in about 40 minutes. We got Bobby Carpenter, former NFL linebacker, Ohio State legend, 97.1 The Fan in Columbus, coming up at 5:40. We'll talk Ohio State failure, the future of Matt Patricia down yonder. We'll also get his take on Mendoza versus Moore from the NFL perspective. But we got the Fiesta Bowl tonight. Ole Miss v. Miami. Carson Beck. Will he put himself back in the conversation for a first-round pick? Hopefully so for my quarterback Deadpool. But to talk about that, to talk about tomorrow's Peach Bowl, we bring on a peach of a human being of college football news. Pete Fiutak joining us right now. What's up, buddy?
Oh, just after an intro like that, I don't know how I can follow it. So how do you win your Deadpool again? Like, they just have to, go in the first round next
Pete,
year?
this is the problem with the Deadpool the entire time, is that we never laid out the rules of the Deadpool
yet.
We never what the points-based reward system actually is. It's I've had a problem with it with the commissioner for a while, but we all got lazy.
Basically, if you have to ask, then your guy's dead. You know when you see it. You know it's going to be Dante Moore. You know it's going to be Fernando, and you know it's going to be I don't know if
Ty Simpson, maybe.
I guess Ty Simpson.
Do you not like Ty Simpson, by the way? A lot of Browns fans are thinking we're now in the mix for a quarterback again.
Why? I mean, he was fine, but I don't know, if you're not throwing for 5,000 yards in the Kalen DeBoer offense, there's something missing there. I never really saw it. I guess he's got the moxie and he's got the arm strength and stuff, but Michael Penix Jr., went off in that offense. Jake Haener went crazy at Fresno State. And this guy at Alabama was okay, but I don't know. I guess he's just a guy. I don't really kind of see it as much as you can kind of see with, certainly Mendoza or Moore.
I actually think both Moore and Simpson should go back because I'm a big believer in you need 25 or more starts to give yourself a chance, not just to be drafted early, but that's kind of going to happen one way or another, but to make sure you get that second contract or your best chance at it.
Well, now, look, we're in kind of a funky spot with this. I kind of am a pure believer now. Unlike last year, where you had some real guys changing back and forth, this transfer portal sucks. Either if you're that good, you're going to the NFL, or if you're that good at a big program, they're going to pay to keep you. And I get the Drew Mestamaker is going from North Texas to an Oklahoma State. That's another sort of thing. But there isn't really the wow factor there. There are a couple guys here and there that I really like, but not like last year. Ooh, wow, that guy's going to be a game changer. Stuff. And then the other part of this too is the places like Notre Dame are freaking out. Oh no, they don't have any transfers yet. Well, that's kind of because the guys they have in place are better. I mean, remember last year the party line was they could have had, Nico. They could have had, name your transfer portal quarterback last year, and it's going to be on C.J. Carr. And right now they wouldn't trade C.J. Carr for anybody. So some of these big time places, like in Ohio State too, they're talented enough. We don't need a lot of, maybe you get one or two guys here or there, but there isn't a Caleb Downs in there. There isn't a real superstar game changer this year.
Pete, you didn't take the bait. Yesterday I said Dante Moore should go back to school, and Ross Tucker called me an idiot. And he might be right. You never know. We'll see how it ages.
You guys everyone can be right in this. I mean, we could all be idiots here, but if he's going to be the number one pick in the draft, which I think he's going to, when the workouts come, everyone's going to love Fernando, and then the workouts are going to happen, and they're going to go, oh, wait, this guy. And it'll be Dante Moore, I think. But if it's not one or two, if you're going to be the first or second pick in the draft, you go to I go with the Bill Parcells line. If you want to play, if you want to be in the NFL, go to the NFL. Go play in the league. You want to be in the league, go play in the league. Quit with this college stuff. So I think yes, you even let the NFL pay you to develop for the Raiders or the Jets or wherever he's going to go.
All right, Pete. What do you make of the Ohio State? I don't even want to call it a collapse, but we might as well call it that.
I mean, the D did its job, but look,
easy.
Kid kicks field goal. We did this a couple years ago, where Kid kicks field goals straight. They beat Georgia and they go on to win the national championship. Kid kicks 2 field goals straight. They're Big Ten champions. They win this, and they're probably moving on still. And look, the defense did its job. Okay, they didn't come up with the one final stop they had to have against Indiana. No, they didn't come up with the one final stop. I mean, Miami had the ball with 5 minutes to go, and they powered their way to the national. They will play for the national championship. They powered their way to the semifinals. So the problem, though, was there's always an issue whenever a head coach says, I'm calling the plays now, whether it's Dan Campbell, whether it's Ryan Day, even if you're a genius at this, it's like you don't want to be your own lawyer. You don't want to be your own offensive coordinator. You don't want to be your own play caller. And the whole idea of all year long, we were just waiting for Ohio State to put its foot on the gas already. Like, you can do this, but they kept relying on the defense, rightly so, because it was historically great. And they just kept waiting for them to be like, okay, you got this defense that's going to bail you out of jams. Go, let's get this thing moving. And they didn't do it until the second half of that game against Miami, and by then it was too late.
Pete, do you think Lane Kiffin is a Hurricanes fan tonight?
He's got to be sick of this. I mean, I think the worst part about this whole Lane Kiffin thing is he's going to be awesome. He's really good. And it might be Saban to Alabama-esque with what he's about to do at LSU because they've got the money. The thing about Lane Kiffin is he's never really been able to stress test a real program with everything in place. Because when he was at Tennessee, he was only there for a year. When he was at USC, they got hit with the Reggie Bush. They went 12-0 and then got hit with the Reggie Bush coma penalty where they couldn't recruit anybody again. So in Ole Miss, that's not a traditional powerhouse with all the trimmings and all the stuff. Now we get to see he's bound by nothing. They can go buy anybody they want. They've got all the facilities. They had everything in place. And look, that guy got Ole Miss to the best era in the 100-plus years of Ole Miss football history. He's really good, and the fast news is over. And I'll be shocked. I mean, I will be stunned if this is not Miami tonight. I've not been a believer in the SEC this year. Everyone loves the SEC when they play against other SEC teams, but I think everyone's overloving the Indiana win over Alabama. I think everyone's making too much out of Georgia losing to Ole Miss. And I kind of think, but the couple fun parts to this is the 5th trip to the Fiesta Bowl for Miami. They're 0-4. And in historic fashion 0-4. Like the Penn State lost where Vinny threw 90 interceptions, and the Ohio State loss for the national championship, and getting 29-0'd by Arizona. I mean, they're historically bad for whatever reason that matters. And the other key number here is 24, because Ole Miss has not scored fewer than 24 points this year. Miami is 1-2 when giving up 24 or more, and undefeated when they give up fewer. So who wins this? The Miami defense or the Ole Miss offense?
So who do you think wins that?
Miami. I think welcome to, I talk about NFL draft. I mean, that Ohio State-Miami game, so maybe there's a Mendoza here and, other parts there. And I know you've got other guys who aren't, Jeremiah Smith, who isn't eligible yet. But you could take, if you said we can just take the top 10 guys off the field and there's your top 10 in the NFL draft, you're probably not terribly far off. I mean, Ohio State obviously had a ton of NFL talent on that field. Those Miami guys are for real. I mean, those pass rushers are just a killer. Their offensive line is found it. And the weird part about Miami is they didn't do this all year. They didn't run very well in the ACC. All of a sudden, though, it's like they kicked it up a notch. Now we're going to try. And look, you mentioned Carson Becky back in the first round. He's been brilliant over the last 6 games. He's hitting 78% of his passes. He's only throwing for 140 yards a game over the 2 college football playoff games, but he's moving the thing along. He's getting everything, and this formula is working. And I think it's going to happen again. And Trinidad Chambliss, meet Ruben Bain. These Velociraptors on the outside, I think they're going to have a day against this Ole Miss offense.
Well, the good news is you're going to see a lot of Michael Irvin. Cocaine's going to be well represented. Ray Lewis, who allegedly killed a guy once. It's going to be I'm really excited to see Miami alums make it about them instead of the young team on the field today.
And you know what's hilarious about all this? I was just talking to a friend of mine who's a big Notre Dame guy. That the punchline in the Catholics versus convicts thing is like the Miami guys were actually the good guys. Like for the most part, they graduate everybody. They're generally really, really good guys. And Michael Irvin's a good guy. He's just very boisterous and makes it about himself. But that's kind of Miami.
You just say Miami was the
I'm
good
confused.
guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
Do we not remember the prostitution boat there, Pete?
Hey, you know what? Hey, if you're not, that's just college.
Yeah, that's legal. It's legal in all sorts of states right now.
I forgot that time Charlie Weiss and Brady Quinn did Bam Bam on a boat in Lake Minnetonka.
What murder? Did they sell their bowl memorabilia for tattoos? No, that
was a big time crime.
Exactly. They weren't really criming like that.
It wasn't a heavy enough crime for them.
No, but for the most part. But yeah, so look, Cristobal's a good dude. I mean, it's a good program. And actually, the crazy part, if Miami wins this, just in terms of, first off, Ole Miss wins, then the Ole Miss fan base is going to go crazy and they're going to do everything. If Miami wins this, the national championship's in Miami, this is going to be a blast. As is, right now, tickets for this national championship to get in the building is at least $6,000, and to get in the middle, it's like $10,000. I mean, the tickets for this thing, sight unseen, have already gone off the charts, because Indiana fans are going to buy up everything. Ole Miss fans are going to buy up everything. And Miami fans, the 150 that are Miami, because bandwagon fans, are going to buy up everything. So at the very least, we should get a pretty hyped up national championship.
Do you like this, that this is how we got here? We're now within the playoff setup. This is a hodgepodge of 4 teams, and it is not yes, there are some names in here, obviously. Miami's a name. Oregon has been working on being a name, but it's not your typical, hey, there's Alabama, there's Georgia, there's Ohio State.
Yeah, and look, the crazy part about this is if Ole Miss loses tonight, that's 3 straight years of no SEC team in a national championship. There was a run. Before this run, there was like 17 of 18. The one outlier was the Ohio State CFP championship over Oregon. But 17 and 18 where you had an SEC team in the national championship, and after this bowl season, man, is the SEC apology, excuses tour on full bore right now. Like, oh, well, we didn't care about these games. They didn't mean, it just means more conference. You're telling me you didn't try in these games, and we had opt-outs. And, everyone had opt-outs. Like, the SEC just wasn't that great. That gauntlet that Alabama faced, everyone lost. Tennessee, Vanderbilt, Missouri, lost. All of these great teams on these schedules kept losing bowl games. And if Ole Miss loses tonight, yeah, it would be super fun if it's Miami and Indiana. It would just be crazy. And look, this is not going to get better. This is the Ohio State thing. You're not scared about Kyle Whittingham going to Michigan. What you're scared about is Mark Cuban is now going to start spending money more and more on Indiana. So this Indiana thing's not going away anytime soon.
All right, Pete, let's just be honest with ourselves here. I'm going to throw out a take. We're going to see how you react to it. Is the Peach Bowl basically the de facto national title game?
Miami could win. Miami
don't
beat
sound
Ohio
that convinced of that, though.
Here's my first part. Who are you assuming is winning here?
Oh, between Indiana and Oregon?
Yeah.
It's a toss-up. I think that's a great game. But I think it'll be Indiana, but I think it's going to be close.
Obviously, I'm not shocked either way. I think people are over-loving this. They're like, oh, wow, look what they did at Alabama. Alabama wasn't that great. I think we've kind of been, missing. Like we kind of knew, remember forgetting how the sausage was being made. That Michigan was the team a couple of years ago. Last year I told you guys all year Ohio State's going to win the national championship. We might be missing that this time around it's Oregon, because it's kind of a creepy way. At the same time, like last year, the Ohio State loss at Oregon was like the day before. Like it's October 11th. I think October 12th was when Oregon lost to Indiana. So like the rematch factor should not be a problem. This is a different team now. And you asked before about Ohio State, and to get kind of schmaltzy here, that last year's team was like desperate to win the national championship. They were psychotic to win the national championship. They were just on a mission. This year's team just didn't have that kind of mojo. This Oregon team is playing like it. They are so fast, and I think the thing that gets getting lost, that Texas Tech team was really good. And I think the narrative became, oh, well, Texas Tech wasn't ready for primetime. Yeah, it was. Oregon just might be that good. And I think my call right now is I think Oregon wins the national championship, but I would not be shocked if Miami wins. Assuming they win tonight, the one thing that would shock me is Ole Miss wins the national title. I think Miami wins tonight, and I think we get a whale of a national championship game.
All right, we were gonna go here, but we can't have you on, Pete, and not ask you about the DeMond Williams stuff at Washington. He goes into the portal. They say they've got a contract with him. How do you think this plays out?
Not well. Look, I'm a players' rights guy. The crazy part that gets completely lost, these are supposed to be college students. Yes, you should be able to transfer no matter what. Doesn't mean you should be able to play football. If you want to go to another school because they have a better history department or something, yeah, college students do that all the time. But now if you're signing contracts, you're a professional. You are a professional football player, and contracts mean stuff. And so if you're Washington, you could be like, yeah, you can go transfer, can't play football for them, and you're certainly not getting paid anything from us. So yeah, you breach a contract, absolutely, because welcome to the real world. Now these guys have agents. Now these guys have people. And so, and the flip side, I'm kind of the Steve Spurrier way of, hey, you don't want to play for me, we don't want, go on, good luck. If you're Washington, you can't just keep him around and say, hey, be our quarterback. You really want that guy being your quarterback now if he's that mad? Not really.
Pete, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll talk with you next week as we get ready for the national championship. You the man.
Later, guys.
Pete Futek there. That was very close to Later Dudes.
Yeah.
Was that an inside Ross Tucker thing? Is he poning me?
I don't think
Am I being pwned, Pete? You better not have pwned me. I don't want to be pwned. I mean, when I get pwned.
I haven't heard anyone say pwned in a very long time. It's been a while.
It's the dumbest word, but I do love it.
Yeah, it's fun.
I do love it. The kids might use it. I don't know. Who cares? Pete Futek on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. We'll react to what he had to say. Getting us ready for the Peach Bowl and the Fiesta Bowl and Lane Kiffin's Nightmare. All of them in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
It's 2026, and that means 0, 0, 0 is bigger than ever at Ken Kinley Kia.
Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Move over Michael Strahan and TJ Watt.
Burrow shotgun. Burrow to throw. He got him! There it is! Myles Garrett! Sack number 23! The new single-season sack king!
Myles Garrett has done it. The NFL's new single sack record holder. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Bobby Carpenter coming up in about 1 hour's time. Former Ohio State linebacker, former NFL linebacker, and with the Fan in Columbus. Bobby joining us again at 5:40 today. We will talk, of course, the disappointment of Ohio State this year. Matt Patricia could be going back to the NFL. That was a big thing Bobby talked about earlier this week. We'll also get into the Peach Bowl, the Fiesta Bowl. This did just come out, though, for Ohio State. That's why I haven't heard from Pete Futek just yet. Arvell Reese has announced he declared for the 2026 NFL Draft. I think the heart of this year's defense, it's going to be really interesting to see how they fare because Arvell Reese has the talent to be a top 5 pick. Caleb Downs, for some folks, is the best player in this draft. Sonny Styles is another guy getting a lot of first-round love, and yet, who are the players we know to fall in the draft every year? It's off-ball linebackers and safeties. Like it's not that the positions aren't important. It's just unless you're an edge receiver, edge rusher, pass rusher, quarterback, wide receiver, like. Everybody else kind of just goes to the back of the bus.
That's just how it works. Well, it's about, positional value more than it is anything else. And that's all right. That's not the end of the world.
Well, that's going to be interesting because I think Ruben Bain is going to get drafted over Arvell Reese. I do, because I think Ruben Bain's awesome.
Well, he had himself a hell of a game against Ohio State.
Yeah, and this one's going to also be another really good one
I would
tonight.
imagine so, yeah.
But like David Bailey, I think is another guy who is dominant as he was for Texas Tech. I think that's another guy that might get drafted over Arvell Reese and Caleb Downs. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if neither Downs nor Reese was top 5 picks this year.
That's interesting. We've talked about them at length in this draft, and it's like they're definitely top 10 locks, it feels like, but you never know with this stuff. You never know.
Kyle Hamilton was a top 10 lock. He was a top 5 lock and went 14. That being said,
there's too many people like me that are like, take offense when you have offensive holes.
You don't want Caleb Downs at 6?
I don't. We've
Not
been over
Arvell
this.
Reese?
I don't. We've been over
What
this.
about David Moore?
It's wide receiver. It's offensive lineman.
What about Ruben Bain?
And I'm closed-minded as closed-minded gets when it comes to everything
You're going to look
else.
like such a clown.
I will not.
You're going to look like such a clown if they draft Ruben Bain at 6 and he's basically the new Myles Garrett.
I will not. I'll be happy. What do you mean? I'll be like, all right, fine. No, you know what? I will, though. I will.
Do revisionist history?
No.
Every time he has a sack, you're like, would have been better if he caught a pass.
Would have been great if that was a wide receiver as our offense puts up 0 points. It would have been great if we had a wide receiver in that spot.
He's no Joe Thomas.
Could have really used an offensive lineman. As people redraft this last draft and all of a sudden find a way to give us McMillan over Graham and find out how that would have gone differently.
Can we just say this? I'm over redrafts.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest redraft guy
I just
either.
think it's the most pointless, futile thing. It has no bearing. I know it's content and you get clicks off of it. There's just, I think the NBA ruined this mostly, but I just think redrafting in general is just...
it's very constant in the NBA because in the NBA you consistently go back and be like, well, these turned out to be the best players. Like this is like we do this with like the Zion Ja draft all the time, and you go back and you just rank all these guys.
Really, nobody won that
one, and it's one of those deals, right?
But you're gonna be fat, or you can get a guy that might get shot. Which one do you want?
The thing about this, though, is the idea that I saw so many people that very viral tweet about Mason Graham today, where it was some wide receiver had more sacks this season than Mason Graham did, and all of a sudden that meant that Mason Graham had some sort of awful year, and then of course that dives into a whole convo about, well, if they could have taken McMillan, look how different this Browns team would have been, and it's like, guys, Mason Graham didn't have a bad year.
It's pretty embarrassing that people think
he helped out Myles Garrett so much in accomplishing the single-season sack record. Like, what are we doing here?
Listen, McMillan has actually been fantastic in Carolina, and he's gotten better.
And that's where we're all like, what would it look like if he had McMillan on this roster?
But Mason Graham is a really, really good football player.
But this is what we do to
ourselves. And by the way, and here's the thing, maybe people don't understand this, when it comes to young interior defensive line, it takes a minute for the sacks to catch up with the production. So I'm thinking of a guy like Fletcher Cox. I'm thinking about a guy like a Chris Jones. Like those guys, I think it was year 3, year 4 when those guys really popped off.
I know, but people want you to be Aaron Donald, who in year 1 had 10.5 sacks.
I'm going to surprise everyone. Aaron Donald, bit of a freak.
Yeah, bit of a.
And by the way, people
3 Defensive Player of the Year awards later, one of the best players of the previous 25 years.
Pick number 13.
Yeah, maybe not the best example to use off.
A guy who was not drafted in the top 10 despite being an absolute horse.
J.J. Watt wasn't drafted in the top 10 either. He was 11, I think.
Well, but at least with J.J., I mean, he's 6'6", he's 290 pounds. The question
Aaron Donald's
was
6 feet tall.
Yeah, like Aaron Donald's 6 feet, 275
6 feet
pounds.
tall. Yeah.
And that's why he wasn't a top 10 pick. It wasn't production or skill or.
But he did hit the ground running right away, though.
He did. No, which is funny because then all the hosses, the 310-pound guys, take a year or two to get there. Mac?
Gerald McCoy had 3 sacks in his first season as well, and he was a top 3 pick.
I know you're a big Gerald McCoy guy right there. I'm just
Mac's book after that, by the way, was great.
But was like proud?
Very satisfied. Yeah.
See?
That was good, Mac. I like that.
Speaking of Gerald McCoy, I watched the Carolina Panthers sign him and then immediately play him out of position for a year. And then they were like, it was like the What Murder guys. Like, what production? It's like, guys.
Can't believe it.
Guys, he's not a 5T.
We call that the old TJ Watt. Where they stuck him up against the left tackle every week, and then it took him a whole year for TJ Watt to speak up and be like, guys, I don't do this. That's not what I do. I don't. Can I go to the right? Can I go to the other side, please? I'd like to go up against the right tackle. That's where I'm good. And then they listened, and then there we are.
Real quick aside. We don't have time for the Pete thing. Lane Kiffin's choice tonight is either $1 million when Ole Miss wins because you get bonuses when Ole Miss wins, or you look like a real a-hole for leaving a team that's about to go to compete for the national championship.
So with him taking these assistants, he's got to be rooting for the loss, obviously, right? Like he does not. You can't care about the money in this regard. It's like it's a sweetener attached to it all. But I was wondering if he could be enough of a villain for college football. He is primetime in every sense of the word, though.
Yeah, I mean it's funny. People are like, oh, he hasn't changed. Nobody thought he changed. He's still Lane Kiffin.
He's box office.
Yes, he absolutely is.
Like, and he might get mentioned more than either coach tonight on that broadcast.
Okay, that would be interesting. Who gets mentioned more, Lane Kiffin or Michael Irvin's belt? It really bugs me, the Miami thing. All the fans, all the players on the sideline.
They not only are on the sideline, they basically run on the field on every play, and it's like, Michael Irvin, what are you doing?
Yeah, like if by the way, this would bug me if it's Ohio State.
I think it's comical though, so I don't get bothered by it. I think it's funny.
But it's kind of in like a.
It's like playing a game of Where's Waldo, and it's like, oh, there's Michael Irvin.
You're Super Bowl champions. I believe each one of those guys are national champions, like your NFL Hall of Fame. This is those kids' moment. If Ohio State did this, I'd be pissed. If it was Eddie George, favorite player ever at Ohio State, if it was Eddie George, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, Eddie, don't you got to get some Falcons ready? Like, don't you have to, like, I don't mind that they're there. I don't mind they're on the sidelines. I get irritated that they act like it's their moment.
Well, we just don't see it the way that they're doing it right now.
Yeah,
you know, like it is a little. It's different. Now I want to know how much money Michael has put towards the efforts.
Well,
that's probably why he's able to do it.
There,
no, like the NIL,
the money spent on his.
Well, that's high quality. That's high quality stuff. It can't be cheap.
At this point, I think he just gets like a bulk discount.
It's like a Sam's Club.
Yeah, you know, when he saw what happened in Venezuela, he was sweating. He's like, "Don't go to Colombia, guys."
He asked for like a punch hole card.
Come on, guys, don't. Colombia's great this time of year. Don't do it. All right.
I hope Michael Irvin comes after you.
The belt.
I hope he comes
Michael
after you.
Irvin and Rob Long in the same damn day.
Is that the statue that gets put up of you?
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to do it.
I got to show you a photo of Robin between the break.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports.
The University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Cam Manna.
Mike McDaniel can. What's that mean for the Cleveland Browns?
8 openings now in the NFL, a quarter of the league. Where do the Browns fit in now?
That and who are already not taking it number 6 overall. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Bobby Carpenter coming up in 40 minutes' time. We'll talk about Matt Patricia's new contract. Will that stop him from going back to the NFL this offseason? 3 years, $9 million. That is a lot of cheddar for a DC in college. Good for Matt Patricia there. We'll also talk the loss of Arvell Reese and Caleb Downs. Given that Bobby was in the NFL, I'd like to know, who do you think goes off the board first? And Mendoza versus Moore, but it's time for the lead, and as you heard in that promo there, the Dolphins fired Mike McDaniel this morning, a candidate that the Browns have reportedly got interest in. Ian Rappaport of NFL Network addressing the firing and McDaniel's future in the NFL.
McDaniel has spent the last several days meeting with players, having exit interviews with the belief that he would remain the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. And to my understanding, this is something that Mike McDaniel has thought for several weeks, so much so they didn't inform people close to him. He talked to his coaches, indicating that he would be back for the 2026 season. Instead, the landscape of the coaching world has changed. John Harbaugh, for one, was fired. But that does not seem like the sole reason that the Miami Dolphins made this move. So a full reset in Miami, while Mike McDaniel sounded like he was incredibly emotional this morning, trying to deal with the sudden news that he was out as the Dolphins coach. He now becomes a top-tier offensive coordinator candidate for someone trying to ignite their offense.
I mean, Mike can't be that shocked. Ian Rappaport's making it seem like he was blindsided, like as if he did never, in no world did he see this coming. You're Mike McDaniel. You can't be this shocked. You knew the love affair that Stephen Ross has had with Harbaugh for a long time. You knew the lengths that any team would go. You can't be surprised here.
Yeah, and listen, I think McDaniel's a good head coach candidate. And listen, because we actually had somebody, I can't remember the person I was just going back and forth on, but on Twitter in the break, somebody was like, that was the worst prepared team we saw all year. He did get fired. Guys, this is also the same Mike McDaniel whose offense exposed you in 2022 and just completely picked apart a defense that early in the season looked good. So, Mike McDaniel is what everybody thinks of Kevin Stefanski, which is brilliant offensive mind. Mike McDaniel's literally a brilliant offensive mind. Yeah. Now, he's not just a good offensive coordinator. He's a great schemer. He's a great developer of talent. As a head coach, I think it's fair if the jury's out. But, as we're talking about Robert Saleh, and as we're talking about Matt Nagy's a prime head coach candidate in 3 different spots, Mike McDaniel might end up being the best candidate for this job. And I think the only way he comes here is as a head coach. And none of this is to say, hey, get excited about this. It's just maybe don't dismiss it as much because it's not necessarily, again, the greatest head coaching crop out there.
Yeah, I can't sit here and guarantee that if you get Mike McDaniel, you're all of a sudden our answers are all going to be, or our prayers are going to be answered. Everything's going to be fixed. Everything's going to be awesome. Because I don't necessarily believe that, but I do like him. In this group of head coach candidates, I like him a great deal. He has taken an offense to be top 2 in the sport in 2023 in Miami. There's something to that. That tells me if you get the talent, you get the pieces, he can make it fly. And that's just something I never believed in with Stefanski. I really never did. Rob Long, 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore, joined us today at 3. He said that John Harbaugh's coaching style is exactly what the Browns need.
See, Harbaugh is an administrator. He's not really a guy that's going to influence the game when the game begins. He's the guy that's going to influence the game before the game begins. He's an administrator. He's a CEO. He's not a game day difference maker. So that's what Cleveland needs, I think. I think Cleveland needs an organizational guy, a guy that steers the ship and gets you back in order. That's what we needed here in Baltimore when he first got here. But now you're at a point where you need a little bit more, which is human nature. There's no disrespect to part ways with him. I think Steve Bisciotti, the owner, felt the pulse of his team and felt like you needed a joke. You need some new blood in here to give a new message because evidently this message now is stale.
I mean, I hear what Rob is saying. I don't Like, listen, I don't care what the archetype of the next head coach is. I like guys that are good leaders, and by good leaders I mean good motivators, and guys. And maybe motivate is the wrong word. Guys who can have a personal connection with their players and get through to them, and guys who can communicate. And so, Sean McVay is a tremendous communicator. It's why he also happens to be a tremendous coach on top of his X's and O abilities. I think John Harbaugh would be a great hire here, but I don't know that the Browns need him because for the reason that Rob said it, if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense. I think that's one thing that people like about Harbaugh is that if so much of it is done before the game actually gets underway, I just feel like that travels very well with a coach. But it's, again, you can do this in many different shapes, sizes, everything in between. There's not a one-cut-all with all these guys.
Now, we did talk, obviously, about the fact that John Harbaugh is kind of slow-playing his candidacy in other places because he wants to see what happens in the wild card round. The chaos of all of this is just because he got fired, Mike McDaniel clearly got fired, and then you shake free, whether it's a LaFleur or a McDermott or a Sirianni, and all of a sudden the coaching market looks a little bit more bountiful for a spot like Cleveland.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The takeaway I had with Rob, though, was the idea that they really want Stefanski there. And I don't know if you've seen the updated list of who Baltimore's having in and who they've requested. It looks very similar to that Titans list, though. There's not much creativity across the board there. There's not much outside-the-box thinking. And so it's funny. We have a couple different cities now that are hell-bent on Stefanski.
Didn't Kingsbury get an interview in
he's
Baltimore?
one of them. Yeah, he's going to be having one.
All right, if Baltimore
maybe
hires,
already got it, but yeah.
If Baltimore hires either Cliff Kingsbury or Matt Nagy, I can't say it on air. I'm going to be very happy. It's going to be a very good moment.
Yeah, the list I was looking at earlier, like the most creative one was like Davis Webb, who's now become a hot name in this whole entire deal. But there was not. It looked exactly like the Titans in that there was just a lot of names where you're like, oh. Okay, that's every name that everybody's putting out there. That's okay. Nothing new is happening here. Great, go interview.
Battle DaCosta.
Ooh,
no,
I like that one. No, I did. I like that one.
The Browns interviewed Jim Schwartz and Tommy Rees today for their head coaching job. Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com joined the Morning Boys and talked about both internal candidates.
These are legitimate interviews. These are definitely legitimate interviews. And actually, we've heard so many people in the organization already extolling the virtues of Jim Schwartz, talking him up. We've heard players do it. We've heard Jimmy do it. We've heard Andrew. Everyone seems to be touting Jim Schwartz for the job. I know he really wants the job, and I think this is a very legitimate interview. I think the key here is going to be, how are you going to put the puzzle pieces together? If you want to keep Tommy Rees in the building, you might have to do it one way. If you want to make sure that you keep Jim Schwartz in the building, you might have to do it another way. So I think that's part of it. I think the important part with Tommy is the fact that the intriguing and interesting thing about him in my mind is the fact that he's got more intimate knowledge about Shedeur Sanders than any of these other candidates. He can tell you exactly what you're going to need to hear and what you need to know about Shedeur.
He can, but I would also say, and the person you're going to hire, the job there is figure it out. Like, I'm sorry that Tommy Rees has more intimate knowledge of it all. You're paid to figure it out. What I love about Jim Schwartz in this equation, though, and I don't want Jim Schwartz to get this job. I've been pretty vocal about that. It is what it is. I'm just not interested. I know a lot of you guys are. It's not for me. But what I like about it is how vocal he's been in the idea that, and Mary Kay stresses out that he really does want this job. Like, that's exactly what he should be doing. Let the Browns know, if you don't make me the head coach, not only am I going to be peeved about this, I expect to have a legitimate shot here. And it'll likely cost you if you don't end up giving it to him.
Well, remember, because I think a lot of fans are afraid of, hey, if we don't give him the job, he's going to leave. He's under contract for 2026. Now, he could just sit out. He could, and just sit out his contract, which I think is what people think Tomlin's going to do once he gets bounced out of the playoffs, is he's going to take a year, go to TV, and then be a free agent next year. So he could do that. I would be a little surprised if he did, though. The defensive coordinators, you're kind of only as good as recency bias is, and the NFL forgets pretty quickly here. I'm not going to let Jim Schwartz dictate this, but I do think it's important they give him the respect of really selling his vision of what this organization is. Even if I'm like you, he's definitely after McDaniel. He's definitely trying to think of the other names that I've liked that now I've forgotten. I think he's after Flores. I think he's after some of the other guys, even like a Thomas Brown in New England, who I'm surprised we haven't heard his name yet.
James Rapine of Bengals SI was on with Baskin and Phelps today. He was asked about Dan Pitcher, who the Browns have requested to interview for their head coach vacancy.
If Dan Pitcher becomes the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns, I think everyone listening, at least from a Browns fan's standpoint, should be excited. He's an offensive-minded, young, bright, forward, and I say young, but that doesn't mean lacks experience. Bright, forward-thinking, offensive-minded coach that has worked his way up, has groomed Joe Burrow to becoming one of the best quarterbacks in the league, was part of Marvin Lewis's staff, has been here longer than Zach Taylor. When it comes to quarterbacks, offensive trends, scheme, all of the above, I think he checks all of those boxes. I also like Dan's demeanor a ton. And weeks ago, I told people, hey, I know everyone's saying it's a down head coaching crop. Buckle up, because Dan Pitcher could certainly get a job. And I'm not shocked at all that the Browns are interested.
James certainly painted a pretty picture there. Mwah, mwah. Mac, you gotta let it breathe.
I gave you the DaCosta one. I couldn't. I don't know about that. Not bad. You've been very on that today.
What?
Connecting different. Yeah, you did like 3 of them before you brought Pete in. Pete was very impressed.
Yeah, he was. Well,
he was very impressed.
I have a gift for nothing. No, I'm sorry.
You got a gift to name the weed strains. We got this. We know what this is.
Oh, this one's named after the Browns' new head coach, Dan Pitcher. It's called Pretty Pitcher. I'm
it
really.
makes you see one thing, and then after you have it, you see a different thing. It changes right there in front of you.
It's like a kaleidoscope.
Like a defensive scheme.
God, how awful would that be? A kaleidoscope, but instead of you're not being able to look out of it, it's just your eyes for 6 hours.
Sounds miserable.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't sound great.
Very miserable.
Now, that being said, he's never called plays. I find it hard to be like, oh, he molded. He really molded. He was a quarterback's coach. He gets credit for that. He's been the offensive coordinator. It's an okay hire. If they do it, it's fine. I don't like it. I'm sorry. I can't lie.
You know, from that profile that I read
George
about
Washington.
There we go. We shouldn't say Abe Lincoln this time around.
I'm like James Monroe.
You should have said George Washington Carver just to piss people off. You really wanted to make people mad. That would have done it. No, that profile I read, one of the things that he did in order to break through into the NFL was he sent handwritten letters to every Division I football team and NFL team, and he wrote out every single one of them, and he did it every day for 3 months or something insane. And it was supposed to be this big story of perseverance and this big story of. And I was like, that's an old school tactic. I guess it worked. But he's got no connections in the NFL. He's been able to stay around and do this for as long as he has. He's got to have something to him. He clearly has something to him. I'm just failing to find out what it is.
He's real smart.
That's all I got. That's it. You went to Colgate. Congratulations, you're smart. I know you are, but I'm not grasping it. But I'm not around him. I don't know. He might be the next great offensive mind, and we're just sleeping on it. But you had Joe Burrow, and I wasn't very impressed in the previous 2 years of Joe Burrow. So here we are.
I loathe any time somebody uses words like forward thinking. In a football perspective, what the hell does that mean?
I don't know.
But we like James, so I don't want to dog James. So I didn't. That's how we're going to remember this. Bobby and Carpenter coming up at 5:40. Are the Browns protecting themselves? One big name in Cleveland thinks they might be. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The first.
Tesla.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Bobby Carpenter coming up in 20 minutes. We've also got the not list. You guys know earlier this week we started the not a chance in hell list of players for the Browns head coaching job. As of right now, Browns have not done that. We have not got somebody from the not list on the Browns coaching list. In fairness, we've only got like 5 names so far.
Yeah, we couldn't agree on a few of them. I know we couldn't agree on Kingsbury.
Future Ravens head coach Cliff Kingsbury?
Yeah. You want that. I don't blame you for wanting that.
So bad.
I want that. Even though he didn't make my not list, I still want. There's certainly.
Who would you rather, Nagy or Kingsbury, as like the worst option for the Ravens head coach?
I like that you've just circled in that anything but Nagy is going to be something that you want in life. And then yesterday off the air, I made this big pitch to Jeff Phelps. I'm like, you know what? He did have Mitch Trubisky in a playoff game. That is an accomplishment in life, is it not? At this point. But Matt Nagy's not good at this.
No, he's not good at this.
So I'd rather have Matt Nagy because I think I know what you're getting with Matt Nagy. Whereas Cliff Kingsbury, I think he's a little bit of a wild card for me. But he's another one of those guys. Like I mentioned, why I didn't think Stefanski would work there because I think Lamar Jackson would just run all over him as far as everything locker room wise and everything else. Kingsbury failed because the same thing happened with Jonathan Gannon. Happened with Kingsbury. They didn't know what to do with Kyler Murray. Like Kingsbury was,
but at least Kingsbury had him healthy.
Well, and he was the architect of let's put in the clause that you have to stay X amount of hours in the building. Like, that was his dreamed up idea on how to fix Kyler Murray. It didn't work, but that was his dreamed up. I just don't think he knows how to do anything with that.
So with the Mike McDaniel news earlier today, I did put together a hypothetical Mike McDaniel coaching staff. Mike McDaniel, good. Frank Smith, Jim Schwartz as DC, and then anyone but Bubba Ventrone as special teams coach, or Bebe, as I was about to say. And I asked people to grade this potential coaching staff for the Browns. I'm a little surprised here. 215 votes in.
Okay.
38% saying B. 30% saying C. 20% saying fail, including our guy Roberto Shenanigans.
Roberto gave you a fail grade?
Yeah, not just a fail grade, but he voted on it and then commented fail.
So he just doesn't want to do anything with McDaniel's.
Says he's not a leader of men.
So that's going to be the rep that he gets, right?
Yeah.
Can we agree on that? That's going to be
100%.
like the thing that everyone's going to go after, and the thing that people are going to try to get at is that. And so where I think it's going to be kind is that these things didn't start to materialize until your pen snapping broke me in two, by the way.
It did.
It completely broke me.
I didn't mean to, but I'm just so strong, guys.
And that big pen never stood a chance.
I was just sitting here, I was fidgeting a little bit, listening actively, and then just hawked out on a pen.
What do you like about Frank Smith?
No. I like that he's McDaniel's OC.
You're just taking you're taking the crew and going with it.
Well, actually, I like the fact that he's the run game coordinator to McDaniel's pass game coordinator, and that's one of the things they do incredibly well.
Yeah. All right. I didn't know if there was anything more than just the McDaniel connection, and that was it.
And
he's just going to take his guy.
And his name's Frank.
Well, I wonder if you lost people there because remember, if we're playing,
I like to be frank.
If we're playing, there we go. If we're playing coaching staff dream list or whatever you think is going to happen, remember how the internet plays this game. It's the most unrealistic offensive coordinator that should probably be a head coach gets the call. So like what people wanted to hear was that it's Mike McDaniel as the head coach.
Matt LaFleur is the OC.
Matt LaFleur is the OC.
Sean McDermott
and then
is the DC.
Robert Saleh is the DC. Yeah, one of them.
Harbaugh is the special teams coach.
Like somebody like that, and that's just like some dream staff that gets to happen. But
that's true.
Neither here nor there. So I'm sorry you got a B grade.
That's fine. Well, no, B's fine. B is passing. We sailed through high school and most of college with B's until the F's came. But it was B's
until the F's
for a minute there, a real minute and a half maybe.
Did you ever have a semester at Bowling Green where you just didn't show up at all? Is that the idea?
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Yeah.
That's not even your fault. It's your fault for not showing up.
Totally my fault.
But the idea of it's not a true F then. It's not like you tried and then got Fs.
Yeah.
You just didn't go.
Yeah, that's true.
You just didn't do the work and
completely
didn't go.
shirked all responsibility on the matter.
Now, I don't know what you thought was going to happen.
Oh, no, I knew. Yeah.
So you know, as you're going, you're
the
like,
money
you're paying
stuff
all
just
this.
stressed me out. That's exactly what happened.
You're paying all this money. You're there, but you're just like
taking out loans.
You're still paying it. In fact, you're paying it more than.
It's actually paid off, believe it or not. Yeah, we're actually good there.
Well, no, you paid off now, but you're still. You're at the time. You're paying all this money, and then it's just like we're just not showing up.
It's the money stuff that just got in my head. It was a lot of stress. It was a lot of stress. A lot of like last minute making sure that I'll be allowed in class because of the money situation, because we didn't have a lot of money.
I've always thought about it. My brother went to KU and he made it out and everything was fine, but like there was a semester there that he just didn't do any of it. Right? Like it just didn't do a thing.
Well, here's the thing.
And I was always like, well, what was going through your mind on like a Tuesday as you just weren't doing class?
Here's the thing. I really had an interest in higher education. It was just boozing and chasing was a little bit more fun. You know?
At least it sounds like we were doing things then.
I've told Vanessa, I think if Vanessa and I had found each other, first thing when we both got to college, she went to college 2 years earlier. I got a cougar, whatever. But I've always said that if I had found her, I think I would have graduated because I needed that gravity.
Yeah.
I had no gravity. I had parents who were like, whatever you want to do. And what I wanted to do was booze a lot. Yeah. And also theater.
Understandable.
Theater and, I'd sneak into football practices because I really liked watching Greg Brandon's teams. I didn't sneak into it. I just walk in and watch it. And I'd like be on my way to class and it'd be like a practice and I'd be like, ooh, piece of candy.
Nobody ever said anything there?
No. I didn't know him.
Like you mess around, you could end up getting you'd become the passing game coordinator in like 3 practices.
I realized how I failed is Matt Campbell was there at the time.
Yeah.
I could be part of the Matt Campbell Love Fest that goes on at the station.
There we go.
Because I had a conversation or two, and then it was like, I genuinely was like, well, I don't need to keep talking to people, and I just went back up and watched the thing. So, yeah. Simpler times. And booze. Cannot underrate.
A lot of booze.
Lot of booze.
A lot
of loneliness.
Ken asked Matt Campbell, he's like, do you ever remember anyone at BGSU just coming up to you and just having convo? He's like, yeah, this drunk dude. This drunk dude would just constantly
no, I was sober. I didn't go there drunk.
I assumed you were half in the bag.
No.
What else? You're not going to class. What else are we doing?
No, I didn't start drinking till Tuesday.
Oh, I figured it was a day drinking event. It was just an all-day, everyday thing.
No, I was a very responsible, irresponsible human being. Now,
there we are.
Are the Browns protecting themselves? Well, Mary Kay Cabot was on with the Morning Boys today and talked about whether John Harbaugh, is going to be interviewed for the Browns.
I know the Browns really like John Harbaugh, but the thing that happens in a situation like this, if you get an idea that a candidate might have something hot going in another city, you don't want to be turned down by a lot of people. So if you think that, let's say, he's going to get the Giants job, and it seems pretty clear that that's going to happen, then you're not going to interview him. So as of right now, I don't know if they're going to, I'm sure they called. I'm sure they're one of the teams that called. But I don't know if they will actually go through with an interview because you work the back channels and you find out if a coach actually, would consider your situation or whatever the case may be, or you would consider him. You walk through all that, you talk through all of that, and then you decide if you're going to actually throw him onto the list. And right now, I do not know if he's on the list.
So obviously, this is still pretty early in the process. Harbaugh just got fired. But let's say a week down the road, we get a report or multiple reports that the Browns wanted to interview Harbaugh, but they weren't sure he would take it. And so they kind of basically they didn't want to get themselves embarrassed by getting turned down by Harbaugh. Would you view that as a valid thing that happened, or do you think that might be an excuse?
Coward play. Yeah, no. What are we? Are you back in college, afraid to ask a girl out? What's going on here? You're embarrassed they're going to turn you down?
Looking right through my soul when saying that.
Embarrassed they're going to turn you down. What are we doing here? Like, if anything, you got to show up and you got to roll out the red carpet. You got to make sure that he knows it's not just going to be any normal interview. We're going to try to wine and dine you, and we're going to leave that blank check at the end of the table. Like, this is the group that got turned down by Deshaun Watson and refused to take that as a no. They're not going to just, oh, Harbaugh said no, we're done. No. I got more confidence in this group based off of the Deshaun Watson happenings that they're gonna be resolved.
Do the Browns think the media? Do the Browns think that the media sabotages these coaches? Because the only reason that I can think that they wouldn't want to do this is when Mike Pettin was struggling in 2015, a lot of people mentioned he was like the 6th candidate for the head coaching job. Or is this just maybe Andrew Berry's heard Jimmy Haslam talk one too many times about how Joe Banner couldn't close with Chip Kelly and Ken Wisenhunt, and that really was curtains for... Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, there is no shame in pushing really hard for something and then not succeeding at it, because in the end, you're still running your coaching search. I would not put it past the Browns to actually not be into Harbaugh, given the fact that he's 63 years old. Which again, I would just respect you more if you were just like, I'm not interested in John Harbaugh because of his age.
We might have like an age requirement for this hiring?
Yeah, I think they like young coaches. I think
we're taking Schwartz off the board then.
I think that's probably fair. Like I think Jim is a long shot to actually get the job. So yeah, I could understand if they're like, our idea is a younger head coach, or at least younger than 63. And quite frankly, maybe we don't think he was a big reason why they succeeded. I think they would be bat bleep insane to think that.
I think it's a dumb way of thinking.
But I would rather hear, he wasn't one of our priorities. Like, we just didn't want... I'd rather hear that than we didn't want to get embarrassed.
Well, Andrew Berry is of the belief, I mean, all these guys, they all think to themselves, they like offensive guys and they like young. That's like again, I brought up with LaFleur earlier on the NFC side of the bracket. He's the oldest coach in the NFC playoffs at 46 years old. Like, it is skewing more young than it's skewing old. It has been for a very long time, but I'm not letting age stand in the way with Harbaugh at all. Like, if you get him at 63, you get him at 63 and he tells you, I'm only doing 7 years. At 70, I'm done and I'm out. No questions asked. Like, okay, all right, we'll live with that.
They're like U.S. senators.
We'll cross that bridge when you get to 70 if that's what you want to do then. I also think a Harbaugh doesn't know how to quit football in general anyway.
It's true.
I think
Jack would be the head coach if you gave him an interview.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's got to be 90.
I think he's probably upset Harbaugh doesn't make him the passing game coordinator, and either Harbaugh.
Who's got
Jim
it better
or
than
John?
us?
Nobody.
I'll start saying that bleep, too. On top of converting to Catholicism.
If John comes, we can make it a daily chant if you want.
Yep. Bobby Carpenter, 97.1 The Fan in Columbus.
I was going to ask everyone if you wanted to do the chant, and then I realized how that was going to go.
No.
That was going to be Fanta naming a movie all over again.
No.
That was going to be me doing, nobody. Oh, no, nobody's here.
All right,
Nobody's here.
Let's do this, because this is for Harbaugh.
No.
I promise you, this is an avowed promise on the
happening.
show.
Okay.
I'll lead it. Ready?
All right.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody!
I didn't buy into you. I didn't believe you for a second. All right, we're real this time.
No. Like the Browns, I'm now afraid of putting myself out there.
I'm Charlie Brown with the football all the time on this show, and all of a sudden, that's going to be the one that breaks it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believed you with Fanta.
Fanta Brothers.
I believed you with Fanta. This is where this crossed.
Fanta Brothers. Watch it sometimes. Bobby Carpenter, 97.1 The Fan in Columbus in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Ready for some actual sunshine and baseball? AAA has the ultimate getaway. Blue skies and baseball. Cleveland spring training in Arizona. From March 9th through 13th, soak up the sun at the all-suite Hilton Phoenix Resort at the Peak. Enjoy the massive water park spa.
They have won 4 of their last 5. Tip-off tonight at 8. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Cam Manna.
Every playoff game, from the wild cards right up to Super Bowl Sunday, the home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The not list. We add some names to the Browns coaching list. Not about 6:25 coming up in case you missed it in 1 hour's time near the end of the show there. But Matt Patricia getting a contract extension at Ohio State. There had been some NFL fear there from Ohio State after Chip Kelly bounced after 1 year last year. We've also got Arvell Reese going to the NFL. Caleb Downs going to the NFL. I want to say about 17 Buckeyes in the transfer portal over the last week or so to talk all things here. Maybe a Browns question or two thrown in there. We head out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. A welcome on of 97.1 The Fan, Buckeye legend, former NFL linebacker Bobby Carpenter joining us now. Bobby, welcome back to the show.
Oh, my pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me on. Lots going on in this NFL or college football offseason. It's even more fun than NFL free agency.
It is. It's pretty hectic. The DeMond Williams stuff. I know. We brought you on to talk about Ohio State stuff. You're in an interesting position, having been a pro athlete, played at Ohio State, all this other stuff. How do you feel about the Washington quarterback going into the portal, despite Washington saying it has a legally binding and a NIL contract with him?
Well, this is the problem now. It's like in the NFL, that would never happen because you sign a contract, like you have to live up to that. Now, how enforceable are these contracts in court? That's the problem. But as per my understanding, the people I've talked to about this, him and Jedd Fisch had the same agent, and they negotiated him. I think it's to the tune of guys, it wasn't a small sum of money. I think it was $4 million that he was going to get from Washington to play there as part of the revenue share package. He signed the deal. His agent signed off on it. He signed the deal. And then after signing it, he was basically ghosting his agent, ghosting the Washington Huskies and Jedd Fisch. And then it's like, hey, and then he's not even in the portal. He's just like, I'm going to leave and go somewhere else. Like, that contract doesn't apply to me. And the sad thing is, college is supposed to teach some people things. Like, when you sign your name on a piece of paper in the United States and it's a legally binding document, that's got to mean something. And there's got to be repercussions for this. I'm not a fan of this, so he fires his agent. And then his dad goes and, negotiates the deal with LSU. I'm like, what in the heck are we doing here? That's not how the real world works, man.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right, Bobby. Let me ask you, what has been the fallout with Ohio State and the loss? I know you've had a week and a half to process it, but in Columbus, what is the resounding thought?
People are upset. What's amazing is coming into the season after you lose 8 starters on a national championship defense, you lose your quarterback, you lose 2 running backs, one of whom was playing for the Browns, another whom for playing for the Patriots, both very good players. You lose a wide receiver who is playing really well for the Tampa Bay Bucks. And all of those things, you're thinking, okay. I think people this year all right, maybe a little bit of a reset year. Just beat Michigan. And I listen to all these people tell me, that doesn't even matter. You just got to beat Michigan. All right, well, you beat Michigan this year. Now everybody is sitting there saying, well, that doesn't matter. This team, didn't accomplish anything. They beat Michigan. They went 12-2. They lost to Indiana by a freaking sub 30-yard field goal that you have to be able to make. And so I'm not putting that on Ryan Day. And maybe there's some other coaching stuff that could have potentially changed in that game. But, then you lose to a Miami team that you get off to a slow start, battle back, you get a pick 6, you're running the ball well in the second half. You just kind of run out of gas. And, that's the way college football is. And that's a really good Miami team. So, there's a lot of people that are really upset about it. I think people would chill. The bigger issue right now is everybody's just panicked and paranoid about, the departures, because this has never been something that Ohio State's had to deal with before. Guys have always stayed, but in this world, it's like the NFL. You can't pay your 4th receiver or 4th or 5th corner number 1 position money, and someone else can. And the Ohio State, as much as people think that it's like a bottomless pit of dollars, it's not. There's no billionaire that all they want to do is bankroll Ohio State football. And so, like, they got a good amount of cash, and they're very competitive, but this isn't an endless stream that they can just go to.
Bobby Carpenter of 97.1 The Fan in Columbus with Nick and JP here talking the latest with Ohio State. Arvell Reese goes into the NFL draft today. Caleb Downs earlier this week. Carnell Tate as well. It's fascinating because Reese and Downs are such elite-level players, but lots of coverage linebacker, and it's a safety. If you had to guess who today, and I know it's early, who do you think's the first Buckeye off the board in April?
I would probably say Arvell Reese just because of the position value that he brings. He's 6'4", he's 245, he's long, he can run, he can play off the ball, he can rush the passer. Like, he's an impact player on the edge, and you can also play him off the ball. So, like, he's got position flexibility. He's an impact, dynamic guy. Caleb Downs is really good. I mean, he's going to be a steady and solid player, for a long time. One of the smartest guys I've been around. Sure tackler, checks all the boxes for you at safety. But as far as, like, an ultra-dynamic player, it's Arvell Reese. And, like, the irony is, like, if people are upset, like, we're losing Arvell Reese. I'm like, well, yeah, nobody anticipated. Like, I thought he would be good. I didn't know he'd be that good that fast. And so now he's going to be on his way out as well.
What do you make of the latest with Matt Patricia? And obviously he had some NFL interest, or at least perceived NFL interest, but it seems like he's going to be able to stay.
Yeah, I know Matt pretty well. I played for him in New England. Matt Patricia is a hell of a football coach, as everybody saw. I know there was NFL interest. I mean, there's a lot of jobs. He's got a lot of connections. And after people watched what he did this year, it's like, oh, they forgot. Everybody just kind of held over his head that he couldn't be an offensive coordinator. And maybe what happened with Philadelphia, where things got a little sideways, or maybe his head coaching situation in Detroit, and they forget the fact that he was in New England for 20 years and really damn good. He's incredibly intelligent. And the biggest thing is he relates really well to players. And so I know Ohio State was ultra aggressive in trying to re-sign him. And I'm happy. I know Matt. I like Matt. He lives down the street from me. I've been lobbying to keep him here with him. I was like, you can't leave. I want you to be my alma mater. Because, I mean, they're legitimate offers that were going to be coming, and so they need to get him wrapped up. I'm happy he's signing it. I'm happy he's staying and going to be here with the Buckeyes for at least another year, and hopefully for the foreseeable future.
All right, Bobby, where do they go at OC? What's your best guess?
Yeah, one of the things that they talked about here is, like, it depends on who's out there, and, like, I go back to dollars. Like, you just paid Matt Patricia probably the highest amount of any coordinator in the history of Ohio State. I think he's worth every penny. There then becomes a question like, well, how much do you have left to pay an offensive coordinator? Who is that guy? What's his relationship like with Ryan Day? How does he fit? I'm not sure. They've talked about, staying just internally and working it that way. People have thrown out like Brian Daboll. I don't know that that's a realistic possibility. A lot of it's going to depend on who becomes available in the NFL and how that hiring cycle ultimately shakes out here over the next couple of weeks.
Miami Ole Miss tonight, and obviously everyone's going to be talking about Lane Kiffin throughout this game. It's a weird thing. The game itself should be the story, but Lane's always going to be a part of it. Is Lane done enough? Is he like a villain of college football at this point, or are we not there yet?
Oh, what do you mean are we not there yet, Coach? Like, he's Dr. Doom signed up for the Avengers.
I didn't know if he'd won enough to be considered a villain yet.
Well, but everybody knows him. You look at the programs that he's coached, and how the prominent programs and how he's handled situations, and he's laughed and what he said and all of those different things. I would have to say that he has done enough to qualify as a villain at this point. And, like, part of it goes back to the fact that he said, hey, my guys, they can, I wanted to coach Ole Miss. I wanted to be there with them. Well, you wanted to be there with them so much that now you won't let your assistants stay. So don't tell me you wanted to be there with him. The reality is, and people have said this, I've talked a lot. I go, I don't think he didn't believe they could beat Georgia, and so then when they did, it's like, well, crap. Now I can't look like the good guy and play the card of, oh, I love the Rebs. I love the players. I don't want to leave them high and dry. Well, dude, like he's a self-serving guy. I was hoping that he had changed. He's a heck of a football coach. He does a good job with that. But to say that he's the villain, absolutely.
I think that's also good for college football, by the way. I think college football needs its villains, and I think it being coaches, which is what it typically is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, you listen. You got to have somebody you can hate, And Lane is definitely a hateable guy. And now, he left Ole Miss. He's at LSU now, and they're going to have a lot of talent. He's going to probably be pretty good there. And so, when teams are good, they're much easier to hate. So I think that there'll be plenty of hate that will be able to be tossed Lane Kiffin's way here for the foreseeable future.
All right, Bobby, we've got about 45 seconds. What's your national championship game, and who, in fact, is your national champion this year?
I like Indiana. I think they're the best team in college football. They may not be the flashiest, but their coach is really good. They're incredibly disciplined. They don't make mistakes. They play really fast and hard. They've got a really good signal caller in Mendoza. And then on the other side of that, I think this Ole Miss team gets it done tonight. Miami's D-line's really good, but they're not very deep. And if they can keep Lacey on the field, pound the football, you can wear them down. Chambliss can run around enough to make some plays. And ultimately, I think Indiana wins the national championship.
Bobby, great stuff, man. Really appreciate you, and we'll catch up you down the line as we get closer to the draft.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Bobby Carpenter, 97.1 The Fan in Columbus, former Ohio State linebacker, former NFL linebacker on the Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. Great stuff with Bobby there. We'll react, and we do have an update on the Browns and Mike McDaniel in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Indiana Hoosiers are the best story in sports. Curt Cignetti's squad has taken down Ohio State and Alabama on their undefeated run. And despite them being the #1 team in the country, it still feels like we're rooting for the underdog. I'm Adam Abdallah.
from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive. Now it's Evening Drive. The quarterback whisperers are back. Don't throw into triple coverage. No risk it, no biscuit. Those are the opposite of the two things. If you throw. That's the cool thing about the quarterback whisperer. You can whisper whatever you want. It's never congruent. If you throw, it's just a wild card. If you throw before the line of scrimmage, I'll murder you when you sleep. You can say whatever you want as long as you whisper it. Honestly, I always kind of thought Brooklyn Decker was a little overrated.
No, that's an insane take. And you know it.
No, that's the quarterback whisperer.
You could have gone like Sidney Sweeney or something.
Wilson.
That's
not me, Nick Wilson, saying that.
Brooklyn Decker of all people?
No. I was just saying that's something a quarterback whisperer could whisper.
I would let that one fall and die at the quarterback whisperer. She's really good looking.
Oh, I was talking about her as an actor. Actress. In case we missed it.
Hey, we're having fun.
Coming up in about 40 minutes here. The Nat list coming up at about 6:25, 6:27, potentially 6:28. We do have a little update, I would say, to pass along here. Mary Kay just posting up here within the last probably 15, 20 minutes that the Browns are interested in Mike McDaniel. No, she's also reported they are interested in John Harbaugh as well. But when it comes to McDaniel saying they'll possibly interview him next week since he's a free agent, and he'll likely have other opportunities. So it does seem like McDaniel is at least going to get an interview here. We're assuming as a head coach. So we like to hear that. We do. I think Mike is one of the, even if you don't hire him as a head coach, I think Mike is the kind of guy you should talk to.
Well, remember, think about like the Jeremy Fowler report from before it was that like late December, where it was basically saying how the Browns and the Dolphins, the Browns have a very, very high interest in Mike if he became available if the Dolphins parted ways. And it's like, so there's been rumblings on this for a while, even before he was fired. Obviously, you had to assume this would kick it into overdrive. I just think everyone's at a standstill because of Harbaugh, though. Mm-hmm. Like, it's just like everyone wants to do these interviews, the serious interviews. It feels like they want to do more of them next week, and then they want to see where John's at. They want to see what happens wild card weekend, and it's all very understandable.
Totally fair, but I think if you're the Browns, maybe the Titans would do it. Maybe the Titans would be interested in Mike McDaniel since they're already interested in Matt Nagy.
McDaniel, though, doesn't think he's like Harbaugh, does he? Like, I'm gonna wait till wild card weekend to see who I go do interviews with.
No. If anything, I think he's just waiting to see where Harbaugh is.
Does he have awareness on this, though? Like, is there a part of him that's thinking?
I think Mike is a really sharp cookie when it comes to stuff like that.
I would hope so.
I'm not trying to make the connection here because we've already talked about how I think Mike McDaniel's what people think Kevin Stefanski is. Like, I think he is a legitimate offensive genius. And I also question a little bit about the leadership, but in fairness, he never went worse than 7 wins in a season, whereas Kevin had a 5-win season and a 3-win season. Those are different. The different floors, right?
He never went, again, I'm just trying to, if I'm spinning this in the positives in his direction, in his mind, right? He never had fewer than 7 wins in a season. He had what is one of the worst GMs in the sport in Chris Greer. Like, that's not even really debatable at this point.
He never walked into a defense as good as this one.
And he had Tua as his quarterback. Yeah. And he was able to mask the idea while getting Tua paid $50+ million a year in the process. That's insanity. That's a magic trick to be able to pull that off. And so, there's a part of me that wonders if he's got the right read on what this is all turning out to be, or if he's thinking to himself, I'll interview with the Browns next week. We'll take some interviews, but ultimately, I'm waiting for the big teams, the Packers, the Bills, maybe the Eagles, to go ahead and shake loose of their coach, and I'm going to go after those guys.
Now, one of the things I think, but a way that I do want to make a comparison between Kevin and Mike McDaniel is, I do think Andrew Berry seems to have a pretty good barometer on when it comes to coaches, good dudes. Kevin Stefanski, great dude. Everything I've ever heard about Mike McDaniel, awesome human being.
Yeah.
And maybe not enough of a careerist. Like, there were times where he had a chance to leave San Francisco, or to leave Kyle Shanahan for maybe better jobs, more money, quicker path to being a head coach. And he kind of took his time. He kind of took his time and allowed, oh my gosh, I'm trying to think of the offensive coordinators, like LaFleur, like guys that were ahead of
Taylor.
him. Yeah, Zach Taylor, ahead of him, kind of in the queue there to get a head coaching job.
Yeah, I like how you put that, because he doesn't seem like much of a careerist. He seems like somebody that just always had to be so good at his job in order to be able to have like other people to pay attention to it in order for him to even get the jobs and the opportunities. He's different. Like I watched enough of his press conferences. I'm sure some of you guys out there have as well. Sometimes he mumbles through these things. Sometimes he doesn't. He doesn't seem like he makes. We're gonna make fun of him. Oh my gosh! Sometimes he doesn't even make sentences. Like there's a lot that's just different about him.
Yeah.
He is a different human. Everything from wearing the $700,000 watches he does on the sidelines to the sprint to the tunnel thing that he's just vaping on the sidelines. He's just different. In a world of NFL coaches that are all trying to find the same, he stands out.
Well, and here would be another difference with Stefanski. So I think it's fair that people go, well, isn't he just Stefanski? He's an offensive coach that isn't a leader of men. And I understand. Again, like there are some corollaries. I think the level of understanding of offenses and how to tweak offenses and build offenses, I think is different with Mike than Kevin. Another thing I like about him, though, is we're not going to have to ask Mike McDaniel to run the ball. And I actually think you kind of saw it from the Browns at the end of the season. There was some creativity in what they did blocking-wise to try and get their running game going. It didn't really work well because their offensive linemen were booty, but they did some interesting things at the end of the year. And the funny thing is, while watching it, I said, oh, that kind of looks like Mike McDaniel would do that. Was just some of the movement that they were using and stunts that they were using. I think Quinshon Judkins and Sampson would have a lot of success here.
Yeah, that's fair to say. So, yeah, I mean, look what he's done with Achane. I mean, like it's been incredible.
Whereas it felt like Kevin loved the run game until he didn't, and went away from it, especially once Nick Chubb got hurt. It felt like Kevin
Chubb's situation here was always weird because we never truly found out where the directive was. I always just assumed it was Andrew Berry in the front office, which might have been a little bit of Paul DePodesta as well. But the idea that it's like once we got to 20 carries, we were done.
Yeah.
They had determined that their number with Chubb was 20 carries, and then anything more than that, he was on a diminished return. And they just kept doing things like that over and over again. And so like how they even managed that, I always thought was a little funny. When Kevin had to like pick his spots to be able to use it, I also thought was really funny. And I just McDaniel's not going to do that because nobody does that. It was crazy.
So that's another thing that I think is enticing. And again, like I cannot tell you he would be a definitive success as the head coach here. Right. I can't. None of these guys, and honestly, even Harbaugh, for where you are, I can't tell you that any of them are definitive A+, no misses. But I think Mike McDaniel's really interesting. I did have a thought on the Jim Schwartz, Tommy Rees thing that I think might need to be said today, given it's Jim Schwartz and Tommy Rees Day.
Okay. All right. I'm open.
You and I have said, I think the Tommy Rees, sorry, you and I have said, I think, I don't think Tommy Rees has a legitimate chance at the head coaching job. Like I have said, he would have to have.
I agree with that for whatever that's worth. I agree with that.
I know, but it was weird that it was like, you and I have both said, I think. It was
okay.
Poor English.
Okay.
But unless he has like the holy crap kind of interview, where did this guy come from, which would be surprising because he's been in the building. But I could see the Browns picking Tommy Rees's brain about his plans for the offense and how he thinks this has to go, and then confirming him as the OC with Jim Schwartz as the head coach. Like basically going to themselves, all right, we're gonna put Tommy on the map here a little bit, but we're gonna use this as a way to really get to know him better as an offensive coordinator, aside from Kevin. What are if you were the head coach, what's your vision for this offense? Because I wouldn't be surprised if Jim Schwartz has been highly complimentary of Tommy Rees. I wouldn't be surprised if Jim Schwartz said to those guys, I want Tommy Rees as my OC.
Well, I think a lot of that just think about Schwartz within this. I think one thing that Schwartz did that was great for Stefanski is that Schwartz just took care of the defensive side of the ball. And this is where I thought Stefanski failed with Joe Woods, by the way. Is Stefanski really was like, you're the defensive coordinator. That's your side of the ball. You do it. You take care of everything. I don't think it's an accident why we've seen the defensive side of the ball have so much success. And it seems so polarizing different than the offensive side of the ball. But he trusted those guys. And then that was part of the idea. And so, like, would Jim Schwartz have enough trust in Tommy Rees to be like, all right, we're basically just going to keep the same thing that Kevin did. You focus on the offensive side of the ball. I focus on the defensive side of the ball, and then we can go at it that way.
Yeah,
I'm curious. I don't know. I don't know what Schwartz would end up doing, or would he turn into basically? I really don't remember how it went with Detroit, but an all-encompassing CEO type thing. I'm be fascinated to find that out. And these are the type of questions that Andrew Berry, I'm sure, would want to find out.
I think the only thing with Rees, and again, I'm comfortable with him staying around as OC. I think people. Listen, if I'm going to say contextually, I look at what Shedeur did in those 7 games, and I'm just not willing to give up on. Like, it's so funny, dude. That tweet that blew up yesterday from Little Data, the little fellow that was tweeting at us.
Yeah.
One of the funniest things about it to me is, at no point have I ever said Shedeur's going to be a superstar. I've never said anything. Like, people, every time you, like, the rebuttals were, oh, you think he's going to be Mahomes. I literally never said that. Neither of you.
No.
Our comps, or my comp was either Kirk Cousins or Geno Smith.
I went Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. And by the way, these are the better versions. Like, this is the best thing that he's going to be. I think what I'm saying is I saw a lot of potential. I saw some growth. I'm interested to see that continue. And that's turned into, you think he's X, Y, and Z. But if I give the context of Shedeur, whether it's on EPA and how, man, that half against Baltimore and that Bears game are carrying more than half of the negative part of his EPA.
Right.
If I'm going to do that, if I'm going to go, well, Shedeur didn't have an O-line and this, that, and the other, Quinshaw in the last couple games. If I'm going to do that, kind of might have to do that for Tommy Rees too. My only concern, though, is, well, what players have I seen develop under him? We just don't have any proof with that. Whereas McDaniel,
he just wasn't here long enough.
Whereas with McDaniel as a head coach, I've watched that guy develop a lot of players, or even good players when he got them turn to better players.
Oh, so for the same reason why many people can't say Shedeur should unequivocally be the franchise quarterback moving forward is probably the same reason why you could make an argument or a statement that Tommy Rees shouldn't be the head coach moving forward.
Yeah.
Like
or the offensive coordinator. That's the problem.
Yeah, the same things can exist, while also understanding that neither one of them got a fair shake in it.
Yeah.
It's not really a fair shake, fair shot, whatever you want to call it. And, I mean, it's one of these deals. That's fine. And for Tommy Rees, he's going to have to find an opportunity the same way that Shedeur will, where it's a better team and he can have a real chance to showcase himself.
I look at the way forward now, and the McDaniel stuff, again, made me a little bit more rosy. Because I would hire Mike McDaniel
after we've
over
done
Mike
it all
McCarthy.
day long now, and it feels like, I feel really good about McDaniel. I felt really good about it in like entering today, but also like then just talking it out and doing all day. It doesn't seem like fans they haven't gotten there yet. But after 5 hours of us talking about it, I had him at number 2 on my board because
moving him up?
Well, Harbaugh's not really on the board. No, he's still. Regretfully, he's still not above McCarthy, and I hate saying that because I don't believe in McCarthy, but you know where I'm at here.
Not a fan of McCarthyism.
If you get McDaniel, I'm not calling it a slam dunk, but you want to call it a double? Life is built on doubles. You hit a lot of doubles, you have good things happen to you.
I
mixed baseball and basketball, and I apologize.
And my brain still hasn't recovered. Not from that, from the concussions. Mike McDaniel as head coach and Jim Schwartz as defensive coordinator. To me, what you would see is two guys who are incredibly competent on their side of the ball. And, incredibly competent. That's insulting. They're incredible at what they do when it comes to calling defenses, but they're also good developers of talent. And I think that is so critically important that whatever the new head coach is, if Jim Schwartz is here, I feel like he turned Devin Bush from a 10th pick bust into a guy that's going to get paper, whether it's Cleveland or somewhere else. He's going to get paid this offseason into a really good football player. A lot of
veteran. Malik Collins comes here and has the best year of his career.
Yes.
You know what I mean? A lot of guys.
I need the offensive version of that if we're going to keep Schwartzy, and I think Mike McDaniel could be that guy.
Yeah, and again, it's no promise that it's all going to work out. The Browns have a lot to go, and plus I promise you, we get way more angry at McDaniel than we think we would right now.
Oh, yeah, he's going to drive us crazy.
Drive us up the wall.
Yeah.
And we'll probably look at you thought Stefanski press conferences were basically a nothing burger.
Yeah.
Like, he does, like, fun, like, hey, I'll quote Tupac and stuff like that. He does that stuff. He has a lot of mumbling and a lot of, like, it didn't make any sense. I don't know what you even said. Did you even watch the game, Mike? What happened there? He's far from perfect, but I'll take the imperfections.
As long as the offense is fun to watch.
And it will be. That part of it will be. At least it should be. I don't know that you can turn around an offense quicker with many other people.
It is time to wonder, does the Cleveland media deserve to be bashed? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, everyone.
Tip-off is set for 8. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll get to the not list in about 7 to 8 minutes here. Going to be some interesting names we kick around. If you guys missed the not list, again, we have each have our own list of favorites for the Browns job that we'd like. Mine, number 1 with a bullet, John Harbaugh. I think as of right now, Mike McDaniel's number 2. There's a couple other names that we haven't mentioned.
McDaniel's climbed up the list.
I think. Well, no, I never ranked him. I don't believe.
You said he was in the top 5.
Yeah.
And now we've gotten.
And he's in the top 5. Now we're getting some definition.
That's all. But I like the definition. We're getting some definition. I like this. I like this that it's becoming clear. I like this.
But we also have the not list, which is basically we have to agree on a candidate that just cannot be the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns. And then we're forwarding that to the Cleveland Browns so they know. Don't cross us. We won't whisper at you or your quarterback. This all being said, TJ Ward, former Browns safety, was on the Arena Gridiron, which for some reason Gilbert Arenas is talking football. But Skip Bayless was there. Other known a-holes were there.
Skip.
And TJ Ward had a stray for the Cleveland media.
All right, Cleveland, dealing with the reporters and the media in Cleveland is misery. And every year they looking for a fresh start, no matter who it is and where they at.
Now, it's funny because there's always a segment of fans who just want to be like, yeah, he's right. And then, what murder? And then there's a segment of fans or a segment of media who want to attack TJ Ward. I'm not going to do that. TJ Ward was here from 2010 to 2013. His teams went 18-46.
Yeah, they stunk. Yeah.
They had 3 different head coaches. The media didn't do that. But I don't blame TJ for, as a young player in the league, maybe not understanding that, because then he went to Denver and they made the playoffs every year and won the Super Bowl. So, not every year, but won the Super Bowl one of the 3 years he was in Denver. This to me is like, yeah, guys, the media was covering 18-win team across 4 years. It's a little tough to be like, so how you liking it out there?
I know it's weird though, only because I've listened to Mary Kay talk about this. I've listened to a couple other people that were in the locker rooms with him, and like their accounting of it is just so different than what his perception is. That's the part that's throwing me off. Because Mary Kay would be as honest as anyone when it comes to like, yeah, he never seemed like he really liked us, or we really got the vibe that this wasn't going well for him.
Like Dwayne Bowe.
Yeah, like some guys make it obvious.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like when it comes to him, everyone's like, no, we thought that he liked us a lot. We thought we had a great rapport. I'm not saying he won that media award they give out at the end of the season for like the good guy award. Now, he didn't win that, but they all seem like they really liked him and got along. And so that just kind of makes it a little weird.
To the fans who blame the media, I don't really have a problem if that's what you think. I tend to think you're wrong. I having been in Charlotte, having been in Michigan way back at the beginning of my career, I've been in enough markets that have covered pro sports teams to know there are people in the media who are generally miserable. There are people in the media who are generally incredibly positive. There are people in the media who are kind of balanced, and there's everywhere in between. So are there media members that I watch how they portray things and go, wow, that person doesn't just seem miserable at their job, they seem miserable in real. Yes, it's called humanity.
I was going to say, this happens everywhere.
Yeah,
like we have all types of people that are this way, and your office, wherever you are, this is how this works in life.
So, like, I don't think, like, and again, there are people who I think are, there are people that somebody will be like, oh, that person's in the team's pocket, and I'll be like, I tend to agree with you. So I don't think, like, it's not some sweeping, I don't want to do some, like, sweeping, well, the media kind of thing, because, yeah, I think some of the observations people have about the media are fair, or the Cleveland media are fair. But he's talking about a media that isn't here anymore. The media, that's 13 years ago.
I know.
TJ Ward doesn't know a damn thing about the media today, and so that's why, like, the people who today are taking it, and I'm not saying you or I are doing this, But like I got at least one text from somebody being like, "Can you believe he said this?" And I was like, "You weren't really in the media then." You know what I mean? Like he's not talking about you.
He can't be talking about you.
And it was just funny to me to watch the reaction to this of like, well, that was TJ's experience 13 years ago, and okay. But like the one thing I do want to speak on is I think the least intelligent response though is, well, the media's miserable and that's why the Browns are mad. That's why the Browns are historically bad. I think you're getting the ass and the tail mixed up there on how this goes.
That's I would say
we have no power in this. We really don't.
Well, but what's funny about that is, so like when Ross came on yesterday, Ross led the interview with, "Well, you guys got your wish."
Yeah.
And we had to clap back and be like, if only we had that much power, Ross. But like the reason why Ross does that, it's not because he like actually thinks we got Kevin Stefanski fired. It's a big joke on the idea that there are people out there that'll live with the idea that that actually think we got him fired. Mm-hmm. We didn't get him fired. No part of us had a hand in that. That's not how this works.
Guys, Jimmy Haslam wouldn't be a better owner if you had Bubbles and Sunshine, a couple of local, let's say, erotic performers here, and all they did was talk about how great the Browns were.
Well, I was going to ask which one, am I Bubbles or am I Sunshine? Okay, good.
I think you're Sunshine.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
you're Bubbles then.
Yeah,
okay,
I certainly am. You want to know how I got that name?
Yeah, no, I don't. Not at this point.
I think you know.
I think
everybody knows.
I think we all connect and join the bulge.
All understand how that goes, but I think I don't know. I think we, and it's not just in sports, but it's become more and more prevalent of the media, and it just lacks any depth of knowledge or reality. And that's not to defend any segment of media. There are realistic criticisms you can have on anything, be it politics, be it local government reporting, be it sports talk, be any tech report. All of it there can be criticized. But if the blanket statement is, well, the media, at least as it pertains to the Cleveland Browns or any of the teams in town, guys, if we had that kind of power, probably wouldn't be working in media anymore.
Yeah, here's my easy read on it. I think he was in front of that's a big profile podcast. It's got a lot of people that I'm sure he's trying to impress. I think that was an obvious, to like, hey, I have this experience, you don't, so let me go ahead and let me paint it this way. I just think he just ended up just saying something he didn't actually mean.
That's all.
Because it doesn't line up to what anyone that was there at the time says that he was in his experience on it. So like, I think he tried to impress Skip, all these guys, and it just was what it was.
Imagine trying to impress Skip Bayless.
I mean, I get it.
Like, you gotta understand, I know I'm in the rarity, but there's just few people.
Ward and like Skip Bayless is a massive podcast, massive following, massive everything, and he's this big Shador guy. You're probably gonna want to say some stuff.
There's very few people.
It validates what TJ Ward is trying to express, and the idea that Shador's got this bad lot in life, and Shador's got this bad situation with the Browns, and all these things, and everyone's out to get him. And then if he adds this in there, it validates it to everyone in that room in a way that they can have it validated. And so it makes TJ in this conversation seem very valuable and very interesting, and that's all he was going for. I swear to you, I would bet so much money he's shocked that people in Cleveland even are talking about this. He did not see this coming.
I have no problem with what TJ said. I just happen to disagree with it. Or sorry, I think I have context to it that makes everything pretty understandable here. But
I just wish he put names on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we know. He's talking about Ken Carman. He was talking about Ken Carman. Ken was at nights there. Everyone thinks that's a real B-buster, that Ken Carman.
I mean, TJ used to go on with Bull and Fox.
God, that's so long ago.
Like a semi-consistent basis.
That's so long ago. That was not like the funny. Well, I'm so glad you said that. Cleveland media protected TJ a lot when he was here. TJ was a young player. TJ had a lot of fun. And there were a couple stories that I have heard that were not reported out of respect to TJ because he was so well liked by the media. And again, nothing like incendiary guys, nothing arrest worthy, but certainly some immaturity things when TJ was super young that that wasn't reported and that I'm not here to report, but I'm here to tell you, I heard those stories, and then it was always followed with, we knew he was a good kid. It wasn't huge news. We're not going to embarrass him. That's you kind of let the team kind of take care of it.
That's why I'm saying I just think I don't think he meant what he said, only because there's nobody that has said that was his experience here outside of himself. So if that's how he feels, you can't tell him how he feels. Clearly it's how he felt, but it just doesn't align with what anyone has suggested that was his experience as.
All right, let's go ahead and get to the not list here. Now, if you guys do not remember this, Steve Spagnuolo, Matt Nagy, Jonathan Gannon, Steve Sarkisian, and Vance Joseph were on our combined not list. So we have to both agree on the candidate for it to happen. The guys who are on the not list, so guys that one of us put up, but did not get confirmed, it's like impeachment, Cliff Kingsbury, Joe Brady, and Chris Shula. I will start off today's not list. Curt Cignetti. I'm sorry, guys. He's a college coach. He's never coached in the NFL. I'm 99% out on college coaches anyways.
Yeah.
But if you've never coached a day in the NFL, you have no chance. And I mean no chance of succeeding. You have to have some foundation in the NFL, be it as an assistant, be it as something. And everybody who goes, oh, but what about Pete Carroll? He started as an NFL head coach, and then he went to college and then came back. Oh, but what about Jimmy Johnson? We call that an anomaly, and it was 40 years ago. I'm sorry. Curt Cignetti is on my not list.
I kind of thought that Cignetti was going to make this list because I just don't think it's practical is the idea. And so I'm with the idea. I will approve the not list only because I kind of want the conversations to go away because I just don't think it's baked. I don't think it's reality.
Yeah.
And also if it was reality,
early 60s.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's the other side of this. But if it well, I'm not going to ageist this one. If we end up with the early 60s guy, that's fine.
So Pete Carroll.
We can't go octogenarian, okay? Like there is
he's only 74.
There is a
he's a young 74.
line. I know there is a cutoff line at some point, okay? But that line is not. How old was Mike McCarthy at this point? He's got to be early 60s.
Yeah, I know 62.
Yeah, he seems like he's around the age that you were talking about, and so I'm not going to be an ageist on this one. Yeah, I'm not going to be an ageist on this one.
I'm weirdly good about people's ages. Can't remember their names. Will occasionally just forget like words. But, man, you want to talk somebody's age that I've looked up within the last 15 years? I will remember.
I was going to say, you've had to have looked up because I almost want to quiz you on ages now.
Well, yeah, no, I had to have looked it up, which then you have to remember. I'm going to have to remember if I've looked it up or not. It's a whole deal. All right, who do you have on the not list?
I'm going to add Mike Kafka to the list. He is popping up on different people's, especially with the Falcons. He's got real odds that are happening here, and I want to make sure Kafka is on the not list, and we just stamp that down.
I'm going to block it.
You're going to block it?
Yep.
Kafka?
Yep. I'm not going to hire him, but he's a young offensive mind of the Andy Reid milieu. Jackson Dart looked respectable at points this year. Kafka was the OC. I'm not gonna bat for him. He's not my top 10. He's not my top 20. But could I block them from interviewing him? I think not.
The Giants situation just went so horribly. It was a bad spot to be in. I don't think it was a fair shake. I just need a little bit of time to breathe with Kafka. Just give me a couple years, and then we can reset, and then your name will be back in the mix again.
Kafka reset.
I need a Kafka reset.
Mike LaFleur.
Oh, instant veto. You knew I was going to veto that.
I need you to go back and watch.
I love LaFleur.
Why?
Let's
because
go.
of the name?
Let's go.
The only reason you want him is the name.
Yes, exactly right. I'm not even going to be
this
coy
could be a
that.
Jay Gruden, John Gruden situation, right?
I don't think so. He spent more time with McVay than Matt did.
He spent more time shining his shoes?
More time in the presence of greatness is how I see it. More time in the presence of greatness.
Rub off?
If McVay believes
is this an
in him
enema? What are we doing here?
If McVay believes in him for the amount of years that he's believed in him, everyone that McVay has believed in for as long as he's been there, it's been guys that we all think very highly of. It's been LaFleur. It's been Zach Taylor. It's been KOC. It's been all these guys we think very highly of. He'd be the outlier of outliers if he didn't end up being good as a head coach.
Except KOC didn't have other outside play calling experience before going there. Right? He'd been the OC in Washington with Kirk Cousins, did fine for himself. That's not why he wasn't retained there. Mike LaFleur was a legitimate disastrous OC with Robert Saleh. Disaster.
Everything was a disaster with Robert Saleh in that situation.
It was the worst version of Robert Saleh's
We're going to interview
Jets.
Robert Saleh for a reason, because the Jets aren't a fair comp in this.
I don't know that Robert Saleh's not on my individual not list. How the turntables have turned.
I didn't know you were an anti-Saleh.
See, that's how you do it. You
There we
laugh
go.
at the other person's
There we
bad
go.
jokes, you do.
Is that it? Oh, yeah. I'm like the Chuckle Hut over here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but because I got great jokes.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm missing.
Real quick, do you have any more names to add?
No, that's it. In fact,
good.
I didn't even know we were going to do this at this point, so that was a couple on the fly there. You're lucky I had a real Kafka hate thing going on today.
I don't hate it. I got real close.
I couldn't believe it. He's like popping up on all these things now. I'm like, did we just watch Giants football? What happened here?
Floor. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up?
sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to our guest, loaded show, Rob Long, who is going to kick my ass if certain things happen, of The Fan in Baltimore. He joined us at 3 today. Great stuff on the Lamar Baugh divorce in Baltimore. A lot of love for Stefanski out yonder in crab cake territory. Big thanks to Pete Futek. 4:20 today. College football news getting you ready for the Peach Bowl and the Fiesta Bowl, the Lane Kiffin Bowl, all the many things there. And then at 5:40, Bobby Carpenter, former NFL linebacker, Ohio State legend, and of 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. But big thanks also to everybody that joined us on social media today or through social media today. Anik Wilson says, Ajay Peterlin. On social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. And, of course, guys, if you missed a moment of today's show, it's all going to be up there on 92 Through the Fan's YouTube. But you can also use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Whew. Let's get to, in case you missed it.
All right, we're going to start off. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones speaking to the media, and he laid out his goal in life. And remember, he is 83 years old. He has won 3 Super Bowls. Patriots owner Robert Kraft has 6 Super Bowls. And here's what Jerry had to say.
My goal in life is to retire as the owner that won the most Super Bowls. That's my goal. We've got 3. How many more do I have to go as a single owner? Bob's got how many? 6. So I've got work to do. Got work to do. I got work to do, but at least I'm up to the second rung in the ladder.
That's one way to look at it.
Retire's another way to look at it. You mean die, Jerry?
I didn't understand that part.
Does Jerry think he's not going to die? He's just going to retire?
I don't think Jerry has a plan. I think Jerry's just going to exist, and then one day he just won't anymore, and that's all that is.
Here's the thing. He's got some good oil futures ahead for himself.
Yes,
I know he really cares about that.
Yes.
Obviously, Jera loves himself some shoddy.
I mean, that's a bad thing to love, by the way.
Oil?
Schottenheimer.
Oh, okay, I was going to say.
No, you can love oil. That's fine.
This country,
he's an oil man. That's right. But no, I mean, 83 years old. I mean, the audacity to think that you're going to surpass Robert Kraft. That means, that at 83, I think it's almost a lot to think like 87's promised.
I mean, you're 83. That's thinking anything other than today is promised.
Right? At 83.
I'm 40, and I'm like, man, I hope I make it to February.
I can't even imagine. At 83, at what point do you start when you go to bed at night? You're just like, all right, might not wake up tomorrow, but I just have to think about that every night before I go to bed now.
I don't know. I've always wanted to have like a conversation. My grandpa Tom is 86. And he's such a optimistic human being, and he's so positive. I think that's a huge part of this, by the way. But I always he does make it a habit.
Cleveland media is going to die young.
What'd you say?
I said a lot of Cleveland media then is going to die young.
That's fair. If T.J. Ward
has his druthers.
But I do think like one of the things he's talked to me about previously is he's big on like making plans. Because it does give you something to go for.
Yeah.
Maybe Jerry is being a bad owner almost unconsciously to keep this Super Bowl goal up there so that he's always striving for something. He could live to be 120 if the Cowboys don't win a Super Bowl soon.
Yeah, but if he passes...
And then as soon as he gets the next one, he's gone.
That would be a hell of a way to go, though.
That's true.
I mean, that's
one of the 2 best ways to go. You know what the other one is.
Yeah, but I think Jerry would say that one's much better than the other one. And Jerry's about the other one.
Yeah, he is.
Very much so.
All about the other one.
We've seen the photos, Jerry.
Yeah.
We know you're very much about it.
I'm horny. All right. You can give him a choice.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
You can go just after winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Or you can go just after drilling for oil. Okay? What are you doing, friend?
Are we still talking? Is drilling for oil an euphemism for something?
No, it's an euphemism.
Is it an euphemism? It sounded like your buddy Hacksaw for a second. Is that an euphemism?
What euphemism?
That's his Wahlberg. That's his Wahlberg. Is that an euphemism?
I saw a Transformer. I think it was an euphemism.
All right, so is drilling for oil actually drilling for oil, or is it something else?
It's a euphemism. Of course it is.
Okay.
Just trying to say it in a...
I really think Jerry drilling for oil is a good time. Like, actually drilling for oil. I think he really likes that. I think that's his version of Disneyland, is going out to the oil rigs and just watching and seeing what happens.
Are we still
on Landman?
He is an oil baron.
Is it still an
People
euphemism?
say Landman is in like an awful stretch right now, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah, they say it's not great.
It's just the name that bugs me. Landman. Landman. Would you like some land, man?
Why did you make it British?
Is that British?
That's
I think it was just going...
What you tell me what you were going for in that moment?
I don't know, but it wasn't British.
It was closer to British
you got some
than it was.
land, man?
Okay, now that was very obviously British. I don't know what...
Pip, pip, jolly good.
I don't know what your
Where's
land
your land, man? Ooh, I'm starting to get into another oil driller.
You know, it's a...
I've abandoned my child! Daniel Day-Lewis, There Will Be Blood? No?
You're awful at impressions.
What?
You
How
do
dare
so
you?
many of them. You're so bad at a lot
How
of
dare
them.
you? How
You're
dare you?
so bad at a
Name my
lot of
bad
them.
impression. Other
Everyone
than the
you've
last
done
one.
this one, yeah.
Other than my last one.
I like you going for it.
Give me your Daniel
I don't
Plainview.
do. I'm not an impression guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does these impressions. I swear they're like the real thing. Yeah, okay.
We boiled down to euphemisms. You got me covered, huh?
Yeah, okay. Euphemisms.
It actually sounds like something like the UFO community would come out with. It's only things that happen when you're in a UFO. Yeah, it's an euphemism.
I tried my Malkovich once. You slapped it down so
Malkovich.
hard. You slapped it down so hard. I got no choice.
Yeah, don't do a
but to
Malkovich. That's a
resign
hard one.
myself.
You got to walk
come
in.
on, him and Rounders is the easiest thing in the world. Of course, I have a walk-in. Will I do it now? Of course not.
I do them all the time.
Of course not.
This is, you know what this is? This is you hiding behind a bad Malkovich.
No, I don't. Well, I'm not good at it. I'm not good at impressions.
Well, no,
you got to know your lanes.
The point is, earlier today,
it'd be like if I just decided to shoot from the hip all the time with every one of them.
But
that's your mentality.
Yeah. Volume shooter.
I don't hate it.
Like Jerry Jones, I'm a volume shooter.
I don't hate it. But when you do an
He's spraying
impression
that
and I'm
oil
like,
all over the
and I'm like, is
land.
that English? I don't know what that is. You can't be shocked.
No, that was because it wasn't English. It wasn't an impression. It was Landman.
What is that?
Landman. It's not an impression. That's an original. All right?
I think I'd want to go after the Super Bowl win.
Not me.
How many Super Bowl wins am I going to have in life?
I don't need it. I don't need everyone.
You don't need it.
I want.
Jerry, you're definitely
the
choosing
sweet,
the Super Bowl
sweet
win.
joy of life, right? To extinguish its flame in a nice little nap right after just a great day.
Now, I think what would be really not funny, because we're still talking death, but very an interesting way to go is if your team's like trailing at halftime of the Super Bowl and you think they're going to lose, and then you go. And then turns out they win that game in a massive come-from-behind victory, but you didn't get to experience that.
Strike that and reverse it. What if you don't even win the Super Bowl? You're up like the Falcons, 28-3.
28-3. That's what I'm saying.
And then, I thought you were saying the opposite.
I said the opposite way, but all right, same scenario.
Yeah, no, that's better because you don't really have to win.
You just thought you were winning.
And then the rest of it's about you. Think about it. Even if you lose, I mean, the other team might just give up. Nick Wilson, Browns owner, died at halftime, up 28-3. The opposing team just gave up and gave you the title.
If we're sharing right now, can I admit something?
Sure.
I had a thought like a month ago. I hope I don't die during football season.
Why is that?
I need to die in June or April or something. I can't die in the middle of a season where all the storylines have been built up.
You don't want them to steal your thunder?
I didn't get the pay. No, I didn't get the payoff. If I died like week 8 of this last year, I wouldn't know any of the playoff results. I wouldn't have known any of this.
I don't think you'd care. I think you'd be dead.
Ooh, but dead me would be pissed.
I don't think he would be.
Oh,
I think he'd be like...
Oh, this is where you need Jesus in your life, my friend. This is where you need Jesus.
So I think what happens is you get to the pearly gates and the good Lord says, "Welcome, Jonathan. By the way,
I'm also
Browns over the
Landman.
Bears in the Super Bowl.
They covered the spread.
Have you seen the movie Lionheart?
I swear he does his impressions. It's like the real thing.
Hey, Jonathan.
yeah.
Is that Travolta?
What's that?
It'd be
So is that
great.
Travolta?
You know what actually be great? Now that we're done, it'd be great if Jesus just sounded like Mark Wahlberg.
Oh, this big, heavy Boston accent.
What murder? Hey, Jonathan, you see the Transformer movies? I inspired those.
You can't take it serious. If Jesus sounds that way, you can't take it serious.
To save yourself.
I'll turn away. I'll walk away. I'll just turn around. I guess I wasn't meant for this.
Hell, please.
I gotta hear it. And you get to hell, and Satan sounds like Jerry Seinfeld or something.
What's the deal with not sinning? All right.
Okay.
That's none of this was necessary. Thanks to Mac Robinson on the board.
Yes.
Big thanks to Jake Murren doing the whatnot and whatnot. Also, big thanks to Cam Manna, who probably will never do a show with us again after all of this. But we appreciate him as well, JP. Like good stuff.
Euphemism. Had fun.
Actually, Jonathan, it is euphemism. Thank you, Lord.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.